Winter days in northeastern peninsular Italy can be exceedingly harsh. On an unexpectedly temperate and agreeable January day, a group of men convened along the banks of a diminutive river, scarcely more than a stream, adjacent to the seaside city of Ravenna. The cause of the mild weather was peculiar, as it was mid-January while the season was, in reality, mid-autumn. Official neglect had permitted the Roman lunar calendar to lag many months behind the solar year. The assembly situated on the bank of the creek exhibited a distinctly military nature. A contingent of several hundred cavalrymen established a defensive perimeter around a cadre of individuals of elevated rank, many adorned in the distinctive attire of Roman commanders. All attention was directed towards a man positioned in an open wagon near the riverbank, attired in an elaborate cuirass and a scarlet robe reminiscent of a Roman general. He was a man of approximately 50 years, however, remained fit and athletic despite middle age. He was relatively tall and thin, possessing an attractive visage characterized by a narrow face, hollowed cheekbones and deep-set eyes, complemented by a forehead rendered larger by a receding hairline, which could not be fully obscured by hair styled forward from the crown. He was immersed in contemplation, the palpable seriousness of the moment underscored by the silence, intermittently disrupted by the occasional snort of a horse or the stamp of a hoof. Ultimately, the man grinned and gazed upward, observing the apprehensive expressions surrounding him. He disrupted the silence. "Allow the dice to soar." Upon uttering those remarks, the man commanded his carriage to traverse the bridge, and the officers, aides, and soldiers assembled around him complied. The Rubicon referred to the waterway they were traversing. It delineated the boundary between Italy proper and the territory designated by the Romans as Cisalpine Gaul. Italy, the boot-shaped peninsula, was administered directly by the magistrates and Senate of Rome, while Cisalpine Gaul, akin to all Roman provinces, was overseen by an ex-magistrate dispatched with designated authority for a finite duration. In January 49th BCE, Caius Julius Caesar served as the governor of Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, France, and Illyria, Croatia. As previously said, he and his party traversed the Rubicon, and that singular action initiated a sequence of events that irrevocably altered Western history. The crossing of the Rubicon was a profoundly symbolic action. Through this action, Caesar transgressed the limits of his provincial authority, abandoning his role as a compliant governor of a Roman province, and entering into conflict with the Senate and magistrates of Rome. The circumstances precipitating civil war in the Roman world were already underway prior to Caesar's command to cross the Rubicon. Days prior, the Roman Senate had declared him an outlaw and instructed the senior magistrates to commence troop mobilization for an assault against him. Replacement governors were appointed for his provinces, with directives to proceed and assert control. In response to these actions, Caesar had already dispatched troops into Italy to capture the strategic cities of Ariminum, modern-day Rimini, and Arretium, Arezzo. The judgment about Rubicon Bank was consequential. However, no irreversible actions had been taken. Caesar might have summoned his forces, acquiesced to the Senate's authority, and faced likely political obsolescence without engaging in military conflict. By crossing the Rubicon, he demonstrated his will to thwart his adversaries in the Senate from undermining him and his career, opting to engage in a civil war rather than let such an outcome. How did circumstances lead to one of the most accomplished, popular, and esteemed generals and leaders of the Roman Empire instigating a catastrophic civil war? To comprehend this, we must examine the historical context of Rome to identify the origins of internal discord and discontent, as well as scrutinize Caesar's biography to ascertain the motivations for his insurrection against the corrupt group that effectively ruled Rome during the late Republic. Rome and Italy during the 2nd century BCE. Marcus Porcius Cato entered the Senate chamber with an almost royal demeanor. The elderly guy recognized the respect, nearly approaching reverence, that numerous fellow senators held for him. He had, after all, occupied Rome's highest governmental positions, the consulship and censorship, before many of them were even born. He was among the final survivors who battled in the monumental conflict against the illustrious Hannibal of Carthage. On that day, in early 149 BCE, the Senate convened to deliberate a proposal for establishing a special judicial tribunal, quaestio, to prosecute the former governor of western Spain, Servius Sulpicius Galba, for significant misconduct during his tenure. The oldest living senator of Rome, a steadfast moralist throughout his life, ardently supported the establishment of the tribunal. He concluded his speech endorsing the measure as he had done for several years, with the assertion, "Furthermore, it is my opinion that Carthage should be destroyed." The Senate approved the proposal, which was then submitted for final determination at a popular assembly meeting, where Galba successfully thwarted it by exploiting the public's sympathy for his young sons. Rome was already engaged in conflict with her formidable North African adversary, guaranteeing Carthage's eventual annihilation. Cato did not survive to see Carthage's final defeat and annihilation, for which he had fervently advocated, nor to observe the resolution of the controversy surrounding Galba's inquiry. He passed away in 149 BCE, at the age of 85, born in 234, esteemed and having outlived all his friends and adversaries, of whom he had numerous. His demise signified the conclusion of an epoch, and Rome was indisputably poised for substantial changes. Subsequently, later that year, following the debacle at Galba, the tribune Lucius Calpurnius Piso established the Quaestio de Rebus Repetundis, extortion tribunal, a permanent court designated to adjudicate cases of misconduct by provincial governors. In 147, the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus besieged and obliterated Carthage, fulfilling Cato's desires, resulting in the death or enslavement of its inhabitants, and a curse upon the territory, once occupied by the city. Within a generation, in 133, Rome saw internal political violence for the first time, initiating a prolonged century of persistent political upheaval, violence and civil war that resulted in the dismantling of the republican system of governance and its substitution with monarchical tyranny. During the civil wars and the gradual decline of the Republican Republic, men saw Cato as the quintessential embodiment of classic Roman virtue. His era appeared to embody a secure, robust, and conservative administration, characterized by order and stability. A further examination, however, indicates that it was during Cato's lifetime, particularly via Cato himself, that the foundations of the disagreements and debates which culminated in the so-called Roman Revolution were established. The initial half of the 2nd century BCE experienced a significant transformation in Roman governance, one so profound it nearly constituted a revolution. However, this change was executed with remarkable subtlety, minimal disruption, and was framed by its advocates as a mere codification or restoration of traditional customs, resulting in its largely unrecognized status to this day. Rome's strong adherence to the concept of mos maiorum, ancestral custom, led to the frequent assertion that a novel notion was either aligned with or a revival of mos maiorum, a tactic employed to garner support from the Roman Senate and populace, while concealing its novelty from them, and even from numerous contemporary scholars. The origins of this quiet revolution can be traced to a significant expansion of the Roman office-holding class during the Hannibalic War, 218–2001 BCE, prompted by substantial losses incurred by the traditional senatorial elite in the early stages of the conflict. In 216, following 3 catastrophic military defeats, an elderly senior senator, Marcus Fabius Buteo, was tasked with replenishing the Senate, which had lost over half its members. Fabius Buteo not only recruited former magistrates, as was customary, but also broadened his search to encompass a diverse array of individuals from senatorial families who had yet to hold office, descendants of former senatorial families. holders of junior military positions, and others who possessed the requisite wealth and demonstrated a proven record of military service during times of crisis. Fabius Buteo successfully added 177 new senators to the typically 300-member Senate. Following the initial disasters of the Hannibalic War, the general consensus was that only men of unquestioned standing and experience should hold office. When that need ended with the war's end in 201, the numerous members of new senatorial families began to compete enthusiastically for high office, resulting in a string of new families reaching the highest state offices in subsequent decades. They also campaigned for changes in the basic governing system to make their quest for high office and other honors more effective in the face of competition from the more established political families. Marcus Porcius Cato was one of these new men who pushed their way to the forefront of Roman politics decades after the Hannibalic War and helped transform the way Rome was run. Others came from families that used to be well known but had been forgotten for a long time, like the Aeli and the Popilii. From families of minor office holders who used to be below or on the edges of the senatorial class, like the Vilii and the Cassii. And from families like Cato's that seemed to be completely new to Roman politics, like the Cilii, the Baebii, and the Petilii. Traditionally a narrow elite known as the nobility ruled Rome. Noble standing was acquired by election to one of Rome's annual high magistracies, especially the praetorship and the consulship, the highest office of state, and, by consequent, membership of the Senate, Rome's true governing council. See Appendix for a chart of Roman magistracies and their spheres of authority. In the 4th and 3rd centuries, Rome was dominated in each generation by a handful of men of outstanding authority and ability, who each held high office repeatedly and thus served the state as its key military and political leaders. For example, Monsieur Valerius Corvus reputedly held high office on 21 occasions between 348 and 299, including 6 consulships and 5 dictatorships. L. Papirius Cursor was 5 times consul, twice dictator, 3 times magister equitum, and praetor, at least once between 340 and 309. Q. Fabius Rullianus held 5 consulships, was dictator and twice magister equitum, and held various other high posts between 331 and 295. M. Curius Dentatus was consul in 290, praetor in 283, consul again in 275 and 274, and censor in 272. A. Attilius Cajetanus was consul in 258 and 254, praetor in 257, dictator in 249, and censor in 247. The famous Q, Fabius Maximus the Cunctator, Delea, held 5 consulships between 233 and 209, as well as being a censor in 230 and a dictator in 217. These men, and others like them, too many to list here, attained standing and authority in the Senate and state that enabled them effectively to dominate and guide the political process and conduct of war through the first significant era of Rome's expansion to control all of Italy and defeat the mighty Carthaginian Empire. The relatively small size of the nobility meant that competition for high office was not too severe to accommodate these extraordinary men and their careers. After the final defeat of Carthage in 201, the much more widely based senatorial order of the late Hannibalic War, facing a greatly expanded Roman Empire offering vast new opportunities for glory and enrichment, decided that such men and careers could no longer be tolerated. The new rule was that all senatorial elite members should have about the same chances of success. This would lead to a much larger nobility and fair competition for high office and glory. There would be no room for the political and military leaders at the top of Rome's order to hold high office repeatedly. No men were permitted to rise to dominant positions in the state. To symbolize this, the man who had brought Rome victory over Hannibal and Carthage, and most clearly possessed all the hallmarks of one of the great dominant leaders who had hitherto guided Rome, P. Cornelius Scipio Africanus, was subjected to obscure but evidently effective legal and political harassment, which limited his political and military career and eventually drove him into voluntary exile. 6. The senatorial elite instituted a policy requiring a 10-year interval between consulships and establishing a proper order and age limits for the holding of the more important magistracies. This created the first career ladder, or cursus honorum, later made into law in 180 as the Lex Vilia Annaliis. It said that you had to be at least 28 years old to become a quaestor, which is the first step in becoming a senator, and that you had to be a praetor before becoming a consul, with at least 2 years between each office. Because of this, after 200, many more people than ever before became consuls, and over the next few decades, the number of consular families, the highest level of Roman nobility, grew greatly. Clans like the Villi, the Achilli, the Porcii, the Baebi, and many others became first consuls. 26 new gentes, clans, achieved consular status during the 2nd century. This number should be set beside the 32 genera of prior consular status that continued to produce consuls. That is, the number of clans belonging to the consular nobility nearly doubled in the 2nd century. A further effect of the 10-year interval rule was that no one held more than 2 consulships during this century, with only 2 notable exceptions. One was Monsieur Claudius Marcellus, whose technically illegal 3rd consulship in 152, only 3 years after his 2nd in 155, gave rise in 151 to a law banning the holding of more than 1 consulship entirely. The other was the legendary Caius Marius, of whom more later. Competition for high office clearly became ever fiercer as Roman conservatism prevented the state from raising the number of annual consulships. The desire for high office was to some extent accommodated by a rise in the number of annual quaestorships, from 8 in 267 to 12 in the 180s, and more as new provinces were added to the empire, and a rise in the number of praetorships from 4 in 227 to 6 in the early 2nd century. However, the main driving force behind this was increased state business, particularly in the number of overseas provinces requiring governors, rather than any desire to accommodate aristocratic competition for office. The outcomes of the reforms regarding office holding and the subsequent enlargement of the nobility were significant. Rome no longer prioritized experience and demonstrated competence in its political and military leaders. New praetors and consuls were elected annually, each granted 1 or, in the case of governors of certain overseas provinces, a maximum of 2 years of command to exhibit their capabilities and attain both glory and wealth. 1/3 of the annual praetors could anticipate a 2nd year in office as consuls, while a select few of the most distinguished and popular leaders could secure additional consulships after fulfilling the requisite 10-year interval. Significant wars were entrusted not to seasoned commanders but to the consul of the year, and these leaders were frequently supplanted by new consuls upon the conclusion of their term. Only in exceptional circumstances, typically emergencies stemming from mismanagement, was an experienced individual appointed to oversee a war or permitted to remain in command long enough to conclude it. Consequently, Rome and its empire were administered by a continuous influx of inexperienced leaders, whose sole qualification for command or governance was their successful election to office. The average experience and ability of Rome's leaders thus declined enormously, at the very time that the size of Rome's empire and the consequent demands being placed on Rome's leaders were dramatically increasing. Not surprisingly, Rome's armies and provinces experienced frequent and disastrous incompetence and mismanagement due to this policy. It was common for governors to misrule and steal from the provinces, leading to the idea that permanent courts should hear the endless complaints of harassed provincials against bad governors. A commander's desire for glory and booty sometimes provoked wars. Wars were almost routinely mismanaged, so it became commonplace for Roman wars to start with a disaster or two, and Roman armies frequently became severely demoralized. The work of exemplary and competent governors and generals was often immediately undone by incompetent and/or corrupt successors. In this situation, controlling rebellious subjects was very hard because they didn't trust the Romans to keep their end of agreements and were afraid of living under Roman rule again. Also, Roman citizens and allies started to refuse to join the army because they knew they would be led badly and face a high risk of disaster and death. It is an extraordinary testament to the inherent strength of Rome's citizenry and Italian allies that despite all these difficulties, the Roman Empire flourished and grew during this period. Still, the strains imposed on the system could not continue indefinitely. In Rome itself, the profits from office holding gave rise to a constant increase in competition for office, which led to the rise of electoral bribery and other forms of electoral corruption. Laws were passed, more and more stringent as time went on, to rein in this corruption. And eventually permanent courts were instituted to try cases of electoral corruption. But the problem only grew worse. At the same time, the Romans gradually stopped giving Italian allies citizenship as they learned about Latin and Roman political and legal culture. This made the allies part of the Roman state, kept the citizen body fresh, and let the allies enjoy the benefits of the empire. This was a serious matter, as Rome's enormous success in unifying the Italian peninsula and winning the wars with Carthage was, to a very great extent, a result of this generous citizenship policy. The last allied communities to be granted Roman citizenship and made part of the Roman state were the towns of Arpinum, Fundi, and Formiae, just to the southeast of Latium in 188. Thereafter, Roman citizenship was effectively closed to the allies. This policy exacerbated the pre-existing tensions between Rome and its Italian allies. Allied communities aspired to attain full Roman citizenship through ius Latina, a limited status between allies and full citizens, and or civitas sine suffragio, citizenship without voting rights or eligibility for office, which rendered them more amenable to subservience to Rome. In the latter third of the 2nd century, Italian discontent with Rome's refusal to extend citizenship became increasingly problematic, culminating in outright conflict in 91. Essentially, the Roman elite curtailed citizenship just as the empire and its advantages were improving, while simultaneously demanding greater contributions from the Roman populace and their Italian allies, particularly in military endeavors. A probable motive for this was the ruling nobility's apprehension that Romanized Italian elites would vie for high office against them. The matter of the military demands of the empire raises another highly problematic policy of this period: the progressive lowering of the census qualification for military service. In the 3rd century, the minimum census rating for military service in the legions was 11,000 asses worth of property. In the 2nd century, as the value of that property rating declined due to the influx of foreign wealth into Rome, the census rating ought to have been raised progressively to keep the military class at the same level of material well-being. The opposite happened. Even though the men at the bottom of the military census were poorer and poorer due to the depreciation of the value of the aas, the basic unit of currency by which their property was valued, the minimum census rating was actually lowered in monetary terms, at first to 4,000 and ultimately to just 1,500 asses. As a result, it was increasingly the case that many of Rome's citizen militia soldiers, who theoretically were self-sufficient men, were well-to-do enough to be able to equip themselves for military service and bear the costs of absence from their homes and businesses, usually small farms, for extended periods of military service, were in fact too poor to do either. The Roman state had to step in and pay for military service, the so-called stipendium, and the requisite equipment, which was at first deducted from the soldiers' pay. When the census minimum was lowered to 1,500 asses, probably about 130 BCE, Many recruits were so poor that deducting the cost of their equipment from their pay imposed an intolerable strain. Alleviated by a law of Caius Gracchus in 123, providing that in future the state should equip its soldiers free of cost. Thus, the army underwent a transformation from serving as a middle-class citizen militia out of honor to becoming a predominantly lower-class militia under compulsion. It is no accident that we hear of increasing resistance to military levies during the later part of the 2nd century. A significant issue for Rome's military system was the increasing number of impoverished Roman citizens ineligible for conscription, notwithstanding the gradual reduction of the minimum census requirement for military service. This intensified the hostility and resistance of the citizen militia classes towards conscription. This indicated that the responsibilities of military duty were shouldered by an increasingly diminishing proportion of the adult male citizenry, many of whom were becoming progressively impoverished. This occurred despite the increasing demands for military personnel as the Roman Empire grew throughout this period. The growing population of individuals with minimal or no property, termed capital censi, classified in the census as owning solely their own persons, or proletariat, those who contributed only progeny to the state's welfare, did not participate in military affairs, but constituted a significant social issue. They lingered in Rome and other Italian cities, significantly underemployed due to the burgeoning slave economy, subsisting on day laborer positions and alms from the affluent, while growing progressively disenchanted with a state in which they possessed minimal investment. Although they made no contributions to the conquest and governance of the empire, the burdens of military service imposed on their somewhat more prosperous compatriots in the military census. Classes increasingly relegated those compatriots to poverty and the corresponding status of proletarii. The economic structure emerging in the 2nd century BCE provided scant hope or solace to the proletarians. On the contrary, the Roman economy of this era exemplified the well-known adage that the affluent became wealthier, while the impoverished became poorer. The expansion of Rome's imperial power resulted in a significant migration of enslaved individuals into Rome and Italy, altering the dynamics of the Roman-Italian economy. In the 4th and 3rd centuries, a significant but unquantifiable portion of Italy's population consisted of autonomous smallholding farmers, or peasants, who became the foundation of the Roman citizenry and the citizen militia force of Rome. Numerous regions of the Italian countryside suffered significant devastation or destruction during the Hannibalic War, and extensive tracts of land were confiscated from friendly villages that had betrayed Rome. This resulted in a significant decrease and displacement of the peasant class. Numerous smallholders were devastated by the consequences of war and compelled to sell their farms to wealthier neighbors capable of financing their restoration. The Roman state expropriated several associated farmers, assimilating their land into an extensive Roman ager publicus, publicly owned land. The processes resulted in the concentration of increasing amounts of land in Italy within a small class of exceedingly affluent landowners, predominantly from the Roman nobility, who possessed the financial means to acquire the properties of destitute small farmers and/or wielded the influence to appropriate extensive areas of public land. The landowners exploited the flood of inexpensive enslaved individuals from Rome's successful conquests in the early 2nd century to transform their estates into slave-operated agribusinesses, known as latifundia in Roman terminology. The Italian countryside was characterized by extensive estates cultivating cash crops such as olives and grapes for oil and wine, tended by enslaved individuals, alongside vast ranches breeding cattle and sheep, all managed by enslaved individuals. Simultaneously, the empire's affluence in Italy, along with an increasing demand for various manufactured items and the abundant supply of enslaved individuals, resulted in substituting tiny artisan workshops with big manufactories operated by enslaved laborers. The ergastuli, slave-operated workshops, predominated the economy's manufacturing sector, supplanting the independent artisans who had previously been the primary producers of manufactured products in Italy. The empire's immense wealth was predominantly concentrated in the hands of a small elite class of landowners, businessmen, and financiers. The middle classes of Italy, responsible for the conquest and maintenance of the empire, paradoxically experienced progressive impoverishment. Loss of farms and businesses, descent into proletarian status, and economic displacement by enslaved individuals and freedmen. Formerly enslaved people who were manumitted yet continued to work for their previous owners. Neither the destitute citizens and allies nor the subjugated enslaved individuals were satisfied with their circumstances. Ultimately, it was evident to astute Roman leaders in the latter half of the 2nd century that Rome confronted significant social and military challenges, necessitating comprehensive reforms. Modifications in military recruitment and eligibility to fulfill military obligations, alterations in the socio-economic framework to address the grievances of the proletariat, and reinstatement of citizenship expansion to maintain the satisfaction and loyalty of allies. This situation precipitated the emergence of notable reformers whose efforts to rectify Rome's grave issues were met with relentless hostility and violence from the ruling elite, ultimately steering Rome toward civil war and obliterating the traditional republican governance system. Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus, the initial reformer, hailed from a prominent noble family in Rome and was supported by a select cadre of influential nobles, including his father-in-law, Appius Claudius Pulcher, and his brother's father-in-law, P. Licinius Crassus Mucianus, and his brother, Q. Mucius Scaevola, particularly significant. These individuals were primarily focused on fulfilling Rome's military requirements. They contended that the original peasant class must be reassembled to ensure Rome's legions were adequately staffed with warriors. They believed this might be achieved by allocating government-owned land to Roman proletarii, rendering them eligible for military service. The concept was not novel. The allocation of public land, either individually or through the establishment of colonies, was a long-standing practice of the Roman state, recently discontinued in the 180s, coinciding with the halt of enlarging the citizenry by enfranchising allies. In 149, a Roman aristocrat, C. Laelius, had suggested redistributing public land to impoverished citizens. Yet he faced staunch resistance in the Senate from the possessors who dominated the majority of public land. In 133, Tiberius Gracchus, serving as tribune of the people, resurrected Laelius's proposal on a significantly larger scale and advocated for it with greater fervor. Tiberius observed that a significant portion of Rome's citizenry was unjustly destitute, making enlisting enough troops from the census classes progressively challenging. He suggested resolving both issues by implementing a lex agraria, land allotment law, that would enable the Roman state to reclaim control of the majority of its ager publicus, public land, from the current possessors and allocate it as allotments to tens of thousands of impoverished citizens, thereby transforming them into independent farmers. Under legislation enacted in the 190s and 180s, the maximum quantity of ager publicus that an individual Roman could possess and utilize was 500 jugera, around 330 acres. This is a substantial sum, although insignificant in comparison to the vast estates owned by affluent landowners and proprietors in the 130s. This legal limit was mandated by Tiberius's law. In addition to the legally permitted 500 jugera, the owner might retain an additional 250 jugera for each of up to 2 sons, resulting in a total of 1,000 jugera for a man with 2 or more sons. All public land beyond such limitations was to be reclaimed by the state and allocated for distribution to qualifying impoverished citizens. At first glance, this is a straightforward and equitable process. In actuality, it was quite challenging, as several landholders had retained their territories for centuries by the time of Tiberius, and saw those lands as their own, akin to the properties they legally owned. In numerous instances, estates of ostensibly public property had been transacted, occasionally multiple times, over the decades and generations, as if they were legitimately possessed. Regardless of the extent of public land they possessed and its means of acquisition, the owners perceived Tiberius's proposal as an infringement on lawful property rights and were resolute in their opposition. Due to the resolute opposition of these owners, Tiberius encountered hostility from the Senate about his proposal despite substantial support. The established procedure mandated that the Senate concur on a bill before presenting it to the populace for ratification. Tiberius should now have withdrawn his proposal, as Laelius had done 15 years prior. However, Tiberius was a perpetrator. Nonetheless, Tiberius was a committed reformer, convinced that his initiative was vital for military and social objectives. This is a purported speech in which he expresses sorrow about the condition of Rome's destitute proletariat. The indigenous fauna of the Italian countryside possess their lairs, offering rest and sanctuary, whereas those who combat and sacrifice their lives for Italy are left with nothing but air and light. Displaced and without shelter, they traverse the terrain with their children and spouses. These purported masters of the globe hold no single parcel of land they can claim as their own. He rejected the notion that the Senate's dismissal concluded the issue and addressed the Roman populace directly, proposing his legislation without Senate consent. This was a wholly acceptable action. Submitting legislation to the Senate for approval before a public assembly vote was customary, not legally mandated. The possessors identified another tribune, Marcus Octavius, to veto Tiberius's proposal. This should have concluded the issue according to customary procedure. Nonetheless, Tiberius persisted obstinately. After futilely imploring Octavius that the tribune's primary function was to safeguard the populace's interests rather than obstruct their voting on a necessary law, Tiberius resolved to initiate a recall election to remove Octavius from office. Although recall elections were absent from Roman tradition, the Populus Romanus Quiritium, the assembly of Roman citizens, functioned as the sovereign entity inside the state and possessed the power to render decisions. Precedents exist for the deposition of sitting magistrates. Tiberius's father, the older Tiberius Gracchus, dismissed the elected consuls of 162 after their inauguration, asserting a flaw in their election, which he had overseen. Ironically, one of the dismissed consuls of 162 was P. Cornelius Scipio Nasica Corculum. His son, Scipio Nasica Serapio, spearheaded the opposition to Tiberius's proposal as one of the most prominent possessories. Ultimately, Octavius was ousted, and Tiberius's legislation was enacted by an eager assembly filled with Roman residents, who had traveled from rural areas in anticipation of the intended land distributions. Tiberius demonstrated an unusual obstinacy in his insistence on putting his law to a vote and securing its passage. Yet he committed no criminal acts. Nevertheless, the formidable elites were incensed, and their steadfast opposition to Tiberius's legislation started a novel dynamic in Roman politics. Drawing on Greek political theory, Tiberius's adversaries commenced accusing him of aspiring to tyranny, a claim that, if accurate, would legitimize violence against him, according to Greek tradition. Greek philosophy, encompassing political philosophy, began to influence Roman elite circles in the mid-2nd century, a generation before Tiberius's era. A prominent subject in Greek political philosophy was a revolutionary agenda prevalent in the 4th and 3rd centuries, advocating for social renewal in the Greek city-states through debt cancellation and/or land redistribution. Conservative political theorists labeled this program as demagoguery, and asserted that the politicians who supported it aimed to establish tyranny by corrupting the populace. Employing this notion, Tiberius's adversaries could assert that he was disrupting property relations, reallocating land, and, hence, a demagogue aspiring to tyranny. In Greek political ideology, it was not merely a right, but an obligation for any citizen to assassinate a dictator or a potential tyrant. Tiberius intensified his adversaries' allegations by establishing a land commission that included his father-in-law, younger brother, and himself as members. This body possessed extensive judicial authority to resolve issues about land ownership. Tiberius secured funding for the land allotment initiative by engaging in the Senate's customary foreign policy oversight, enacting legislation that transformed the Kingdom of Pergamon in Asia Minor into a Roman province, and allocating its revenues for his land distributions. He was undoubtedly acquiring significant power and responsibility. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that he committed no criminal acts. And there is, in fact, no evidence to indicate an intention to create a tyranny. He appears to have been a sincere, albeit very obstinate and pushy reformer. He recognized that he had become deeply unpopular among the possessors, and concluded that, to protect his reforms and career, it was essential to retain his position as tribune. Hence, he declared his candidacy for the tribunate for the subsequent year. That and many other actions contravened Roman custom, and was the final provocation for his adversaries. There was significant opposition to Tiberius's candidacy. Tiberius's adversaries alleged that he incited unrest during the election assembly owing to disarray. During a tumultuous Senate hearing, Tiberius's adversaries, headed by the influential Scipio Nasica Serapio, asserted passionately that Tiberius's bid for re-election represented a direct assault on the established governance, and demanded his suppression by force. The presiding consul, Q. Mucius Scaevola, resolutely declined to engage in violence, asserting that Tiberius and his allies had committed no criminal acts and that there was no rationale for the use of force against them. In response to Scaevola's refusal to act, Scipio Nasica assumed the initiative. With his toga covering his head, he called upon all who endorsed the res publica to assemble with him. He subsequently orchestrated a lynch mob to assault Tiberius and his allies at the tribunicial election in the capital. Tiberius Gracchus and perhaps 300 of his supporters were brutally murdered. A faction of conservative landholding aristocrats opted for violence as a definitive resolution to policy disputes while lacking legal justification, as their magistracy conferred imperium, command authority, and legitimacy upon them. This assault on Tiberius and his allies, regardless of one's opinion of Tiberius's strategies and obstinate determination to implement his policies, established a dire precedent for the future of Roman political affairs. The Senate acknowledged this reality following the cessation of the riots and violence. They directed the consuls who assumed office at the onset of 132 to investigate these occurrences and penalize those accountable for misconduct. Consul M. Popilius Lae conducted the investigation, but it soon became evident that the owners were responsible. The massacre of Tiberius and his adherents was not investigated. Rather, Tiberius's remaining supporters were apprehended and interrogated, with many executed without due process. Consequently, the Senate effectively retrospectively sanctioned the actions of Scipio Nasica and his lynch mob, explicitly indicating their approval of Tiberius's assassination. The agrarian law remained enacted, and the commission, now comprising 2 new members to replace Tiberius Gracchus and Appius Claudius, who died shortly after 133, commenced the distribution of lands. Nevertheless, land reform diminished significantly in its momentum and motivation. The commissioners encountered significant obstruction. Resolving land titles and boundaries proved exceedingly challenging. In 129, at the behest of Scipio Aemilianus, who endorsed Tiberius's assassination, the commissioners were divested of their judicial power to adjudicate land title disputes, halting the allotment program. Meanwhile, Rome's military and social issues persisted, as the conservative nobility dominating the Senate, known as optimates, vehemently opposed Tiberius's reform agenda, but proposed no alternative solutions to Rome's challenges. The enduring legacy of Tiberius Gracchus resided in his methodologies rather than the land reform he advocated. Land reform remained a significant factor in the conflicts and upheavals of the subsequent century. Nonetheless, it failed to offer the resolution to Rome's issues that Tiberius had anticipated. Rather, it persisted as a focal point for conflicts and aggression. Tiberius demonstrated that substantial factions of Roman voters were prepared to defy the preferences and resistance of the governing elite, enacting popular ideas advocated by resolute reformers into legislation. This established the primary approach for addressing significant public policy concerns in Roman history for the subsequent decades. Tiberius's genuine legacy was the tribune of the popularis, who disregarded the Senate and advocated for changes at public assemblies. Perhaps even more consequential was the legacy of his adversaries. Nasica instituted fatal force and violence as the last resolution for Roman political conflicts, and by the Papilian inquiry, the Senate effectively ratified Nasica's actions. In the 120s, it was believed that both Tiberius's precedent and Nasica's response would be isolated incidents that would not disrupt the fundamental peaceful operation of the Roman state. Nonetheless, the tenure of Tiberius's brother, Caius Gracchus, as tribune in 123 and 122, along with the vehement opposition from the conservative elite to his reforms, extinguished any such aspirations. Upon commencing his political career, Caius Gracchus had sufficient opportunity to contemplate his brother's reform agenda and its shortcomings. He concluded that Tiberius's objective was excessively limited. Transforming proletarians into independent farmers through land allotments was insufficient. It neglected the demands and interests of other demographic divisions and did not establish a sufficiently extensive coalition to counter the formidable opposition of the senatorial class. Caius identified three prominent factions within the state, encouraging participation in the reform movement by addressing their interests and grievances. The majority of Rome's proletariat, excellently situated to engage in many political activities, including voting in assemblies, lacked historical connections to the land and had no interest in becoming small-scale farmers. In addition to the thousands of men whose families had been displaced from the land generations earlier by the late 120s, it is noteworthy that a growing segment of the urban proletariat consisted of freedmen, ex-slaves, and their descendants, due to the Roman decree that a freed slave of a Roman citizen master automatically attained Roman citizenship upon manumission. This urban proletariat, lacking agricultural roots or interest in the land, showed little desire for land allotments and remained apathetic to Tiberius's reform proposal. Caius proposed a lex frumentaria, grain legislation, to address the demands of the urban proletariat, making the state responsible for importing, storing, and selling a sufficient grain supply at a price slightly below market value to nourish the urban population. The statute was highly favored by the urban proletariat, but condemned by the senatorial class as blatant demagoguery, essentially amounting to bribery of the populace. Secondly, Caius recognized that just beneath the elite senatorial class, a plethora of exceedingly affluent individuals, landowners, financiers, bankers, merchants, traders, tax farmers, various public contractors, and manufacturers had emerged over the past century. Their interests partially aligned with those of the senators as members of the wealthy elite, yet diverged considerably as they were excluded from the political elite. In the Roman census, these individuals were classified as equites, denoting cavalry, due to their financial capacity to maintain horses and assist the state in warfare when summoned on horseback. The equites, or equestrian class, constituted a nascent social and economic class in Rome, whose role within the state remained ambiguous, yet potentially significant. The correlation between this property rating and actual cavalry service in warfare had diminished significantly. Caius suggested assigning these equestrians a significant role in state government, by granting them the responsibility or privilege of sitting as jurors on the permanent courts established to oversee the administration of the Roman state. The equites would adjudicate magistrates, governors, and senatorial elite political candidates charged with misconduct. It was anticipated that jurors would assume the responsibility of curbing judicial misconduct in a manner that senatorial juries had failed to achieve. Thirdly, there existed the allies. Caius acknowledged that his brother's land law had inadequately addressed the needs and interests of the allied communities, and that the relations between the allies and Rome required revision. In 126 and 125, Italian allies had already expressed discontent to enhance their status. In reply, Caius Gracchus's associate, Emsio Fulvius Flaccus, consul in 125, suggested a substantial measure, conferring Roman citizenship upon all allies who desired it, and providing enhanced autonomy and legal protection to those allied communities opting to stay outside the Roman state. The extension of Roman citizenship was consistent with Roman tradition before the cessation of such expansions in the 180s. However, the Senate did not permit Flaccus's proposal to be voted on. Consequently, the allied community of Fregellae revolted, but the insurrection was violently quelled by the praetor L. Opimius. As tribune, Caius Gracchus presented a comprehensive law addressing the allies' concerns. All allies of Latin rank would be elevated to full Roman citizenship, while all other allies would be granted intermediate Latin status. This legislation, which recognized Latin status as a precursor to complete Roman citizenship, significantly enlarged the Roman citizenry and assured eventual full citizenship to the remaining allies upon their adaptation to the Latin language and political-legal culture. If implemented, the prudent and diplomatic step would have definitively alleviated tensions between Rome and the allies. Along with these three ideas, each of which had the potential to bring in a large group of new supporters for Caius, there was also a plan to bring back the land allotment program, which had been improved by adding plans to start colonies in Italy and other places, including one at the site of Carthage. Other proposed reforms declared the execution of Roman citizens by magistrates, other than after trial and capital sentence by the people, illegal. He simplified the process of raising taxes from the province of Asia by setting up a system of tax farming whereby Roman financiers and public contractors, publicans, could purchase the right to collect the taxes at an auction at Rome. Required the Roman state to provide soldiers' clothing and equipment free of charge, and forbade the recruitment of men younger than 1734, required the Senate to determine the provinces of future consuls before their election, rather than during their year in office, to prevent favoritism, and made it a specific crime to procure false judicial condemnation of a citizen on a capital charge, a law presumably put forward with the Papillion Commission of 132 in mind. Caius's reform program was extensive and sought to enhance social, economic, military, and political circumstances in Rome and her empire through different means. Each change, individually and collectively, provoked vehement opposition, prompting his adversaries to resurrect allegations of aspiring to tyranny. The reform agenda was excessively large and intricate to be implemented within a single year, and similarly to his brother, Caius Gracchus sought re-election to the tribunate following his initial year in office in 123. In contrast to Tiberius, Caius gained re-election and completed a second term in 122. The occurrences during his 2-year tribunate were contentious from the first and continued to be for subsequent generations. Academics on all sides of the reform discourse misrepresented the evidence to further their political objectives. Consequently, reconstructing the specifics and timeline of Caius's tribunate is exceedingly challenging. Nor is it the intended objective. Caius enacted most of his legislation, with certain measures yielding beneficial outcomes, while others resulted in unforeseen repercussions. The Lex Frumentaria standardized Rome's food distribution and facilitated access to sufficient food for the impoverished populace at a reasonable cost. The prohibitions against arbitrary death and judicial murder were integrated into Roman law and were unequivocally beneficial policies. The land allotment law, however, proved to be only marginally more effective than Tiberius, and the legislation regarding the taxation of Asia resulted in egregious abuse of the province by Roman tax farmers, in collusion with provincial governors. Furthermore, the equites demonstrated no greater impartiality or efficacy as jurors than the senators. Yet their dominion over the courts provided a mechanism to intimidate principled governors into complicity or tacitly endorsing the tax farmers' exploitation. Uncooperative governors could face trial upon their return to Rome before a jury comprised of individuals linked by sentiment and/or interest to the equestrian class. Paradoxically, the most formidable and resolute opposition was directed against the most sagacious and statesmanlike of Caius's initiatives: the proposed legislation to extend citizenship or Latin status to the allies. The optimates in the Senate skillfully and hypocritically exploited this issue to dismantle the vast coalition formed by Caius Gracchus. The bill was never enacted. After failing to obstruct the majority of Caius's demands and acknowledging his inevitable re-election for 122, the optimates nominated one of their own, Marcus Livius Drusus, to serve as tribune alongside Caius. Drusus demonstrated exceptional political acumen, skillfully leveraging Caius's challenges to undermine his support. Drusus suggested land laws aimed at establishing 12 colonies for incoming settlers, among other initiatives. Although these laws were enacted, they were never implemented, indicating a lack of genuine intent. Primarily, Drusus leveraged the citizenship matter against Caius. With the assistance of C. Fannius, formerly an ally of Caius, along with Drusus and the optimates, exploited the narrow, localized interests and biases of the Roman populace, cautioning them against allowing Gracchus's proposal to expand the citizenry to jeopardize their unique status. Consequently, the citizenship law was defeated, resulting in Caius Gracchus losing considerable popularity on this matter and failing to secure re-election as tribune for a third term in 121. Thus, in 121, with Gracchus and his principal supporters out of office, the anti-reformists intensified their counter-offensive against him. A tribune specifically requested the repeal of the edict that established a colony of Roman citizens in Carthage, instituted by Caius Gracchus. One of the consuls for the year, L. Opimius, ardently endorsed this repeal, while Gracchus and his principal friend, Fulvius Flaccus, rallied their people in opposition. The conflicts between Gracchus's supporters and adversaries escalated into violence, resulting in the death of a client of Consul Opimius during the ensuing tumult. In reaction to the violence, Opimius convened a Senate conference and asserted that Gracchus's adherents were in outright revolt. The Senate concurred and enacted a declaration proclaiming a state of emergency due to the assault on the routine operations of the res publica. It also requested the consul to procure additional troops to restore order by any means required. Empowered by this senatorial edict, Opimius mobilized troops, and apprehensive for their safety, justifiably considering the demise of Tiberius and his allies, Caius Gracchus, Fulvius Flaccus, and their several thousand supporters seized the Aventine and readied themselves for defense. This resembled the open insurrection that Opimius alleged Gracchus's supporters were conducting, providing him with sufficient justification to suppress the Graccans through direct force. Opimius executed this move with severe cruelty, culminating in the murders of Caius Gracchus, Fulvius Flaccus, and other followers. Most controversially, several thousand of Gracchus's allies who surrendered and were captured were nonetheless murdered without trial by Opimius, including Flaccus's son, who had been dispatched to Opimius to mediate a peaceful resolution. In 120, a tribune sought to indict Opimius for his severe cruelty, ironically invoking the legislation established by Caius Gracchus that forbade the death of Roman citizens without trial. Opimius was unexpectedly acquitted. In Roman law, this was regarded as the populace's endorsement of the Senate's emergency edict, which subsequently became a pivotal instrument in the Senate's opposition to change and was later termed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, or final decree of the Senate. 40. Caius's reform endeavor concluded similarly to Tiberius's. The Optimate backlash resulted in the reformer's and his allies' demise. The Senatus Consultum Ultimum effectively established the use of force as the ultimate determinant in Roman politics, which can be seen as the primary legacy of the Gracchian period. The Optimates, the anti-reform faction of the Roman aristocracy, unequivocally demonstrated their vehement hostility to any alteration of the Roman governance and social structure, exhibiting a willingness to employ all necessary force to suppress the reform movement. Caius's reforms, like Tiberius's, were not promptly rescinded, suggesting that the Optimates lacked confidence in securing a parliamentary majority for repeal. The land allotment process persisted haphazardly until 111, when legislation was enacted that terminated the process and assured nearly all ager publicus as the private property of the current possessor. Despite the law of 121 that precipitated Caius's demise, the Roman colony at Carthage was not abolished, and most of Caius's other statutes remained operative. Caius's reform of the jury courts, which he assigned to the equestrian aristocracy, persisted as a divisive topic in Roman politics for 5 decades. The discourse surrounding popular sovereignty against Senate control prevailed in late Republican politics, with the matters of alliance discontent, military recruiting, and efficiency remaining unaddressed in the ensuing decades. The century of Roman history following the Gracchi unfolded under the influence of the Gracchian reform movement's objectives. The issues, methodologies, conflicts, and internal divisions were those established and exposed by the Gracchian reform agenda and its adversaries. Clearly, the Optimates possessed no alternative solutions for addressing Rome's issues. Their position was adverse, seeking to preserve the existing state of affairs. They resisted the ascendancy of reformers, which would have conferred greater authority and substantive improvements upon them. Following the death of Caius Gracchus, Rome experienced a transitional phase of superficial stability that persisted for over 10 years. The conclusion was marked by the emergence of 2 foreign policy crises of markedly disparate significance, although both are wielding substantial political influence. The Jugurthine War, 111-105, and the migration of the prominent Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and Teutones, 113-101. The 2 crises underscored public disillusionment with senatorial leadership in Rome, and the significant challenges related to military recruiting, efficiency, discipline, and leadership during this period. The Jugurthine War originated from the succession plans established by King Micipsa of Numidia, a client monarch of Rome, who passed away in 118, bequeathing his realm to his 2 sons, Hiempsal and Adherbal, and his nephew Jugurtha. Among the 3, Jugurtha possessed both talent and vigor, and he also had advantageous contacts at Rome from his service in Scipio Aemilianus's Numantia expedition in 134-133. Jugurtha, dissatisfied with co-governing his uncle's domain alongside his unremarkable cousins, had usurped complete authority over the kingdom by 113. Aside from advising Jugurtha to preserve amicable relations with his relatives, the Senate refrained from any measures to impede him, clearly perceiving that the control of Numidia by Micipsa's heirs was inconsequential to Roman interests. After Hiempsal's demise, a Senate committee under Opimius partitioned Numidia between the remaining heirs. Adherbal represented the kingdom's more advanced and cultured region, adjacent to the coast and the Roman province of Africa, whilst Jugurtha encompassed the more austere and sparsely inhabited interior. However, when Jugurtha violated the agreement and invaded his cousin's territory, the Senate dispatched 2 delegations to negotiate with him, but was unwilling to take further action. Despite the senatorial hesitance to engage in Numidian matters, Jugurtha could have potentially solidified his authority over all of Numidia without Roman interference, were it not for a significant error he committed. In 113, concluding his conquest of Adherbal's territory, Jugurtha invaded the capital city of Cirta, where Adherbal had sought refuge. Within the city, alongside Adherbal and a substantial Numidian populace, numerous Roman and Italian equestrians were involved in diverse commercial endeavors in and with Numidia. The Romans and Italians, expressing solidarity with Adherbal and besieged alongside him, equipped themselves and significantly contributed to the city's defense, effectively delaying Jugurtha's conquest of the city. Upon the city's capitulation, Jugurtha succumbed to his long-suppressed rage and authorized his forces to pillage and slaughter both the Romans and Italians, as well as the indigenous populace. The news of this massacre incited outrage in Rome towards Jugurtha and the Senate, which had hesitated to restrain him. Confronted with widespread outrage, particularly among the business class, from which most of the deceased at Cirta originated, the Senate was compelled to respond. The conflict against Jugurtha was resolved, and one of the consuls of 111, L. Calpurnius Bestia, was accused of invading Numidia and apprehending Jugurtha. Bestia assembled a formidable force, surrounding himself with a seasoned cadre of advisors, notably the Princeps Senatus M. Aemilius Scaurus, and launched an invasion of Numidia from the Roman province of Africa. He defeated Jugurtha's troops in multiple minor skirmishes and dispatched envoys to negotiate peace with him. Following negotiations, Jugurtha was convinced to formally capitulate to Rome and provide compensation for his offences. Consequently, Bestia established a treaty acknowledging him as the king of Numidia and concluding the conflict. The Senate evidently lacked any inclination to acquire Numidia or partake in a protracted struggle there, and for a compelling cause, as would be demonstrated. Bestia's accord incited a renewed surge of public outrage directed against Rome. A tribune designated C. Memmius called for an investigation into the entire matter, and Jugurtha was sent to Rome to provide testimony. However, a veto from another tribune obstructed his appearance. He seized the chance to orchestrate the killing of another contender from the Numidian royal line who had sought asylum in Rome. Incited by this indignation, the Senate acknowledged that Bestia's treaty was untenable, rejected it, and delegated more military operations against Jugurtha to the consul of 110, Spencer Postumius Albinus. This consul, confronted with Jugurtha's stalling strategies and significant demoralization within the Roman ranks, accomplished nothing before being compelled to return to Rome to oversee the elections, delegating the leadership of his army to his brother Aulus. Aulus Albinus, perceiving an opportunity for personal acclaim and wealth, advanced the army against Jugurtha and directly into a trap. He was compelled to capitulate to Jugurtha, and the army endured the indignity of relinquishing its arms and falling under the yoke. This humiliation marked a pivotal moment for Rome. In early 109, the tribune C. Mamilius enacted legislation to form a commission to examine the Senate's management of the Jugurtha incident. He also appointed a new consul, Q. Caecilius Metellus, who was dispatched to Africa to conclusively finish the conflict with Jugurtha, asserting that they would accept nothing short of Jugurtha's total defeat, capitulation, or demise. The Mamilian Commission rigorously pursued its probe into Roman authorities who had engaged with Jugurtha, targeting no fewer than 4 former consuls, including Bestia and the despised L. Opimius, who was convicted of corruption and subsequently deported. After several months of restoring morale and discipline within the army in Africa, Metellus invaded Numidia and achieved victory against Jugurtha in combat at the Muthul River. Metellus was an adept general, a descendant of one of Rome's most illustrious noble families, and had assembled a cadre of distinguished and seasoned senior officers, foremost among them P. Rutilius Rufus and Gaius Marius. The greatest consequence of the Juguthine War was Marius's ascendance to prominence. His family were patrons of the esteemed Metelli, and he had garnered a reputation as a valiant and effective military commander, making him a logical selection as one of Metellus's senior officers. However, Marius was not inclined to accept a subordinate or auxiliary position. Gaius Marius was destined to be one of the most significant figures in Roman history. Marius, born into a family of local magnates in the little hill town of Arpinum, southeast of Rome, was initially uncertain about pursuing a political career in Rome. He was, in Roman terminology, a novus homo, literally, new man. An individual from a lineage outside the established nobility, lacking consular or even senatorial forebears. Arpinum was one of the final allied settlements to receive Roman citizenship in 188, after which the Romans ceased granting it to the Italians. So, Marius was likely only a third-generation Roman. While narratives portraying him as the offspring of a modest farmer are embellished, given that his contemporary Cicero indicates the Marii were among the three prominent families of Arpinum, it would undoubtedly have been challenging for Marius to navigate Roman politics. He first gained recognition as a charismatic and competent leader under Scipio Aemilianus at Numantia, ironically during the same battle in which Jugurtha excelled as the commander of an allied detachment from Numidia. During a supper in the general's tent, a sycophant inquired where Rome would locate a successor to Scipio. The tall man patted Marius on the shoulder and remarked, "Perhaps this man." Leveraging the ties he established during Scipio's service and his family's patrons, the Metelli, Marius secured election to the quaestorship, and consequently Senate membership, and to the tribunate in 119. During his pursuit of the praetorship, he was twice rejected by the electorate and narrowly secured office on his third attempt in 115, finishing last among the elected candidates and facing allegations of electoral bribery. Although he was exonerated of this accusation, it was probable that he had attained his political threshold with this position, and he made no effort to pursue the consulship following the mandated 2-year hiatus. He was a man of remarkable ambition and showed exceptional generalship, which was advantageous for Rome. Marius possessed all the attributes of a formidable general: resilience, determination, tactical ingenuity, strategic acumen, and unwavering self-confidence. His men admired him for his readiness and capacity to endure all the adversities he imposed upon them, while being a rigorous and authoritarian leader. He understood when and how to relax, impose discipline moderately, and allow his men to experience delight following the adversities he subjected them to. Marius, anxious to rise to prominence and contemptuous of the Roman aristocrats who attained it effortlessly by their lineage and esteemed heritage, perceived the Juguthine War as an opportunity to further his aims. He was resolute in seizing the opportunity for self-advancement and postponed political success. During the winter of 109-108, Marius proposed to Metellus his intention to seek the consulship and anticipated Metellus's support. Metellus arrogantly replied that Marius would have sufficient opportunity to contemplate this when his son, Metellus, was prepared. This was an affront, considering that Metellus's son was but a youth, whilst Marius was a man of 50 years. Incensed by this rejection, Marius endeavoured to subvert Metellus's power. Marius, being an equestrian background, had several connections within the equestrian elite, and commenced disseminating the notion in Rome that Metellus was either incapable of concluding the war, or intentionally prolonging it owing to a penchant for authority. He asserted that most of Metellus's achievements were attributable to his, Marius's, interventions, and vowed that if elected consul and granted command, he would conclude the war triumphantly promptly. Despite Metellus's hesitance to permit his departure, Marius ultimately secured his freedom to leave Africa and journey to Rome to contest the consular elections of 108 to 107, where he was resoundingly elected. Disregarding the custom that mandates command assignments by the Senate, a popular law was enacted, transferring authority over the campaign against Jugurtha from Metellus to Marius, who commenced preparations to fulfill his commitment to achieve a swift and effective victory in the war. The primary challenge before him was military recruitment. He understood better than anyone that conscripting new soldiers through the census courses would be arduous and unpopular, resulting in dissatisfied and unmotivated troops. Nevertheless, he necessitated several competent fresh warriors to honor his commitment to conclude the battle. Caesar was born into a household during a time of upheaval and conflict. It is imperative to highlight that Caesar was born and reared inside the heart of the Roman aristocracy. Frequently disregarded, individuals erroneously view Caesar as an outsider striving to restore his family's political dominance. Intriguingly, Caesar did not hold this perspective. In his renowned oration at his aunt's funeral in 69, he talked with great self-satisfaction about his family's ancient lineage and nobility on both paternal and maternal sides. Noble rank in ancient Rome was granted by the attainment of high public office, specifically the aedileship or praetorship, while the pinnacle of nobility was achieved and maintained beyond generations through election to the consulship. The Roman nobility during the Middle and Late Republic was more fluid than historians typically acknowledge, with families ascending to the consulship, retaining consular positions for 2 or 3 generations, and thereafter disappearing from prominence. Numerous examples of such clans include the Decii, Baebi, Sexti, and Fani. In addition to the fluctuating families, whose fortunes are detailed in Broughton's extensive study, the magistrates of the Roman Republic. There existed a persistent nobility comprising 25 to 30 clans, whose members occupied official positions for numerous successive generations over centuries. Certain clans, such as the aristocratic Cornelii and Claudii and the plebeian Aurelii and Caecili, secured consulships continuously over generations, frequently attaining several consulships within a single generation. Some individuals may forgo the consulship for 1 or 2 generations, while preserving their importance and noble status through praetorships, aediliships, and priesthoods before attaining consular rank. The Julii constituted a clan of this latter category. The Julii, part of Rome's original nobility, the patriciate, was undoubtedly one of the most ancient noble families. They were influential during the initial 150 years of the Roman Republic and asserted their origins extend well beyond that period, even preceding the establishment of Rome. Post-350, no Julius has been recorded in our sources for around 80 years. Yet the clan continued to engage politically, as evidenced by one of its members, L. Julius Libo, who was elected consul for the year 267. Probably clan members were consistently elected to high office between 350 and 267. Annually, a praetor and 2 curule aediles were appointed. However, only a few of the identities are known. Following 267, it took little more than a century for another Julius to attain the consulship, Sextus Julius Caesar in 157. Yet the family's prominence is evidenced by several other magistracies occupied by its members. At least 6 praetorships and 2 curule aedileships recorded between 208 and 100. Alongside the consulship of 157, this remarkable record of political significance is unparalleled. Yet, the generation of Caesar's father effectively reinstated the Julii to their proper position at the pinnacle of Roman political affairs. By Roman tradition, Caesar's father, also named Caius Julius Caesar, was one of 4 individuals from the Caesar lineage who were near contemporaries, perhaps comprising 2 pairs of brothers. Sextus Julius Caesar and his brother Caius, who is Caesar's uncle and father, were the grandsons of L. Julius Caesar, the praetor of 166, was the grandson of Sextus Julius Caesar, the consul of 157. Caius Julius Caesar Strabo and his elder sibling Lucius were also grandsons of the consul, and Sextus was the younger brother of the praetor of 166. Consequently, the two pairs of brothers formed a kinship as second cousins. The four men restored the Julius Caesar family to its pinnacle of political importance during the 1980s and 1990s, while Caesar was a child. Having held 3 praetorships, 2 consulships, censorship, and at least 1 curule aedileship between 95 and 89. The Caesars emerged as one of this generation's 3 or 4 most significant political families. The political success surrounding his upbringing ensured that the young Caesar would have a distinguished political career, provided he lived sufficiently long and demonstrated at least average intelligence and competence. Consequently, his relative and peer, Lucius Caesar, offspring of L. Julius Caesar, the consul of 90, effortlessly secured election to every significant post up to and including the consulship of 64, without demonstrating any remarkable talent or capability, except a few antiquarian interests. Caesar's further familial affiliations reinforced the anticipation of a prosperous political trajectory. Like many small yet influential aristocracies, the Roman nobility was highly intermarried and interconnected. Roman aristocrats could identify familial or marital connections with numerous other Roman nobles, and Caesar was no exception. His paternal grandmother, Marcia of the Rex family, signifies Q. Marcius Rex, consul in 118, and his son Quintus. Marcius Rex, consul in 68, was a cousin of Caesar. Through his mother, Aurelia, of the esteemed Cotta lineage, Caesar was connected to her 3 cousins, Caius, Marcus, and Lucius Aurelius Cotta, who served as consuls in 75, 74, and 65 respectively. Mamercus Aemilius Lepidus Livianus, consul in 77, was another near relative, linking Caesar to 2 distinguished families, the aristocratic Aemilii and the plebeian Livii. Ironically, Mamercus's sister Livia was the mother of Caesar's renowned and contentious opponent Cato, indicating that the 2 rivals were, in fact, cousins. Via his father's cousins, L. Caesar and C. Caesar Strabo were linked to their half-brother Q. Lutatius Catulus, consul in 102, and his son of the same name, consul in 78. Additionally, through his aunt Julia, Caesar was connected by marriage to the illustrious Caius Marius, the preeminent and accomplished general and statesman of his era. Serving as consul 6 times between 107 and 100, and again in 86. It is undoubtedly accurate to assert that Caesar was raised within the core of the Roman aristocracy, notwithstanding the persistent issues underlying Roman society. The 1990s ushered in relative tranquility following the upheaval of 100 and the years prior. Although those issues were destined to arise in the 1980s, Caesar's experiences throughout the initial decade of his existence were comparatively typical. While we possess limited information regarding Caesar's childhood, we can deduce certain significant basic outlines from available sources. He was not an only kid. He had 2 sisters, Julia, who followed the customary Roman practice of designating women with the feminine form of the clan name. They would have possessed familial nicknames for differentiation, although these remain unidentified. Several cousins were also present. Sextus Julius Caesar, possibly the son of Caesar's uncle Sextus, the consul of 91, is known. Although Caius Caesar Strabo is not recorded to have had offspring, his elder brother Lucius had at least 2 children. A son named Lucius Julius Caesar after himself, and a daughter named Julia. Consequently, this generation of the Julius Caesar lineage produced at least 6 offspring, all quite close in age. The three lads would be tasked with preserving and, if feasible, elevating the clan's political status. Suetonius said Caesar's family residence was a modest house in the Subura quarter. However, it is essential to consider the comparative context of the term modest. What may be deemed modest for a prominent patrician family within Roman aristocracy may not align with conventional standards of modesty. Clearly, Caesar's family did not possess one of the opulent townhouses favored by the wealthiest and most ostentatious nobles. However, considering Caesar's penchant for extravagance in his youth, it is reasonable to conclude that the residence he occupied during his 20s and 30s was adequately spacious. The Subura, located between the Forum and the Quirinal and Viminal hills, was a densely populated area of Rome, characterized by numerous tenement blocks, insulae, occupied by the city's lower socio-economic class. In contrast to contemporary cities, ancient cities lacked a clear division between affluent and impoverished districts. Mansions of the affluent frequently resembled fortresses of privilege in a landscape of tenement buildings, and Rome was no exception. Consequently, it was common for Caesar's family to reside in a predominantly populous city area. The Julii constituted a tightly bound clan. As already stated, they asserted their considerable antiquity. The tradition asserted that the clan's progenitor, Iulus, was a son of the legendary Trojan hero Aeneas, as depicted in Homer's Iliad, and thus a grandson of the goddess Venus. Caesar explicitly said this in his eulogy for his aunt Julia in 69, Suetonius Divus Julius 6. However, the most renowned rendition of the myth is found in Virgil's Aeneid, particularly Book 6. The narrative undoubtedly dates back at least 1 or 2 generations before to Caesar. Various Julii who held the position of mint masters, notably L. In 90, Consul Caesar inscribed pictures of Venus on the coins to promote the clan's lineage from the goddess. Another family history holds that the line first sprang from Alba Longa, Rome's early rival city, and relocated to Rome upon that city's incorporation during the early regal period. During the 1st and 2nd centuries, the clan maintained a cult center near the village of Bovillae in the ancient territory of Alba Longa, where the Iulii, members of the Iulii clan, would convene annually to offer sacrifices to their clan deity Vediovis, as indicated by records from the 90s. Such annual clan gatherings will have cultivated a shared identity and instilled in the young Caesar a sense of pride in the family's traditions, which he undoubtedly possessed. 2 other elements cultivated a sense of intimacy among the Julii during the 1980s and 1990s as Caesar matured. The political success of the 1990s was attained by mutual cooperation. Caesar's father and Caesar Strabo participated in the commissions that allocated Marius's veteran soldiers to colonies, which typically provided patronage chances and were usually awarded to the close associates of Marius, the one responsible for the colonies. 12. Additionally, it will not be coincidental that L. Caesar's consulship in 90 succeeded Sextus Caesar's in 91, as the endorsement of a sitting consul might provide a significant election advantage. This success, however, incurred a political cost. In late 91, when the social war erupted in Italy, Caesar's uncle Sextus Caesar, one of the consuls of that year, perished during the military operations. Following the outbreak of civil war after the social war, Lucius Caesar and Caius Caesar Strabo were assassinated in late 87 on the orders of Marius, who believed they had not demonstrated adequate loyalty during his exile in 88. Consequently, Caesar's father remained the sole surviving adult member of the extended family. He was likely to offer sanctuary for his brothers and cousins' offspring, assuming the role of their protector. It seems likely that the younger Lucius Caesar, his sister Julia, and possibly the younger Sextus Caesar resided during a portion of the 1980s, an era of civic unrest, in the familial abode of Caesar, under the guardianship of Caesar's father. This may elucidate why, in later life, Lucius Caesar continually endorsed and served under his more active cousin on multiple occasions. Moreover, Marcus Antonius, the offspring of Lucius Caesar's sister Julia, acted as Caesar's principal aide throughout the last 6 or 7 years of his life. The primary focus of a child's existence is education. And although we lack precise details on Caesar's schooling, the general framework is sufficiently evident. Caesar's mother nurtured him over the initial 7 or 8 years of his life. Aurelia, Caesar's mother, was celebrated for her intellect and moral integrity, as well as her exemplary parenting during his formative years and subsequent encounters throughout his adolescence and early adulthood. Aurelia, widowed by the death of Caesar's father about 85 or 84, never remarried and resided with her cherished son for the duration of her life, remaining a significant presence in his home until her death at 54. The upper-class Roman kid encountered a bifurcated education upon leaving his mother's guardianship in the family residence. His formal education encompassed instruction in reading and writing Latin and Greek, an introduction to the classical poets of Rome, such as Ennius, Naevius, and Terence, and Greece, including Homer, various lyric poets and Athenian dramatists, along with a cursory overview of Greek philosophy, but primarily focused on the art of rhetoric. Rome, akin to the ancient Greek city-states, was characterized by face-to-face politics, where the capacity to articulate fluently, effectively, and persuasively to peers in the Senate and to citizens at both informal and formal assemblies in the Forum, or the Campus Martius, was essential for a prosperous political career. Furthermore, throughout Caesar's lifetime, numerous permanent law courts were established in Rome, where numerous trials involving members of the Roman nobility had significant political implications. The prosecutors and defense attorneys in these cases were Roman officials and aristocrats. Rhetoric, the skill of efficient and persuasive public speaking, established by the Greek educators Gorgias and Isocrates, was central to the formal education of Roman nobles. The nobles' education also encompassed an informal apprenticeship in the norms, processes, and complexities of Roman public life, politics, and law. The young nobility initially acquired this knowledge from his father and close male relatives, including uncles, older brothers, and cousins, and subsequently from influential politicians connected to his family. The family generally engaged tutors, occasionally enslaved individuals possessing appropriate training and expertise, to manage the formal education of the Roman noble. Nevertheless, at the more advanced levels of study, the noble also extended invitations to intellectuals, specifically Greek scholars, to remain in his residence at his own expense. The tutors instructed the noble's son and the sons of his relatives and acquaintances as a means of reciprocity. Monsieur Antonius Gniffo, a formerly enslaved person, distinguished grammarian, and rhetoric expert, acted as Caesar's educator, imparting the finest knowledge accessible during his era and locale. In his youth, he became well-versed in Greek and Roman high culture. In his youth, he was both an enthusiastic reader of poetry and an aspiring poet, achieving commendable results. However, his heir, Augustus, repressed his early works, preventing us from evaluating them. Only a brief 6-line lyric remains, extolling the comic dramatist Terence while demonstrating a deeper admiration for his Greek predecessor, Menander. It is evident that he possessed an above-average understanding of Greek philosophy and attained a comprehensive mastery of Greek eloquence, while his proficiency in the Latin language and its potential was only exceeded by Cicero. As a Roman aristocrat whose primary ambition was to achieve a successful political and/or military career, the most significant aspect of Caesar's education was his political apprenticeship, which commenced around 91 and 90 BCE, when he was approximately 9 or 10 years old. This occurred precisely when Caesar's father, uncle, and their 2 cousins were campaigning for and occupying high positions, making it highly probable that Caesar acquired knowledge of Roman politics and political life from their observations. Roman senators and judges consistently travelled with an entourage. Magistrates had official attendants known as lictors. Most of the magistrates' and senators' daily companions were undoubtedly enslaved individuals performing various duties. Secretaries, nomenclators, enslaved individuals responsible for recalling citizens' names and alerting their masters upon a citizen's approach. Fetchers, carriers, and others. Furthermore, there would be freedmen, clients, and numerous other acquaintances. Young sons, whether the senators or those of close relatives and acquaintances, also constituted a senator's or magistrate's retinue. Consequently, young nobles could observe and assimilate the functions of the magistrate and senator. Positioned at the entrance of the Senate House, they could witness and eavesdrop on meetings and debates. Stationed by the rostra during assemblies, they perceived the convening and addressing of political gatherings and the execution of voting. And by accompanying the magistrate in his daily duties, they noted the public affairs that required attention, including religious matters, and the manner of their execution. During these pivotal years, Caesar was fortunate to have his uncle, and subsequently his father's cousin in the consulship, enabling him to witness Roman politics and public life at its zenith from their retinue. The years 91 and 90 were likely pivotal to Caesar's education. Observing alongside his kin, he would have witnessed significant occurrences. In 91, another periodic attempt at reform in Roman society failed, originating atypically from optimate factions, and focusing on a noble young tribune named Marcus Livius Drusus, the son of the Drusus who had effectively outmaneuvered Caius Gracchus, and was incidentally a relative of Caesar. 16. Livius Drusus aimed to address two primary concerns: the composition of juries at the permanent tribunals and the matter of citizenship for the Italian allies. As an optimates noble and senator, Drusus firmly thought that juries should comprise senators adjudicating their peers, a conviction reinforced by a notable trial in 92. P. Rutilius Rufus, a distant relative of Drusus and Caesar, was wrongfully accused of extortion in the province of Asia. Convicted by a jury of equestrians, and compelled to exile due to his inability to pay the imposed fines. Rutilius had been integral to the stringent administration of the province, which significantly irritated the equestrian publicans, who could not engage in their customary exploitation. The trial of Rutilius aimed to convey a message to provincial governors on future compliance. Instead, its egregious injustice provoked a backlash against the equestrian jury. 17. The Italian allies had been discontented since at least the unsuccessful citizenship legislation proposed by Caius Gracchus. Subsequently, a few years later, many Italians relocated to Rome and sought citizenship by registering in a census or behaving like citizens. This position presented difficulties for the authorities in the Italian settlements, who were already contending with the arduous task of augmenting soldier numbers from the Romans, notwithstanding the lack of extensive unofficial migration. The consuls of 95, Lucius Crassus and Quintus Scaevola, enacted a law to repatriate illegal Italian migrants in Rome and established a quaestio, tribunal, to implement the law. The resultant rage and turmoil reintroduced the matter of Roman citizenship for the Italian allies into the central discourse of Roman politics. Drusus sought to address the jury dilemma by reinstating senatorial control over juries, while conceding to the equestrians by expanding the Senate to 600 members and appointing 300 distinguished equestrians as senators. 19. Unsurprisingly, this displeased senators and equestrians. The latter were incensed by the anticipated loss of power over the juries, while the former was perturbed by the substantial enlargement of the senatorial order planned by Drusus. Drusus suggested a conclusive resolution to the Italian issue by granting Roman citizenship to all free residents of peninsular Italy. Despite the backing of the majority of allies, Romans across all social strata resisted the notion of sharing their rights with the Italians. In a characteristically sarcastic manner, Drusus's adversaries, spearheaded by the consul L. Marcius Philippus, exploited the Roman populace's jealousy of their privileged status to incite animosity towards Drusus and his reforms. Drusus possessed formidable supporters, notably the princeps senatus, Aemilius Scaurus, and paradoxically the consuls of 95, who had significantly incited Allied resentment by their repatriation policy. Clearly, L. Crassus and Q. Scaevola had thoroughly examined the grievances of the Allies. They determined that the Allied communities had a compelling argument for reinstating the citizenship extension program, despite opposing granting citizenship rights to Allies outside of legal provisions. Although advanced in age, around his mid-50s, and in poor health by Roman standards, Crassus was nevertheless the preeminent orator of his era. He delivered a compelling statement in the Senate during a discussion on Drusus's proposal, reinforcing support for Drusus at a pivotal moment. The exertion proved excessive for him, resulting in a severe illness that culminated in his death a few days thereafter. Without Crassus's authority and compelling backing, Drusus struggled to advocate for the extension of citizenship to the Allies under Philippus's unyielding critiques. Allied officials from across Italy converged in Rome to participate in Drusus's morning levees and demonstrate their support. Nevertheless, this endorsement proved counterproductive. Philippus and his associates proposed that a conspiracy was underway by the Italians against Rome, alleging that Drusus intended to establish himself as ruler of Rome with Italian backing. They exploited prevalent biases and anxieties to the extent that they ultimately obstructed the passage of the Citizenship Bill and succeeded in nullifying all of Drusus's legislation. An unidentified assassin fatally stabbed Drusus when he was receiving morning visitors at his residence. The Senate mandated an investigation into the entire Drusus incident, and a judicial commission was established under legislation enacted by a tribune named Varius. However, as is customary, the Varian Commission operated resolutely partisanly. The panel, treating the conspiracy allegations against Drusus's followers with gravity, pursued not only his associates, but all individuals who had advocated for citizenship for the Allies. The assassination of Drusus and the Varian Commission acted as the ultimate push for the Allied communities. Upon recognizing that the Romans would not confer citizenship shortly, they seceded from Rome and founded a counter-state. Under the leadership of the Samnites, Marsi, Picentes, and other predominantly Apennine tribes, the leaders of the Allies convened at a significant assembly in Corfinium, north-central Italy, where they resolved to establish a new state called Italia in opposition to Rome. The Allied secession bolstered the allegations of anti-Roman conspiracy disseminated by Philippus and his allies, enhancing the Varian Commission's efforts. Nonetheless, these Roman authorities significantly misjudged the will, leadership, and martial prowess of the allies who united to form Italia. Hostilities commenced when a Roman praetor named Servilius, dispatched to examine reports of Allied discontent in Picenum, was slain along with his entourage in Asculum. Subsequently, the Picentes revolted against Rome, exterminating all Roman citizens within their reach. As news of this massacre disseminated, an increasing number of Italian communities openly allied themselves with the nascent state of Italia, prompting the Romans to recognize that they were confronted with a significant conflict. The social war, derived from the Latin term socius, meaning ally. The social war was a dire conflict for the Romans, who experienced significant setbacks in its initial phases, revealing the fractures in Roman society that had developed since Tiberius Gracchus's initial reform efforts. The social conflict consequently transitioned rather effortlessly into a full-scale civil conflict between the reformist and anti-reformist factions of the Romans. As prominent nobles and politicians, Caesar's family was significantly engaged in and influenced by the social and civil wars. It is plausible to assert that Caesar's entire character and perspective were fundamentally shaped by the events of these two conflicts, which permeated his late childhood and adolescence with violence and turmoil. The eruption of the social war after 91 astonished the majority of Romans, despite the long-standing indications that had been evident. Most Romans of all classes, as demonstrated by their stringent policies towards the allies, believed that they would acquiesce under Roman dominion, and that the demands for the expansion of Roman citizenship originated solely from a minor faction of dissenters. As a result, the Romans were ill-equipped for the rapid onset of the uprising, which originated in Picenum and disseminated to several associated localities, particularly impacting the Apennine populations. The Romans were even less equipped for how the insubordinate allies structured themselves, not merely as a military coalition against Rome, but as the new state of Italy, constructed on a confederate model and designed to oppose Rome. The insurrection jeopardized Rome's supremacy in Italy, as it had not been jeopardized since the driest period of the Hannibalic War. And this time, the Romans recognized that they bore sole responsibility. Their dismissal of allied grievances had compelled the allies to resort to such extremes. The Romans engaged in combat against individuals and forces that were similarly trained and structured, complicating the warfare. These individuals and their armies shared a common experience of imperial military success over recent decades. They were led by officers and commanders from comparable elite backgrounds to those of Roman military leaders. Importantly, these officers and commanders possessed substantial experience in combat and troop leadership in Roman conflicts under Roman generals. The commanders of the erstwhile allies successfully mobilized soldiers in numbers comparable to those of Rome. Recognizing that no recent adversary of the Romans had effectively countered their armies and generals. In a matter of months, the erstwhile allies had assembled and trained an army exceeding 100,000 men, organized into two commands, a southern command and a northern command, under the leadership of two highly competent generals. The Samnite C, Papius Mutilus in the south, and the Martian Q, Popedius Silo in the north. To confront this significant threat, the Senate appointed both consuls of the year 90 to posts in Italy, Caesar's relative L. Julius Caesar in the southern region, and P. Rutilius Lupus in the north, directing each to mobilize substantial troops and designate proficient and competent subcommanders. Rutilius, in the north, depended on four principal subcommanders, including the former consul Sex. Julius Caesar received a proconsular command in Picenum, whereas C. Marius, the former praetor Q. Servilius Caepio and Cinerus Pompeius Strabo was the consul's principal legate. In the south, Lucius Caesar received assistance from L. Cornelius Sulla, the seasoned former consul T. Didius, and P. Licinius Crassus. Both factions in the conflict exerted considerable effort. Nevertheless, the erstwhile allies proved more successful in the initial phases. Following an initial setback, Caesar won against the Pellini and commenced the siege of Asculum, the site of the uprising's inception. However, he subsequently succumbed to illness early in the siege, having seemingly overexerted himself. Consul Rutilius Lupus, disregarding Marius's prudent counsel to adequately prepare his forces before engaging in combat, was defeated and killed in the Tolenus Valley. Marius and Caepio preserved most of the army and were assigned command over distinct divisions by the Senate. However, Caepio fell victim to an ambush and was slain. Stabilization of northern Italy occurred solely when the Senate entrusted the leadership of the consular army to Marius. With his enduring vigor and resolve, Marius diligently trained his men, refusing to be sidetracked by the adversary. It is said that the Italian general Popedius discovering Marius's reluctance to engage in battle, issued a challenge asserting that if Marius were indeed a formidable general, he would emerge to fight. Marius, remaining unflustered, retorted that if Popedius were a truly powerful general, he should be capable of compelling Marius to confront him, regardless of Marius's desire to abstain from combat. 28. When Marius deemed his forces prepared, he progressed into Martian territory from the north, while Sulla concurrently moved from the south. Together they delivered a catastrophic loss to the Marsi, the one instance since the Jugurthine War in which these two relentless adversaries, Sulla and Marius, were observed to cooperate. Furthermore, following several preliminary obstacles around Firmum, the northern commander Pompeius Strabo assumed control of the siege of Asculum from the late Sex. Caesar successfully prosecuted it. On the southern front, the trajectory of the conflict was analogous. Initially, the Romans encountered obstacles. The consul L experienced multiple setbacks. Caesar was near Acernia with his legate P. Crassus and encountered defeat in Lucania. Subsequently, L. Caesar recuperated and delivered a significant defeat to the Samnites at Actiae. And as previously noted, his legate Sulla aided in Marius's triumph over the Marsi. Despite the shifting momentum of war favoring Rome in both theatres, the Romans recognized, due to the magnitude of opposing forces, the proficiency of enemy commanders, and their initial defeats inflicted by former allies, that their approach towards allies had been erroneous, and that they confronted a protracted and arduous conflict unless they revised that strategy. L. Caesar, kin of Caesar, spearheaded the modification of Roman policy and effectively ensured the enactment of legislation that substantially and favorably transformed the trajectory of the calamitous social war. The Lex Julia of 90 granted Roman citizenship to those Latins and other Italian allies who had not revolted against Rome or were prepared to relinquish their arms and reaffirm their loyalty to Rome. Furthermore, it empowered the generals of Rome to confer citizenship selectively in conjunction with their military councils. The social war persisted for an extended period. Nevertheless, the Lex Julia had stripped it of its primary motivation. She rendered Roman triumph inevitable by securing the support of uncommitted allies and persuading other rebellious allies to restore their loyalty to Rome, while their initial demand for Roman citizenship was being fulfilled. Confidential. Pompeius Strabo was honored for his accomplishments in the conflict against the Picentes by being elected consul for the year 89, alongside the far less experienced L. Porcius Cato. L. Julius Caesar concluded his prior consulship by attaining the role of censor in conjunction with P. Licinius Crassus. L. Caesar, the architect of the Allies' enfranchisement statute, may have been evaluated by the censors, who amended the civil list every 5 years. Ultimately, Caesar and Crassus neglected to examine the citizen list, possibly due to the ongoing social war, which rendered the task unfeasible. Regarding the war, Pompeius Strabo was appointed to the northern command and persisted in his siege of Asculum in Picenum, ultimately capturing the city late in the year and receiving a triumph for his achievements. He further expanded Rome's recently liberal policies by legislation, conferring Roman citizenship upon cities in Cisalpine Gaul, south of the Po River, and granted Latin rights to those north of the Po. When campaigning in south-central Italy, Cato engaged the Marsi with catastrophic outcomes, demonstrating that the conflict was far from concluded. This setback resulted in Cato's demise, although it proved advantageous for the Romans. Sulla was granted complete authority over the southern theatre of war and demonstrated himself as Rome's most proficient and merciless general of the century. He swiftly secured dominance over Campania, seizing Stabiae and Pompeii, and after decisively vanquishing the Samnites at Nola, he advanced the conflict into Samnite territory. Despite the protracted fight lasting until 80, Rome triumphed owing to its victories in both theatres of war and the growing acceptance of Lex Julia's offer of Roman citizenship among its allies. Sulla was honored for his accomplishments by election to the consulship in 88, with his close associate Q. Pompeius Rufus, a remote relative of Pompeius Strabo. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who later adopted the additional surname Felix, meaning fortunate, was another distinguished leader Rome produced during this period. Despite Sulla's birth into the illustrious Cornelii, a prominent and prosperous patrician family of Rome, his lineage had descended into utter obscurity and destitution by the late 3rd and 2nd centuries. Sulla exhibited the conventional patrician pride in lineage and status, along with the challenges faced by the new man, including obscurity and a lack of connections. This may elucidate one of Sulla's most prominent characteristics: his unyielding resolve to advance and establish his reputation. In his History of Sulla, Plutarch states that his father bequeathed him minimal assets, necessitating his residence in inexpensive leased accommodations during his childhood. Notwithstanding his noble pedigree, Sulla ultimately commenced a political career solely due to a fortuitous inheritance from a wealthy woman enamored with him. 107. Consul Marius appointed him as quaestor, and his vigor, audacity, and competence pleased his superior. He established his reputation by successfully convincing the Mauritanian ruler, Bocchus, to surrender his son-in-law, Jugurtha, to the Romans. Nonetheless, his continual promotion of that accomplishment incited animosity between Sulla and Marius, who believed that Sulla was appropriating his rightful honor. Sulla appeared to his contemporaries as an enigmatic and inconsistent figure. He was infamous for his indulgence in culinary and sexual pleasures, his affinity for the company of actors, prostitutes, and other societal outcasts, and his propensity to immerse himself in leisure at the expense of public affairs. However, he was also a man of relentless and ruthless ambition, remarkably active, energetic, and efficient when focused on his endeavors. A man who permitted neither obstacles nor individuals to impede his ascent in Roman politics. His actions were characterized by wholeheartedness and a lack of scruples. In his leisure and official endeavors, he fully committed himself to his pursuits, permitting no external factors to hinder his choices or actions at any given moment. He undoubtedly possessed exceptional talents for military and political leadership and action. Following his rupture with Marius, Sulla had inevitably aligned himself with the Optimates, Marius's ardent adversaries. He entered the Optimate faction through marriage to an heiress of the influential Metellus family. He successfully commanded the Praetorian forces in southern Asia Minor during the mid-90s, where he contributed to curbing the expansionist ambitions of the formidable king Mithridates of Pontus. In 88, as consul, this encounter with Mithridates proved significant. The relationship between Rome and Mithridates had been tense, as the king harbored animosity towards Roman meddling in his aspirations to fortify and enlarge his realm, prompting him to declare war on Rome at this juncture. Sulla's accomplishments as a commander during the Social War and his expertise in confronting Mithridates rendered him suitable to lead the war, prompting the Senate to designate him as governor of Asia. Before his eastern expedition to execute this mandate, a pivotal political conflict about the enfranchisement of Italians required resolution at home, which escalated into full civil war in Rome, largely due to Sulla's handling of the situation. The Lex Julia law, enacted in 90, assured that supporters who remained faithful or reverted to loyalty towards Rome would be granted Roman citizenship. The Lex Plautia Papiria, enacted in 89 and named after its sponsoring tribunes, reinforced that commitment significantly. Conversely, the legislation conferred upon Italians a passive sort of citizenship. Due to their Roman citizenship, individuals may possess specific, civic, Romanus legal protections and immunities. Italians must be formally registered as citizens individually to participate actively in Roman politics as voters, electors, or candidates for office. This would encompass enrollment in the voting assemblies where Roman citizens historically participated in politics. the tribes constituting the comitia tributta, and the centuries forming the comitia centuriata. The conservative adversaries of Italian enfranchisement opted to base their stance on tribal and centennial enrollment, demonstrating a remarkable unwillingness to heed the lessons of the social war. To render the Roman citizenship of the Italians politically ineffectual, it was proposed that only a minority of the tribes be allocated to the newly enfranchised Italians. Either 10 new tribes would be established for the new citizens, or all new citizens would be confined to just 8 of the existing 35 tribes. Consequently, the pre-social war Romans would consistently be able to outvote the new citizens, as decisions in Roman legislative or electoral assemblies were determined by a majority of tribes or centuries, rather than a majority of votes cast. The newly enfranchised Italians vociferously opposed their exclusion from politics, and Roman politicians, recognizing the injustice and impracticality of such limitations, endorsed their cause. A reformist orator identified as P. Sulpicius Rufus introduced a law advocating for the enrollment of new citizens in all 35 tribes. Nevertheless, it faced vehement resistance from the Optimates, spearheaded by the consuls Sulla and Pompeius Rufus. Sulpicius received endorsement from Marius, who had robust connections with the Italian elite. To bolster Marius's support and potentially secure essential military assistance, Sulpicius even suggested transferring command of the campaign against Mithridates from Sulla to Marius. This resulted in civil unrest between the factions of Sulpicius and Marius, the consuls, and their supporters. Initially, Sulpicius and Marius triumphed, expelling Sulla from Rome, instituting rules that incorporated the Italians into all 35 tribes, transferring the Mithridatic command to Marius, and sending envoys to assume control of the encamped army. Nonetheless, Sulla assembled, instructed, and led this force during the social war. Having escaped from Rome, Sulla sought sanctuary specifically with this army. Sulla neither accepted political failure and humiliation gracefully, nor permitted the allure of grandeur and wealth from the Mithridatic war to escape him. He recognized that the allegiance of the novel proletariat voluntary army, ironically initiated by Marius, was not with the state, in which the soldiers had minimal investment, but with their leader, who had enlisted them with assurances of plunder during active duty and recompense thereafter. He exploited his soldiers' loyalty, the perceived injustices of his expulsion from Rome and loss of command, and primarily their apprehension that if Marius assumed the Mithridatic command, he would recruit a new army to engage in that conflict and seize the wealth of Asia Minor. Consequently motivated, they complied eagerly when Sulla summoned his men to accompany him to Rome to assert his and their rights by military might. The decline of Roman politics culminated in a full-scale civil war, as evidenced by a Roman general commanding a Roman army to assault the city of Rome to dismantle a competing political group. It is noteworthy that, similar to the assaults on Tiberius Gracchus, Caius Gracchus, and Saturninus, a member of the conservative Optimate faction once again intensified the violence in Roman politics to an unprecedented degree. Sulla's forces rapidly captured Rome, leaving Sulpicius and Marius unready for such fierce aggression. Upon gaining control of Rome, Sulla enacted a series of reform measures designed to secure his supremacy during his absence in the east, combating Mithridates. As command of the Mithridatic War was reverted to him, Sulpicius and Marius were designated as outlaws and pursued. Sulpicius was betrayed and murdered, while Marius, after enduring significant hardship, successfully evaded capture and sought asylum among his veterans in Africa. The authorities executed or banished numerous supporters of Sulpicius and Marius and invalidated Sulpicius's legislation. Assisted by his colleague Pompeius Rufus, Sulla enacted reforms mandating Senate approval of proposed legislation before public voting. These modifications established the Comitia Centuriata as the legislative assembly, curtailed the tribune's powers in certain respects, and augmented the Senate by incorporating 300 equestrians. As previously stated, the aim was to restore senatorial and specifically optimate dominance in Rome's administration, returning to the period before Tiberius Gracchus's reforms. To further ensure the stability of his rapidly established new, or rather old, order, Sulla mandated the election of 2 successful candidates as consuls for 87, Cian, Octavius, and L. Cornelius Cinna, to pledge adherence to his reforms. He also relinquished leadership of the other veteran army in Italy, in addition to his own, the army of Cian. Pompeius Strabo in the north communicated with his friend and colleague Pompeius Rufus, who could utilize this force to maintain oversight of matters in Rome and Italy. This constituted a math error nonetheless. Strabo's army exhibited the same loyalty to its general that Sulla's army did to him. Although Strabo ostensibly relinquished power, Pompeius Rufus was soon killed by the troops, prompting Pompeius Strabo to reclaim control over his army while asserting his innocence about Rufus's death. Confronted with the necessity of combating Strabo, Sulla, eager to engage Mithridates, acquiesced to Strabo's authority and swiftly departed with his forces to the east. The circumstances Sulla bequeathed in Italy were tumultuous and disordered. In northern Italy, Pompeius Strabo commanded what had become, following his wholly unauthorized assumption of authority, effectively a private army. And his aims remained ambiguous, possibly even to himself. In southern Italy, a second army commanded by the former praetor Q. Metellus Pius persisted in military actions against remaining insurgent friends from the social war, especially the Samnites. A separate legion besieged Nola in Campania, a former praetor commanded by Appius Claudius Pulcher. Following Sulla's abrogation of Sulpicius's statutes, the recently enfranchised Italian citizens have encountered political uncertainty, uncertain of the process or timing for activating their citizenship through enrollment in tribes and centuries. That circumstance naturally engendered requisite anger and unrest. Ultimately, there were the 2 newly appointed consuls. One, Cneius Octavius, was a genuine optimate who endorsed Sulla's swift and reactionary reforms and was dedicated to preserving them. Nonetheless, Cinna, the other consul, disagreed. He reinstated Sulpicius Rufus's initiative to enlist the erstwhile allies in all 35 tribes and proposed the recall of Marius and other exiles displaced by Sulla. With the support of the majority of the Senate, Octavius steadfastly opposed Cinna's advocacy for the new citizens. The outcome was a resurgence of political violence, wherein the optimates led by Octavius prevailed, expelling Cinna from Rome and depriving him of the consulship. Given that the enlistment of the former allies was the catalyst, it is prudent to examine this topic more thoroughly. The rationale for registering the new citizens with all 35 tribes is evident. Imposing artificial restrictions on the political involvement of new citizens would be unjust, and even absent concerns of equity. The resentment from former friends who distrust the motivations of the Roman ruling elite might jeopardize the state's tranquility. Allowing a substantial influx of new citizens complicates political changes, unless the influence of these new individuals is somehow constrained. Conversely, this had previously occurred with substantial cohorts of new citizens allocated to a limited number of tribes. But such a significant surge of new citizens simultaneously had never transpired. The resentment and distrust resulting from the ongoing social war make it difficult to disagree with Sulpicius Rufus, and Cinna's assertion that the new citizens should be treated unjustly, and that their inclusion in all 35 tribes is the sole, equitable, and politically feasible solution. The optimates' willingness to engage in bloodshed and civil war to avert change is characteristic of this era, and implies that their genuine aim was self-serving, safeguarding the electoral influence of their respective clientele. The expulsion of Cinna from Rome was not the conclusion of the issue. Cinna had before him the recent example of another consul, Sulla, who was beaten in the political strife of Rome and subsequently exiled from the city. like Sulla, who sought sanctuary with his army, and returned to Rome with a victorious military contingent. Cinna searched for one who could justify him and his cause. The Strabo force in northern Italy was impractical due to its allegiance to Strabo, and Cinna would not acquiesce to him. Metellus Pius was considered an optimate and a proficient general, exceedingly perilous to confront. However, the legion commanded by App Claudius appeared susceptible. Cinna arrived at the legion's encampment near Nola and urged the troops to support a wronged consul, offering substantial prizes. Thus, he swiftly positioned himself as the commander of a powerful military contingent and sent a communique to Marius in Africa, imploring him to assemble forces, return to Italy, and engage in an assault on the optimates in Rome. Marius prepared to execute this plan. He mobilized approximately 1,000 soldiers from his veteran colonies and navigated Etruria, swiftly augmenting his ranks by recruiting everyone amenable, even enslaved individuals. He subsequently advanced on Rome from the north, while Cinna and his forces approached the city from the south. In Rome, Nerus Octavius exploited his ostensible triumph by electing a new, more acquiescent colleague to the consulship, replacing Cinna with one L. Cornelius Merula. This individual held the position of Rome's most ancient and revered priesthood, the Flamen Dialis, or priest of Jupiter, and thus was constrained by numerous religious prohibitions and taboos precluded his involvement in violent political activities or conflict. Nevertheless, Octavius lacked the military strength and the time to rectify this deficiency. Upon learning that Cinna and Marius were advancing with their troops, he endeavored to protect the city and dispatched envoys to Strabo in the north and Metellus Pius in Samnium for assistance. Both arrived. However, ultimately, neither was of significant assistance. Pompeius Strabo, clearly pursuing his personal interests, participated in a delay strategy on the periphery of Rome. A report asserts that a lightning strike inexplicably and abruptly resulted in his death before his genuine objectives or intentions could be revealed. Metellus Pius demonstrated indecisiveness and ineffectiveness. He refrained from directly addressing the matter and instead sought to mediate between Cinna and the Senate, ultimately without success. Cinna and Marius seized the city through coercion. Octavius was assassinated. Cinna reinstated his consulship, and Merula faced the consequence of usurping Cinna's consulship by being compelled to commit suicide. The government abrogated Sulla's legislation and reinstated Sulpicius's. In 1986, the government appointed L. Marcius Philippus and M. Paperna censors to execute the franchise legislation. They registered over 100,000 new citizens, distributing them among the 35 tribes as mandated by Sulpicius's edict. This definitively resolved the citizenship matter for the former Italian allies. If the optimates had been amenable to Sulpicius's first proposition, they could have attained this result peacefully, without violence or bloodshed. Consequently, they instigated a full-scale civil war in Rome, and were compelled to embrace this just and equitable enfranchisement. During the capture of Rome, Marius engaged in a peculiar and somber strategy, feigning adherence to legal formalities by abstaining from entering the city while the law exiling him remained in effect. After experiencing profound sorrow and humiliation during his escape from Rome, he metamorphosed into a man consumed by a desire for retribution against anyone who had harmed or betrayed him. Shortly after being accompanied by an armed escort, he entered the city, sparking a fleeting period of panic in his path. He had executed or compelled to commit suicide numerous adversaries, such as Lutatius Catulus, as well as other erstwhile allies whom he perceived as traitors for their lack of overt and effective support during Sulla's expulsion of him from Rome. In addition to other prominent leaders like the renowned orator Marcus Antonius and P. Licinius Crassus, which encompassed Caesar's relatives L. Julius Caesar, and his sibling C. Caesar Strabo. The horror of this era profoundly affected Caesar, rendering his father the sole surviving adult male of the Julian genes. Caesar and his father, connected to Marius through Caesar's aunt Julia, who was Marius's wife and the mother of his son, were apparently secure and capable of offering protection to Caesar's offspring, a boy and a daughter. Caesar's appointment to succeed Merula as Flamen Dialis was a distinction. This old priesthood was undoubtedly a prestigious position. Only individuals from the ancient patrician families could possess it, and as the Flaminica, the wife of the Flamen, also had to be patrician, Caesar had to withdraw from an engagement he had formed with Cossutia, a girl from a prosperous equestrian family, when he was 13 years old. Instead, he married Cornelia, the daughter of Consul Cinna. Consequently, Caesar was connected by marriage to both influential leaders of the new regime. However, the position of Flamen Dialis, with its numerous stringent restrictions and prohibitions, offered little prospect for a significant role in the future administration of Rome. Historians often speculate on the possible career Caesar might have undertaken had he genuinely embraced the position of Flamen Dialis. According to Roman standards, the inauguration would have to be postponed until Caesar reached adulthood, and ultimately it did not occur due to other events obstructing the nomination. His marriage to Cornelia transpired and was successful, since she remained his spouse till her demise and was the mother of his sole offspring, Julia. Marius's reign of terror was short-lived, as Cinna and several prominent allies, particularly his significant military lieutenant Sertorius, opposed and concluded the ongoing violence. The year 86 commenced with Cinna and Marius serving as consuls, marking Cinna's second and Marius's unprecedented seventh consulship. However, Marius passed away on 13th of January, leaving Cinna as the preeminent authority in Rome. Cinna coordinated with a significant ally, L. Valerius Flaccus, who was elected consul instead of Marius, and contemplated the future administration of Rome. Two significant difficulties existed. The initial task was to address the numerous dislocations inside Rome and Italy resulting from the social war and the subsequent two civil wars. The second issue pertained to Sulla, a formidable adversary commanding a substantial and potent army engaged in the conflict against Mithridates on behalf of Rome. In addition to the fatalities and devastation caused by the conflicts of recent years have resulted in significant economic turmoil and hardship. Widespread indebtedness, a significant contraction in lending, and a resultant increase in interest rates led to extensive loan defaults. Consul Flaccus confronted this issue by enacting legislation that diminished debts by 3/4, aiming to revitalize the credit market and mitigate indebtedness. This pragmatic approach resolved the immediate default crisis, and in the following year or two of comparatively stable governance, Italy's economic conditions seemed to stabilize. The Cinnan dictatorship can attribute this and the equitable enrollment of new citizens as genuine accomplishments. The objective was for Marius to assume command of the Mithridatic War and confront Sulla. His demise disrupted that plan, resulting in the appointment of Valerius Flaccus to succeed him not only as consul, but also as Sulla's successor in the campaign's command against Mithridates. Flaccus demonstrated to be an unsuitable selection for this position. The Mithridatic War constituted the final obstacle to Roman supremacy in the Mediterranean region and its surrounding territories, until the emergence of Germanic and Hunnic incursions in the 3rd century. King Mithridates Eupator was a notable and tenacious sovereign who harbored profound animosity against Rome's intrusion into what he considered his legitimate domain, Asia Minor, and particularly Roman efforts to curtail the growth of his hereditary realm. The Kingdom of Pontus, located in the northeastern section of Asia Minor, was the most distant from the Mediterranean. and thus the last among the region's kingdoms and dynasties, the Attalids, the Bithynians, the Galatians, and the Cappadocians, to experience Roman intervention. Mithridates expanded his dominion throughout the eastern Caucasian coastline of the Black Sea, and notably along the northern coastline, especially within the Crimean Peninsula. The augmented strength he acquired, particularly in economic terms, empowered him to establish a more formidable military force than any other kingdom in Asia Minor, and to pose a genuine challenge to Rome's dominance in the region. During the 1990s, Mithridates endeavored to augment his dominance in Asia Minor, particularly aiming to conquer Cappadocia, but was thwarted by Roman intervention. As previously stated, in his capacity as governor of Cilicia, Sulla specifically restrained him on that occasion. Mithridates' ire and exasperation towards Roman meddling intensified in 90 and 89, when a Roman delegation led by Manius Aquilius, dispatched to thwart Mithridates' involvement in a succession conflict in Bithynia, exhibited remarkable hubris and incited the newly installed Bithynian monarch Nicomedes III to assault him. Recognizing the Romans' participation in the social war and subsequent domestic strife, Mithridates resolved to eradicate Roman intervention permanently and initiated a war against Rome. Roman military presence in Asia Minor was minimal, and the exploitative practices of Roman tax collectors rendered Rome highly unpopular in the province of Asia, formerly the Attalid kingdom in Western Asia Minor. Consequently, Mithridates swiftly conquered Bithynia and Asia, inciting the financially burdened populace, particularly in Asia, to revolt and slaughter their Roman oppressors. Numerous Italians allegedly perished in this massacre, and Mithridates gained complete dominion over Asia Minor. This was the predicament Sulla was dispatched to address. Mithridates amassed a substantial navy in the Black Sea for his activities, which he utilized to dominate the Aegean and implement a forward defensive strategy against the Romans by seizing extensive authority over Greece. Due to Sulla's entanglement in Italy with the fight between Sulpicius and Marius, Mithridates' soldiers captured most of eastern Greece, extending from Macedonia to Attica. Upon Sulla's arrival on the eastern shore of the Adriatic, he was compelled to conduct military operations in Greece instead of Asia Minor. Advancing southeast from Epirus, he encountered the Pontic forces commanded by Mithridates' general Archelaus at Boeotia and achieved victory over them. Sulla subsequently advanced into Attica and laid siege to Athens, governed by the pro-Mithridates despot Aristion. The siege persisted when Archelaus and his Pontic forces seized Piraeus and transported provisions through the Pontic fleet. Sulla dispatched his chief lieutenant Lucullus to assemble a fleet to challenge maritime dominance while intensifying the siege of Athens. The siege extended into 87, but in early 86, Sulla's army ultimately seized and plundered Athens. Although Sulla refrained from completely annihilating the city and its inhabitants in acknowledgement of Athens' illustrious history. The timing was opportune, as a substantial Pontic relief force was advancing from northern Greece. Sulla led his army into Boeotia to confront this force and delivered a decisive defeat at the Battle of Chaeronea. That victory granted Sulla dominion over southern Greece and dissuaded Flaccus, who was moving through northern Greece, from engaging Sulla's triumphant forces. He proceeded up the northern Aegean coastline to the Hellespont, intending to traverse to Asia Minor and confront Mithridates directly. Flaccus believed it would be advantageous to engage his army, ideally with success, against Mithridates' soldiers, before facing Sulla's veterans, which may have been a prudent decision within its limits. Regrettably, Flaccus's control over his soldiers was tenuous, and after traversing the Hellespont, he was assassinated by his own forces in a revolt incited by his legate C. Flavius Fimbria assumed command of Flaccus's army. Fimbria effectively engaged Mithridates, seizing the king's western city of Pergamon and compelling Mithridates to retreat to Pontus. Concurrently, Sulla persisted in solidifying his dominance over Greece and augmenting the fleet assembled by Lucullus, primarily through securing the collaboration of the Rhodians. Archelaus departed from the Piraeus and allied with the remnants of the army vanquished at Chaeronea, which had sought safety in Chalkis. In early 85, upon the arrival of substantial forces from Asia Minor, Archelaus re-entered Boeotia and sought to confront Sulla at Orchomenos. Sulla allegedly had to engage directly in the front lines to avert loss in the closely contested combat. Nonetheless, the outcome constituted another definitive triumph for Sulla, concluding Mithridates' influence west of the Aegean. Lucullus's fleet had become sufficiently formidable to allow Sulla to traverse to Asia, and it was evident to Mithridates that the conflict was futile. Nevertheless, he possessed one advantage: the animosity between the two Roman legions opposing him. He strategically pitted them against one another and concluded that Sulla was the more formidable of the two. Consequently, Sulla was the optimal choice for bargaining. Sulla was eager to conclude the Eastern conflict, to refocus on Italian matters, and negotiated a peace treaty with Mithridates, mandating the king relinquishing all his Anatolian conquests, but retaining undisturbed control over his kingdom of Pontus and Crimea. Mithridates compensated Sulla with a substantial indemnity, as Sulla required significant funds to ensure his troops' loyalty. With peace established and finances secured, Sulla prepared to engage Fimbria's forces, which subsequently defected to him, resulting in Fimbria's suicide. Following a brief reconstruction of Asia Minor, mostly aimed at reinstating pre-war conditions and exacting substantial financial penalties from the beleaguered Greek cities, Sulla redirected his focus towards Italy at the onset of 84. He dispatched a letter to the Senate detailing his accomplishments in the East and his desire to return to Italy to exact retribution on those who had mistreated him and the state. He appointed his lieutenant Licinius Murena as governor of Asia, utilizing the old army of Fimbria as a garrison, before returning to Greece and proceeding towards the Adriatic. Cinna maintained peace throughout Italy for 3 years by consolidating authority. After his consulships in 87 and 86, he secured re-election as consul for 85 and again for 84. Each time with a prominent supporter named C. Papirius Carbo served as his associate. The nobles harbored significant hatred towards this, and although subdued by the events 87, the Senate remained silent and compliant. Upon the arrival of Sulla's letter, Cinna suggested to the Senate an endeavor to negotiate a peaceful resolution between his faction and Sulla. The Senate promptly consented to the idea. However, Cinna could not locate any senators prepared to journey to Sulla as negotiators. Sulla's notoriety for harshness was widely recognized, and no one expected him to receive diplomats from Cinna with goodwill. As Cinna and his allies were unwilling to capitulate to Sulla, the resurgence of civil war became the sole alternative, prompting Cinna to opt for waging the conflict in Greece instead of Italy. He assembled an army at Brundisium. However, the troops were primarily untrained recruits, lacking the desire to engage with Sulla's experienced warriors. Cinna attempted to compel them to embark, but they opposed him, rioting and assassinating the consul. With Cinna's demise, any notion of deploying an army to Greece was abandoned, and it became evident that Italy would once more suffer from civil strife. It was during this civil war that Caesar first entered the political sphere. Caesar, the nephew by marriage of Marius and the son-in-law of Cinna, had strong affiliations with the factions of Marius and Cinna. Nonetheless, he was not predestined to assume leadership of either group. Marius and Cinna fathered sons, the younger Caius Marius, and the younger L. Cornelius Cinna was poised to offer the forthcoming generation of popular leadership alongside his associate Carbo. By this time, Caesar had donned the toga virilis, signifying his formal transition into manhood. Following his father's demise from an illness in either 85 or 84, he and his two cousins, Lucius and Sextus, became the leaders of the Julian clan. The civil war postponed Caesar's inauguration as Flamen Dialis, the priesthood to which he had been appointed in late 87. In early 83, Sulla marched from Greece to Brundisium with his army, initiating the significant civil war typically named after him. Having completed the year 84 as the sole consul, Carbo relinquished his position to the new appointee, C. Norbanus, and the noble L. Cornelius Scipio Asiaticus is to be elected consul for 83. Subsequent events demonstrated that neither possessed the aptitude for military leadership. Scipio's hold on his men's allegiance was so fragile that when Sulla encamped nearby, his army defected to Sulla, leaving Scipio at Sulla's mercy. For once, Sulla exhibited mercy and let Scipio depart unharmed. Norbanus succeeded in participating in combat. However, his failure compelled him to retreat to Capua, where he encountered a siege. However, this account of profound military failure conceals a significant truth. The majority of Italians, in reality, supported the Sinan administration during this civil conflict. Regardless of their limited trust in their appointed leader's military prowess and reluctance to confront Sulla's seasoned army. The backing of the new Italian population elucidates the Sinan's capacity to persist in combat throughout 83 and 82, despite the war's calamitous onset. In light of Scipio and Norbanus's dismal performance, it was evident that fresh and enhanced leadership was necessary. The Sinans possessed an exceptional general in Quintus Sertorius, who served as praetor in 83. Regrettably, for their objectives, the authorities opted not to utilize Sertorius's talents, assigning him to manage Spain instead. Carbo re-emerged as a prominent figure, assuming the consulship for 82 and enlisting supplementary troops. Concurrently, they appointed the youthful Caius Marius, only 26 years of age, as consul, anticipating that his name would galvanize the Roman populace to endorse the Sinan cause, and that he may inherit some of his illustrious father's martial skills. He did not comply. Aside from Sertorius, all leadership capabilities were with the Sullan faction. Although Sulla had appointed his proficient longtime subordinate Lucullus in Asia, the former praetor Metellus Pius, who had sought asylum in Africa following Cinna's victory in 87, returned to Italy and allied with Sulla, bringing several thousand troops. The youthful Marcus Crassus, whose father and elder brother were slain under Marius's command, and sought refuge in Spain, allied with Sulla, commanding a modest contingent he had assembled and showing his leadership efficacy. Undoubtedly, the prominent young leader of the moment was Cnaeus Pompeius, son of Pompeius Strabo. Since 87, he had resided peacefully on his father's estates in Picenum and had no significant affiliations with either faction in this conflict. He assessed that aligning with the winning faction would benefit him and anticipated Sulla's triumph. Consequently, he assembled an army of 4 legions from Picenum, perhaps included many veterans of his father's, and traversed Italy to ally with Sulla, vanquishing several Sinan generals, including Papirius Carbo, en route. Sulla was notably impressed to bestow upon the young Pompeius, barely 23 years of age at that time, the epithet Magnus, the Great, implying he was akin to another Alexander. Pompeius was pleased and subsequently adopted this title as part of his name, Cnaeus Pompeius Magnus. The combat was mostly uncomplicated. Carbo was consistently vanquished by Metellus and Pompeius in Picenum and Sulla in Etruria. He ultimately disgracefully deserted his forces and escaped to Sicily. Sulla vanquished the youthful Marius at Sacriportus, compelling him to seek sanctuary in Praeneste, where he ultimately succumbed during an extended siege. Consequently, Sulla seized control of Rome and appointed himself dictator, reinstating that dictatorial position after a hiatus of over 130 years, with the mandate to restore the state, re publicae constituendae causa. The final significant event of the Civil War also represented the concluding act of the social war. Samnite leaders, who had never entirely acquiesced to their defeat in the social war and harboured deep animosity towards the Optimates and Roman authority, assembled a substantial army and advanced on Rome with the intent to obliterate the despised city. Sulla received a timely warning to position his army between the Samnites and the city, resulting in a fierce confrontation at the Colline Gate of Rome. Sulla was originally vanquished and compelled to seek sanctuary behind the city walls. Nevertheless, Marcus Crassus, leading the right flank of Sulla's army, overcame the opposing forces, repelled them, and was mostly accountable for Sulla's ultimate triumph. This triumph concluded the civil war in Italy, saved minor mopping-up operations, and positioned Sulla in absolute control of the Roman state. Sulla dispatched Pompeius, a pro-praetor, to Sicily to combat the Sinan soldiers on the island. After Pompeius swiftly secured control of Sicily for Sulla by capturing and eliminating the consul, Papirius Carbo, he was dispatched to Africa, where a Sinan army had assembled under the direction of Cunera Domitius Ahenobarbus. Once more, Pompeius achieved a rapid and brutal victory, murdering Ahenobarbus and other commanders. Concurrently, Sulla restructured the Roman governance system, fundamentally mirroring his expedited and reactionary reforms of 88. The Senate expanded from 300 to 600, including affluent equestrians, many of whom were likely Italian landowners, and the composition of jurors in the permanent law courts, questiones, was restored solely to the senators. It was determined that 7 permanent judicial tribunals would be established: one for extortion, one for homicide, one for corruption, one for violence, one for treason, one for electoral fraud, and one for ambition. The ruling also altered the nomenclature of the courts and their operational protocols. The annual quaestors count was increased to 20, and entry into the Senate became automatic upon election to the quaestorship, restricting the Senate's membership and establishing it as a predominantly elective institution moving forward. Marius's multiple consulships effectively abrogated the Lex Vilia Annalis, which imposed age restrictions and intervals between the holding of offices. Consequently, Sulla established new regulations on the holding of office, encompassing the sequence of offices and the appropriate age restrictions. The quaestorship was attained at 30. A man required the age of 39 to assume the praetorship, and only thereafter could he seek the consulship at 42. A 10-year hiatus was mandated before the resumption of the consulship. To manage the increasing duties of law courts and provincial administration, they augmented the number of praetors to 8. The honours system abolished the tribunate, excluding its holders from contesting other magistracies. The powers of the tribunate were curtailed by revoking the tribune's authority to initiate legislation, dissuading ambitious nobles or reformers from seeking this office in the future. The government controlled currency output and ceased the distribution of complementary or subsidized grain. The priestly colleges of pontifices and augurs were expanded to 15 members each, and entry into these colleges was once more conducted through the old process of co-optation. The provinces were administered under a regulation stipulating that they would be controlled by former consuls and praetors in the year after their tenure in Rome, lasting only 1 or 2 years. A modified treason statute restricted the authority of regional governors to engage in warfare. The objective of this state reform was to revert to the pre-Gracchian period. The Senate was to maintain strict control over the Roman government, as Sulla's earlier law of 88, mandating Senate approval for proposed legislation before a popular vote, had been revived. The reformist tribunes, accountable for instigating Rome's plunge into bloodshed, encountered eradication. The Roman army was to revert to a citizen militia, recruited by magistrates under Senate decrees, eliminating the extensive independent commands that had led to the excessive power of Marius and Sulla. The conventional cursus honorum was to be rigorously adhered to, with elevated age thresholds and minimal or no recurrence of office occupancy. To secure acceptance of the traditional governance of Rome, Sulla initiated a ruthless strategy to eradicate opposition to the Optimate faction and its organizational principles for the city. The initial justification for Sulla's savagery may be located in a last-minute massacre of suspected leaders at Rome, ordered by the younger Marius in 82-64. Nonetheless, the magnitude of Sulla's murders of adversaries, or those just suspected of dissent, much surpassed the actions of both the Marii and the Sinans, to the extent that even some of Sulla's own allies expressed discontent and inquired when the bloodshed would cease. Sulla introduced a novel kind of systematic violence into Roman political life, termed proscriptions. Rome publicly displayed regular lists of individuals proscribed, thereby branding them as outlaws. They were authorized to execute anyone designated for elimination on sight and offered financial rewards to those who complied. At a minimum, many thousand affluent Romans, including numerous senators, were banned. Although not all were ultimately executed, it is accurate to state that the opposing party was predominantly eradicated. Furthermore, legislation revoked the sons' most significant citizenship rights, including the ability to pursue or occupy public office. The properties of the proscribed were auctioned, with the proceeds allocated to the state treasury to finance Sulla's numerous initiatives, such as resetting his veteran soldiers, primarily in Etruria and Campania, though considerable corruption was likely intertwined in this procedure. It was claimed that Crassus, in particular, established the basis of his substantial fortune by seizing the assets of the proscribed. Caesar, Marius's nephew and Cinna's son-in-law, was inherently suspected of supporting the Sinan faction and faced the risk of proscription. At the commencement of 1982, he was 17 years old, at which Romans often commenced their military service. Yet he prudently abstained from active involvement in the civil war on either faction. It is plausible to conjecture that he possessed the discernment to recognize Sulla's impending victory, but could not align himself with the triumphant faction. While that may have spared him from immediate execution, he remained in jeopardy. Sulla required a formal demonstration of allegiance to the new regime. Caesar was to divorce his young wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna, and marry a new spouse selected by Sulla from a reliably loyal family. Other young lords, like Pompeius, had been compelled to undertake this since he was allocated a new bride, swiftly divorced from her current husband, and came to Pompeius's residence severely pregnant. Despite his more robust status as the head of an autonomous military contingent, Pompeius acquiesced to this. Caesar, however, did not. He unequivocally declined to divorce Cornelia at Sulla's request, and when Sulla retaliated by appropriating Cornelia's dowry for the state, Caesar concealed himself out of fear for his safety. Fortunately, he had relatives within Sulla's group who advocated on his behalf. Caius Aurelius Cotta, his mother's cousin, and his distant cousin Mamercus Lepidus, along with the Vestal Virgins, linked to Caesar due to his nomination as Flamen Dialis, interceded with Sulla, who reluctantly consented to spare Caesar. Sulla reportedly conveyed to Caesar's intermediaries that their inability to acknowledge the several aspects of Marius within Caesar was misguided. This ostensibly prophetic assertion is undoubtedly spurious. It underscores a distinctive facet of Caesar's character at a young age. His readiness to confront the omnipotent and merciless Sulla at the height of his power exemplified the extraordinary self-assurance, courage, and refusal to yield to fear essential to Caesar's persona and career. Sulla, however, terminated Caesar's candidacy for the position of Flamen Dialis. This was undoubtedly intended as a punishment. Nonetheless, it ultimately liberated Caesar from an exceedingly arduous and onerous position, which, in principle, would have barred him from pursuing a substantial political or military career. After the year 81, Sulla assumed a second consulship for the year 80, with Metellus Pius as a colleague. After his consulship, he persisted as a dictator, completing his reformation of the Roman governance structure until the consular elections of 78 were held. In mid-79, he relinquished his dictatorship and discreetly returned to private life, confident that the changes he had implemented and his merciless suppression of dissent would ensure Rome's stable and conservative administration for the foreseeable future. Italy and the empire had a period of relative tranquility. Sulla was compelled to accept the incorporation of the Italian new Roman citizens into all 35 tribes. Cinna's accomplishment could not be reversed. Nonetheless, although a census was scheduled for 81 or 80, no censors were appointed, and it became evident that the optimate regime's strategy to withhold full active citizenship from the Italians involved the cessation of censuses, thereby preventing the majority of new citizens from being registered. The census of 86 had merely initiated the process, enrolling slightly over 100,000 of the new citizens. Consequently, while the theory of citizenship for Italians may have been established, its implementation remained unresolved. Nonetheless, Sulla bequeathed a legacy of egregious violence that was inescapable. His instance of commanding a Roman army against Rome could not be eradicated by legislation. It represented a temptation for any future formidable general who perceived that the Roman government was not adequately compensating him and/or his troops. His method of excluding adversaries has escalated Roman political violence to a new degree. The most influential figures in Roman politics exacerbated violence. They were responsible for the assassination of Tiberius Gracchus and his allies, as well as the murder of C. Gracchus and his adherents, who executed Saturninus and his followers without just cause. They also orchestrated Sulla and his army's advance on Rome, rendering political deviation unlawful via prescriptions. They engaged in this action as part of their ongoing desperate endeavor to feign that the Roman governance system was operating seamlessly, asserting that reforms and alterations were not merely unnecessary, but detrimental, and that anyone advocating for reform or change was traitors to the Roman state. It requires little historical insight to recognize that this positive perspective was an illusion. Sulla's reactionary reforms were destined to fail. From their inception, due to their incongruence with the era's prevailing social, economic, and political realities. Sulla, retreating to a lavish retirement at his splendid home on the Bay of Naples, succumbed abruptly to an acute illness within a year of his retirement, and did not witness the disintegration of his regime commence. Had he survived a few months longer, he would have. Caesar's youth, the ascent of Pompeius. The dictatorship of Sulla nearly culminated in the premature termination of Caesar's life and/or career, and Caesar's adept management of the perilous circumstances he encountered serves as a clear prediction of the individual he was destined to become. Despite his intimate ties to Sulla's formidable adversaries, Marius and Cinna, Caesar exhibited remarkable fortitude in defying Sulla's demand for public allegiance to the new dictatorship using divorce and remarriage. He needed to reconcile his principled autonomy position with preserving his life and complete citizenship rights. He reportedly spent several weeks or months in concealment, evading bounty hunters who sought him until Sulla acquiesced to his defiance. With assistance from his relatives within Sulla's circle, Caesar deemed it wise to remain away from Rome for a period to avoid Sulla potentially reversing his stance or intensifying his demands for compliance. Caesar had attained the age at which young men from the senatorial elite commenced showcasing their aptitude for a public career by assuming military and administrative responsibilities among the entourages of Roman governors and generals. In 81 and 80, Caesar was a member of the staff of the praetor M. Minucius Thermus, the governor of Asia. His responsibilities under Thermus encompassed both military and diplomatic functions. Roman magistrates, generals, and governors typically surrounded themselves with ambitious young nobles who constituted a reservoir for officers, administrative assistants, and representatives for various missions. The young man's adaptation to services was largely contingent upon the nature of the noble's connection with his superior and the level of confidence and trust he could engender. Caesar clearly gained the trust of his superior, Thermus. As governor of Asia, namely the area of Western Asia Minor once known as the Attalid Kingdom, Thermus was required to address residual conflicts stemming from the Mithridatic War. The island of Lesbos notably resisted Roman authority, necessitating a fleet for Thermus to effectively besiege it. In a definitive demonstration of his confidence, Thermus dispatched the young Caesar as his envoy to King Nicomedes IV of Bithynia to solicit the king's allocation of a portion of his royal fleet for Thermus's use. Caesar accomplished this goal and derived great pleasure from visiting Nicomedes' palace. According to the report, he excessively loved the visit. Both admirers and foes of Caesar noted his remarkable charisma. Few individuals were impervious to it in Caesar's presence. Its impact appeared almost demonic to some, as even those who vehemently opposed Caesar found themselves ensnared by his charm, much to their subsequent regret. Cicero, who often articulated his animosity towards Caesar in correspondence following Caesar's demise, regarded Caesar as a delightful company in his presence. Nicomedes was susceptible to Caesar's allure and accorded him exceptional hospitality, providing a comprehensive experience of Hellenistic royal life. The visit and a subsequent quick follow-up over a property matter incited scandalous rumors that plagued Caesar for the remainder of his life. Accusations emerged that Caesar participated in a homoerotic affair with Nicomedes and, more detrimentally, that he assumed a passive position in the interaction. In the upper echelons of ancient Greece and Rome, bisexuality was prevalent and well accepted. However, a man must consistently embody masculinity, and assuming the role of the passive, penetrated partner in a homoerotic relationship equates to adopting a feminine position. This was deemed dishonorable, especially by the Romans, given their masculine culture. In subsequent years, Caesar's adversaries embellished the rumors concerning his association with Nicomedes into a scandalous narrative of Caesar donning sheer feminine garments and being escorted to the royal bedchamber, adorned with powder and perfume akin to a courtesan, to serve as the king's catamite. This Caesar consistently refuted. The truth of what transpired is obscured by numerous malevolent embellishments, yet it would not be especially astonishing if Caesar, who was unorthodox and indulgent, partook in all the pleasures offered at the king's court, including homoerotic experiences. Moreover, Caesar forged an enduring alliance with the Bithynian royal family, serving as their patron of Rome in the following years. Caesar successfully secured the assistance of the Bithynian fleet for Thermus's efforts, enabling Thermus to effectively besiege the principal city of Lesbos, Mytilene. After a short siege, Thermus captured Mytilene, during which Caesar distinguished himself by rescuing a comrade's life amidst the combat. Thermus publicly conferred upon him the Corona Civica, the highest military distinction in Rome. In addition to the esteemed reputation for military valor associated with this honor, it evidently conferred additional benefits. Caesar qualified for and attained Rome's highest magistracies, the praetorship and consulship, 2 years before the customary timeline. And it appears that receiving the Corona Civica facilitated this early eligibility. Following his successful tenure on Thermus's staff, Caesar subsequently accepted a post on the consul's staff for 79p. Servilius Vatia was appointed governor of Cilicia in southern Asia Minor in 78. Servilius conducted extensive campaigns against the pirates that established bases along the rugged coast of Cilicia, while Caesar acquired additional military experience during the initial phase of this campaign. However, upon receiving news of Sulla's abrupt demise, Caesar was granted permission to return to Rome, where the political landscape was tumultuous due to the unforeseen liberation resulting from the dictator's death. Despite his ruthlessness, Sulla did not resolve the political challenges and disputes that Rome had faced since the Gracchi. They thrived practically quickly upon his departure, and he may have compromised his system before abdicating. The persistent violent upheavals that plagued Rome since the late 2nd century were mostly attributed to military recruiting and leadership issues. Tiberius Gracchus's reforms were largely motivated by the deterioration of the small farming class, which constituted the foundation of Rome's citizen militia army. Marius's career was influenced by the necessity for more competent military leadership than what annually elected magistrates could offer, and his resolution to Rome's military labor issue through the enlistment of proletarian armies. Sulla's career was influenced by an extended military command that positioned him beyond the Senate's authority, and a Marian-style professional army that remained loyal to him rather than the Roman governing structure. Theoretically, the new Sullan system could no longer allow unduly powerful orders or depend on professionalized proletariat armies that the Senate could not regulate. While Sulla implemented his rules as a dictator, a formidable military leader, Pompeius, was actively campaigning in Sicily and Africa on Sulla's side with an army devoted to him rather than to the res publica. Pompeius had not occupied any governmental position that would render him eligible for military leadership. As a dictator, Sulla could confer pro-praetorian authority upon Pompeius. Yet, as imperium, the power of command was intended to derive solely from the populace rather than elections. Pompeius's authority could only originate from Sulla in his capacity as legatus pro praetor. Upon the successful conclusion of his expedition, Pompeius was directed by his higher commander, Sulla, to disperse his army and return to Rome. Nevertheless, Pompeius contravened the legal regulations. He refused to dissolve his army at Sulla's direction and insisted on a triumph, a distinction reserved for commanders operating under their own authority, with imperium conferred by the populace. Pompeius explicitly conveyed to Sulla that this was his devoted army. Sulla recognized that he must combat to subdue Pompeius. He lacked the desire for such a conflict. He anticipated retiring from the challenges and pressures of political and military leadership. Sulla acquiesced and granted Pompeius the triumph he requested. Any state or governmental system lacking a monopoly, or at minimum dominating control over military force within its area, cannot be deemed secure or functional. The history of post-colonial regimes in the contemporary world, characterized by recurrent military coups, exemplifies the fragility of any governmental system that lacks comprehensive authority over the military. Sulla's example demonstrated that the Roman government failed to regulate military power in Rome following Marius's reforms. Sulla's reforms ostensibly reverted to pre-Marian practices, reinstating the collegial, rotational system of military leadership and the citizen militia structure of the army. However, his dependence on Pompeius and his forces, and his acquiescence to Pompeius's unlawful demands, revealed the facade for what it truly was. Pompeius demonstrated that no substantial changes had occurred. Rome continued to require adept, long-term leaders to address significant military challenges. These leaders necessitated professionalized armies of the Marian model, composed of proletarian volunteers who would remain loyal to their commanders. Furthermore, the Sullan regime remained incapable of exerting genuine control over such leaders and armies. Consequently, Sulla's improved governance was fundamentally flawed, and Pompeius's triumph revealed this reality to the public. Immediately upon Sulla's death and cremation, one of the consuls of 78 sought to reverse significant aspects of Sulla's reforms. Monsieur Aemilius Lepidus, hailing from a prominent and influential patrician lineage, sought to restore full authority to the tribunate, return confiscated lands to their legitimate proprietors, reinstate civic rights to the offspring of the exiled, and re-establish a grain distribution system for urban inhabitants. He faced opposition from his consular counterpart, Q. Lutatius Catulus, supported by the Optimates and the majority of the Senate, and saw the conflict rapidly escalate into bloodshed. Concurrently, tales emerged of rebel factions assembling in northern Italy, comprised of those dispossessed, displaced, or otherwise aggrieved by the Sullan administration. The consuls were dispatched to address the situation, and Lepidus, in particular, commenced the recruitment of troops. Nevertheless, it quickly became evident that he was colluding with the rebels. He refused to return to Rome for the 77 consular elections, postponing them until the year's conclusion. After 78, Lepidus ostensibly assumed the governorship of Transalpine Gaul, but never visited his territory. He chose to stay in northern Italy, particularly Etruria, where he strengthened his military troops. He and the Senate oscillated, unable to resolve or engage in open conflict. Upon Caesar's return to Rome, Lepidus promptly sought his alliance for the insurrection. Caesar's name and associations, especially his intimate ties with Marius and Cinna, would have benefited Lepidus. Caesar promptly recognized that a leader lacking decisiveness was unreliable. He maintained a distance as Catulus and Pompeius urged the Senate to undertake decisive measures. Lepidus partitioned his troops. He ultimately advanced on Rome with a considerable contingent from Etruria, while to the north, his subordinate Emser Junius Brutus, the father of the renowned Brutus who ultimately murdered Caesar, commanded a contingent stationed in Mutina, Modena, in the Po Valley. Catulus defended Rome against Lepidus, vanquished him, and repelled him to Etruria. Simultaneously, the Senate sought assistance from Pompeius, who was once more assigned a command for which he lacked legal qualification. He directed his army against Brutus's forces at Mutina, defeated and caught Brutus, and then executed him. He advanced southward to confront Lepidus and his forces, engaging and vanquishing them at Cosa. Lepidus sought asylum in Sardinia, where he ultimately perished. His subordinate, Perperna, subsequently transported the remnants of his contingent to Spain. Following the resolution of the conflict, Catulus commanded Pompeius to disperse his forces. However, Pompeius once more resisted the directive. The Senate had to acknowledge that they could not coerce him. Pompeius requested an additional significant command. The civil war was not completely concluded. Cinna's former lieutenant Sertorius, dispatched in 82 to administer nearer Spain, continued to resist there. He had garnered significant popularity and allegiance among Roman settlers in Spain and the Spanish provincials. He was a fair and truthful ruler, an inspiring leader and an exceptional general. He epitomized the finest qualities of Rome and its citizens. The tragedy of him and Rome resided in the squandered potential of his talent, epitomizing a fruitless pursuit. Instead of engaging with him and reintegrating his talents, Sulla and, upon Sulla's demise, the Senate chose to eliminate him. That wasn't easy to accomplish. Sulla dispatched his consular associate Metellus Pius to Spain as governor, accompanied by a formidable army and directives to eliminate Sertorius. Pius was a diligent and relatively honest ruler, and an effective general. Yet he lacked Sertorius's inspirational attributes and was militarily surpassed. Sertorius consistently vanquished Metellus's troops and managed to seize control of the majority of Roman Spain, compelling Metellus to submit urgent appeals to Rome for reinforcements from the Senate. 13th. Pompeius initiated the discussion by conveying through intermediaries his readiness to assist Metellus during the senatorial debate about Metellus's requirements. However, he stipulated that he would not serve as Metellus's subordinate, given that he was not a senator, and so absent from the proceedings. Following an animated discussion, the senior ex-consul Marcius Philippus, convinced the Senate to send Pompeius to Spain with proconsular authority, positioning him as an equal colleague to Metellus. 14th Pompeius once more illustrated that Sulla's reforms had made no significant impact. To paraphrase Mao's renowned assertion, power emanated from the tip of a spear, and Pompeius possessed the spears. Pompeius was indeed the most prominent figure of this age. His accomplishments as an autonomous commander in his 20s, when he ought to have been serving as a junior officer and training for the quaestorship, along with his youthful, appealing appearance and charisma, elicited comparisons to Alexander the Great. He cherished appending the cognomen Magnus, the Great, to his name, and emulated Alexander's haircut, affectations that further amplified the adulation of his army and the urban inhabitants. He was unequivocally the most renowned individual in Rome. Notwithstanding his indisputable superiority as a commander, he frequently overvalued his military capabilities. His career demonstrated his ability to garner his soldiers' adoration, exceptional organizational skills, and profound understanding of grand strategy, qualities that are exemplary for a general. However, in the context of warfare, his strategies and tactics were conventional and lackluster, and akin to Metellus, he was outmatched by Sertorius in this regard. Upon arriving in Spain, at the onset of 76, Pompeius clearly anticipated vanquishing Sertorius and swiftly concluding the conflict. Instead, he encountered defeat in combat at Lauro and was compelled to retreat towards the Pyrenees to procure supplies from Gaul. In 75, he launched another offensive against Sertorius, but was defeated near the river Sucro. The arrival of Metellus Pius and his army to provide reinforcement spared him from a third humiliating defeat at the Turia. The formidable force caused Sertorius to assume a defensive position. He was compelled to partition his forces upon Pompeius's arrival in Spain, dispatching a contingent of his army under his lieutenant Hertuleius to confront Metellus while he engaged Pompeius. Sertorius effectively managed Pompeius, whilst Metellus annihilated Hertuleius's troops. This enabled Metellus to assist Pompeius. Confronted by two superior armies and his forces weakened by Hertuleius's defeat, Sertorius could only withdraw. Despite encountering a numerical disadvantage and significant pressure from two adversarial forces, Sertorius exhibited resilience. Under pressure from Pompeius and Metellus, he executed a remarkable campaign of maneuver employing guerrilla tactics to obstruct his adversaries' movements and thwart their attempts to seize his strongholds. His success with this strategy persisted until 75, resulting in Pompeius and Metellus parting ways with minimal accomplishments, while most of Spain remained under Sertorius's dominion. Clearly, the responsibility for this failure cannot be attributed to Pompeius himself. He penned a scathing letter to the Senate expressing dissatisfaction with inadequate support, insisting on significant reinforcements of personnel, funds, and supplies, and warning that he would withdraw from the conflict in Spain and return to Italy with his forces if such support was not provided. The Senate acquiesced to his demands. In 74, he and Metellus could reinitiate hostilities against Sertorius with a significantly greater force, and a revised campaign strategy focused on territorial occupation and urban control, progressively constraining Sertorius to an increasingly limited area of influence. Notwithstanding his exceptional fight, Sertorius compelled the united forces of Metellus and Pompeius to withdraw from Caliguris after 74. Yet the result was unavoidable. Although Sertorius persisted through 73 and into 72, he consistently lost territory and support, making it evident that the struggle could only conclude in one manner. Ultimately, it was not Pompeius, but a conspiracy among several of Sertorius's Roman officers that concluded his resistance. Directed by Monsieur Paperna, formerly Lepidus's lieutenant, he was involved in the assassination of Sertorius by a faction of discontented Romans. With Sertorius eliminated, Pompeius effortlessly vanquished the remaining forces of Sertorius's army, commanded by Paperna, concluding the conflict and pacifying Spain. Although Sertorius demonstrated superior generalship compared to Pompeius, the latter ultimately garnered accolades and recognition for the victory. During these years, Caesar lived the life of a typical young noble and aspiring politician. In 81 to 80, under Minucius Thermus, and in 79 to 78, under Servilius Vatia, Caesar made his initial forays into warfare, diplomacy, and overseas governance. Between 78 and 75, he established his reputation within Rome. One of the ways ambitious young Roman nobles demonstrated their abilities and got themselves known as a preliminary to entering the official career ladder was by undertaking prosecutions of Roman magistrates and governors for various kinds of official malfeasance. A young noble who built a thorough and effective prosecution case and presented it eloquently and persuasively at trial showed he had the qualities to make his way in Roman politics. Caesar undertook several high-profile prosecutions in these years, acquitting himself so well that he won a reputation as one of Rome's most eloquent public speakers. In 1977, he prosecuted the ex-consul, Sin, Cornelius Dolabella, for extortion in his administration of the province of Macedonia. Dolabella was defended by the outstanding defense counsel and greatest orator of the time, Q. Hortensius, and was acquitted by the jury of senators, as usually happened. However, Caesar's prosecution speech garnered widespread admiration and endured as a literary classic for a long time. In 76, Caesar prosecuted C. Antonius also for extortion, and proved so effective that Antonius, in a panic, appealed to a tribune for protection. 20. Cicero's judgment, expressed many years later in his treatise on Roman oratory, called Brutus, was that Caesar's simple and lucid prose style was extremely effective, and that the only thing that kept Caesar from rivaling the very best orator, that is, Cicero himself, was that he did not devote himself totally to the study of rhetoric. The time and effort Caesar put into these prosecutions also began to build him a reputation as a loyal and effective patron, a reputation he would maintain throughout his career. Thus, he prosecuted Monsieur Iuncus later in the 70s, and justified this as a duty he owed to the Bithynian royal family as their Roman patron. He also prosecuted the ex-consul C. Calpurnius Piso in 63 for extortion, attacking him bitterly for the unjust execution of Transpadamus, one of the inhabitants of Cisalpine Gaul north of the Po, a region of which Caesar had become a patron. Also, in the year 63, he defended another client named Hiempsal, a member of the Numidian royal family, so vehemently that he seized the Numidian crown prince Juba by his beard in the courtroom, an assault for which Juba never forgave him. When Hiempsal lost his case and was to be extradited to Numidia to face the king's punishment, Caesar still protected him by hiding the man in his own house and smuggling him out of Rome to safety in his official entourage when he went to Spain as governor in 61. Besides all this, Caesar also became a noted figure in Roman high society. He acquired a reputation as a dandy, paying elaborate attention to how he was dressed and introducing several new styles. He added fringed sleeves to his tunics, for example, and adopted a special, rather loose way of belting them. He experimented with poetry and rhetoric, frequently appearing at literary gatherings. His simple manners, charm, birth, and connections won him a welcome everywhere, and he soon became notorious as a ladies' man. His affairs with an array of married women, including the wife of the mighty Pompeius, among many others, were notorious. Few women were impervious to his charm, and sexual mores among the Roman elite did not frown very strongly on extramarital affairs, so long as they were not too overtly flaunted. The poetry of Catullus, written mostly later in the 50s, gives us an inside view of this side of Roman life. The most notorious and long-lasting of Caesar's many affairs was with Servilia, widow of Monsieur Brutus, whom Pompeius had executed in 77, and wife of Decad Junius Silanus. Reputedly, Caesar, on one occasion, gave her as a gift the most exquisite pearl that had ever been brought to Rome, paying for it the fabulous sum of 60,000 gold pieces. This leads us to another facet of Caesar's lifestyle: his opulence. Despite possessing a modest personal fortune relative to the Roman elite of his era, he indulged in a lavish lifestyle. He was an avid art collector, paying exorbitant prices for gemstones and well-trained enslaved individuals. Notably, he commissioned an exquisite country villa at the fashionable resort of Nemi. But upon its completion, he criticized various aspects and ordered its demolition and reconstruction to meet enhanced specifications. This extravagant lifestyle was financed through borrowing, resulting in substantial debt even before Caesar embarked on a political career, reportedly amounting to approximately 1,300 talents. The willingness of creditors to extend him credit for this lifestyle underscores the high regard for his political prospects in the 1970s. In 75, Caesar left Rome to travel to the east. Though his prosecutions of Dolabella and Antonius had already won him a reputation for eloquence, he wished to improve his oratory further by studying with the most famous teacher of rhetoric of this age, Apollonius Molon of Rhodes. More than what he learned from Molon, this trip was to be memorable for marginally involving Caesar in two major conflicts that were to trouble Rome well into the 60s. On his way to Rhodes, as he sailed along the coast of Ionia, Caesar was intercepted and captured by pirates some way north of the island he was making for. For nearly 100 years, piracy has been a growing problem in the Mediterranean world. With the growth of Mediterranean-wide trade networks in the centuries after about 800, people living along poor, rocky coastal regions like Cilicia in southern Asia Minor, the island of Crete, Aetolia on the north shore of the Gulf of Corinth, and Illyria along the eastern Adriatic coast, had been tempted to cash in on the wealth passing along the shipping lanes adjacent to their coasts by taking to the seas and seizing whatever they could. It needed strong naval powers with an interest in protecting trade to keep such piracy under control. In the 5th and 4th centuries, the Athenians and the Carthaginians played that role in the eastern and western Mediterranean regions, respectively. In the 3rd and early 2nd centuries, the Rhodians had taken up the task of combating piracy, and done so very effectively until the Romans decided to break Rhodian financial, and hence naval, strength in the aftermath of their Third Macedonian War in 166. Since then, the Romans had been the only Mediterranean power with the strength and means to combat piracy, but they had shown little interest in doing so. The Romans may have intentionally overlooked the proliferation of piracy, as the pirates facilitated the Mediterranean slave trade, catering to their insatiable demand for enslaved individuals to sustain Italy's burgeoning slave economy during this era. However, negligence likely contributed to the Romans' disregard for the pirate threat. By the conclusion of the 2nd century, piracy had become so pervasive in the Mediterranean that the Romans could no longer dismiss it. Nevertheless, the Senate's efforts to address the piracy issue remained at best half-hearted for an extended period. The praetor Marcus Antonius, a powerful orator but not a noted military figure, was instructed to campaign against pirate bases in Cilicia from 102 to 100. Despite receiving a triumph for this campaign, Antonius's efforts yielded minimal results, leading to a lack of follow-up for approximately 25 years. By 75, piracy was more endemic than ever, and Caesar was far from the only notable Roman to fall victim to it. The pirates who had seized Caesar held him to ransom, demanding 20 talents to set him free. Caesar reportedly laughed at this demand, telling the pirates they had no idea who they had captured, and telling them he was worth at least 50 talents. He sent members of his entourage to the Greek cities along the Ionian coast to raise this money. holding them to blame for his capture, in that they had failed to police their coastal waters properly. Remaining on the pirate ship with a single friend and 2 enslaved people, he treated his captors with extreme insolence and repeatedly promised them that once he was freed, he would capture and kill them all. The pirates laughed at this. They were neither the first nor the last to underestimate Caesar. When the ransom money arrived and he was freed, he raised a small flotilla of armed ships from the nearby Greek city of Miletos, pursued the pirates, and captured them just as he had promised. He imprisoned the pirates at Pergamon and contacted the governor of Asia, Junius Caesar, to have them punished. Finding that Caesar delayed and seemed more interested in the pirates' money than in properly punishing them, Caesar ignored him and crucified the pirates on his own authority, as he had promised them he would. This episode shows the whole nature of the pirate menace admirably. The unwillingness of coastal cities to police their waters, and the negligence and avarice of the Roman authorities that made the piracy possible. And yet the ease with which piracy could, in fact, be dealt with by any Roman determined and efficient enough to undertake to do so properly. By this time, piracy had become such a large-scale enterprise that pirate leaders began forming a shadow state, making alliances with each other and genuine states and rulers, like Mithridates and, reputedly, even Sertorius. 27. In 74, no doubt spurred by these alliances, the Senate approved an unusually ample command against pirates throughout the Mediterranean, which in typical Roman fashion was granted to the second Marcus Antonius, who was praetor in that year, for no other apparent reason than that his father had campaigned against pirates. This second Antonius was no more successful than the first, but less so. After some campaigning in the Western Mediterranean in 74 and 73, extensive preparations in 72 for an attack on the pirate bases in Crete led to a disastrous defeat at the hands of the Cretan pirates, probably in early 71. Soon after, Antonius had to sign a humiliating treaty and met his demise. 29. The Senate rejected this treaty and sent Consul Q. Caecilius Metellus to battle the Cretan pirates again in 69. Though he was somewhat more successful than Antonius, his operations soon bogged down into successive sieges of pirate bases in Crete, with little effect on the overall pirate nuisance. In the early 60s, however, the pirates overreached. A pirate fleet dared to attack and sack the Roman harbour of Ostia at the mouth of the Tiber, and criminals kidnapped 2 praetors with their lictors and official insignia. The result was a widespread feeling that the pirates needed to be taken on more thoroughly and on a much larger scale, and that only one man in Rome was suited to the job: Cnaeus Pompeius. Aulus Gabinius, one of the tribunes of 67, proposed a bill that established a 3-year Mediterranean-wide command, with imperium superior to all other Roman magistrates and governors, up to 50 miles inland from every coast, and with almost limitless resources, to permanently eradicate the pirate menace. There was no doubt that Pompeius was the intended recipient of this command. This command was unprecedented in its scale and scope, effectively establishing a supreme commander over the entire Mediterranean and its coastal lands. It was disproportionate to the actual threat posed by the pirates, despite how annoying piracy had become. The Senate, led by Q. Lutatius Catulus, resisted fiercely, and the bill was only carried after much disorder and over-attempted vetoes by the tribune L. Trebellius and the consul C. Calpurnius Piso. Caesar was the only senator who voiced support for the bill. Invested with this vast power, Pompeius demonstrated his brilliant capacity for organization. He divided the entire Mediterranean into sub-regions, each assigned a legate with a flotilla of ships to combat piracy locally. He, with his main fleet, sailed to the Strait of Gibraltar, and then, cooperating with the local commanders and flotillas as he went, he swept across the Mediterranean from west to east, driving any uncaptured pirates before him until he cornered them all at Coracession off the coast of Cilicia, where he defeated them in a grand battle. Thus, an extraordinary display of superior force and sheer efficiency ended the massive pirate menace in about 6 months. This campaign showed Pompeius at his very best, highlighting his undoubted talents. But it also demonstrated how limited the true menace of the pirates was, and how much it had been magnified by mere Roman indifference and inefficiency. Taking a serious stance and assigning a capable leader was all the Romans needed to accomplish the task swiftly and effortlessly. Pompeius then set about attempting to solve the underlying roots of the pirate problem by establishing the former pirates in settlements along the Cilician coast, where they could live peaceful and, it was hoped, productive lives. Turning back to the year 75, Caesar finally arrived in Rhodes and studied with Apollonios Molon for some months. But his studies were interrupted by another major crisis. 33. Caesar's old host and friend Nicomedes IV of Bithynia died in the year 75, and, in his will, left his kingdom to the Roman state. The governor of Asia, Junius Juncus, was charged with initially organizing Bithynia into a Roman province. Caesar later prosecuted him for extortion during his activities in Bithynia, as we have seen. Mithridates, who had been contained rather than decisively defeated by Sulla and continued to chafe under Roman restrictions on his power, was deeply troubled by the new expansion of Roman power in Asia Minor that the acquisition of Bithynia represented. He prepared to fight because he knew Rome would swallow his kingdom next. 34. He allied himself with some pirate chiefs, as we have seen, and sent representatives to Sertorius, proposing an alliance against their common enemy, those governing Rome. Early in 74, he began an all-out war against Rome, invading and controlling Bithynia, and he also sent out detachments toward the Roman provinces of Asia and Cilicia. Upon arriving in Rhodes, Caesar became aware of an unrestrained Mithridatic force operating in Asia, likely due to the absence of the governor of Asia, Juncus, in Bithynia. He resolved to intervene, crossing to the mainland, assuming command of local guard troops in Ionia, and expelling Mithridates' forces from the province. This incident, alongside the pirate episode, illustrates the considerable authority a young Roman noble, even without an official position, could exert in Rome's provinces. Although few possessed Caesar's decisiveness and charisma, these events provide valuable insight into Caesar's character and capabilities at this early juncture in his career, while simultaneously highlighting the shortcomings of Roman governance. The governors of the 3 Roman provinces in Asia Minor, namely Bithynia, Asia, and Cilicia, were naturally tasked with dealing with Mithridates. Initially, there was some hesitation and suspicion, but in 74, Monsieur Aurelius Cotta, Caesar's cousin, and L. Licinius Lucullus, Sulla's former trusted officer, were given these governorships and the war. Cotta was given Bithynia, a large fleet, and Lucullus was given Asia and Cilicia, along with the former soldiers of Fimbria and Servilius Vatia in Cilicia. Mithridates defeated Cotta and forced him to seek refuge in Chalcedon, where his army besieged him. Lucullus, however, was an altogether different proposition. He proved to be one of the very best generals Rome produced in this era of outstanding Roman generals. Regarding technical skills as a strategist and tactician, he was equal or superior to any other outstanding Roman commander, even Caesar himself. If his qualities as a leader of men had equaled his technical skills, he would be remembered today as one of the finest generals of history. After taking control of his provinces and combining his forces into one army, Lucullus marched to Bithynia to the relief of Cotta. He successfully raised the siege of Chalcedon, defeated Mithridates' army at the Rhindakos River, and during the winter of 74 to 73, intervened against Mithridates as the latter besieged Cyzicus, drawing him into a trap and destroying his army. Mithridates was forced to flee to his home kingdom of Pontus, while Lucullus cleared all Mithridatic forces out of Western Asia Minor and then invaded Pontus itself in the summer of 73. In 72, Lucullus defeated Mithridates again at Cabera and drove him out of Pontus. And he followed that up by capturing the cities of Pontus during the remainder of 72 and the early part of 71. By the summer of 71, the war seemed over, and Lucullus was victorious. 37. He returned to Asia and set about reorganizing it. The Greek cities were racked by debt, the result of the devastation of war, the financial penalties imposed by Sulla, and the depredations of Roman financiers who had lent the cities the money to pay Sulla at extortionate interest rates, and Roman tax farmers. Lucullus relieved the cities of the extortionate debts and interest rates and reined in the Roman financiers and tax farmers. He thus showed himself to be a decent man and an honest and responsible governor, winning the gratitude of Rome's subjects here. Simultaneously, Lucullus deeply angered the Roman financiers and caused their bitter and lasting hostility. Caesar was not engaged in subsequent events after his initial attempt to establish Roman dominance in Asia. An inscription from Crete indicates that he may have briefly served as a legate under Ms. Antonius during the latter's unsuccessful campaign against pirates. However, in 73, he received news that compelled him to return urgently to Rome. His cousin, C. Aurelius Cotta, the consul of 75, had passed away. Cotta was one of the pontifices, priests, who held significant influence in Roman politics and religion, as it was their duty to establish the official calendar annually, determining the days suitable for public business. Since Sulla's reform, the College of Pontifices consisted of 15 members, each serving for life and appointed through co-optation. When a pontifex died, the remaining members selected a new member, with each having the power to veto any candidate they opposed. Caesar succeeded C. Cotta. This was a signal honor. Only members of the most prominent noble families were recruited into Rome's major political priesthoods. 15 auguries and the pontifices at such an early career stage. Most Romans never got into these prestigious priestly colleges, and even the greatest Roman leaders, if they came from outside the inner circle of the nobility, had to wait until much later to attain membership. Pompeius, for example, only became an augur well after his consulship in 70, and Cicero had to wait until 53, 10 years after his consulship. Thus, Caesar's co-optation into the pontificate in his 20s, before he had held any magistracy in Rome, indicates his high status and secure prospects of a successful political career. Another indication of this was Caesar's first election to an official post, which occurred in this year. He was elected one of the 24 annual military tribunes, or junior military officers, for the year 72. Every Roman army had military tribunes, most of them appointed at his choice by the army's commander. In early times, however, Rome's army consisted of 4 legions, 2 for each of the annual consuls, and the people elected the 24 military tribunes for these legions. Though the army had changed, the election of these tribunes continued, and the positions were much sought after as an indication of popularity and political prospects. 73. Rome was on the brink of another significant social and political crisis. Political discord regarding Sulla's reforms persisted into 75. C. Cotta, as consul, enacted a law reinstating the tribunes of the people's right to hold subsequent magistracies, yet demands for the complete restoration of the tribunes' former powers continued. Caesar endorsed the tribune L. Licinius Macer's position in 73. Furthermore, the composition of the jury courts remained contentious. Sulla had mandated that juries be composed of senators, but the infamous Oppianicus trial during this period cast doubt on the integrity of senatorial juries, prompting renewed calls for reform of the jury system. Nonetheless, these concerns were eclipsed by the emergence of the most significant slave rebellion Rome had ever faced, the renowned Spartacus revolt. Spartacus was a Thracian enslaved person who had been purchased by the owner of a gladiator training school, where he was trained to fight in the Roman arena. Campania's Capua was home to the majority of outstanding gladiator schools. Because the gladiators were trained fighters and had necessarily access to weapons, and because they knew they were being prepared to bleed and possibly die for the Roman people's amusement, their owners and trainers mistrusted them and kept them on a short leash under harsh discipline. Early in 73, Spartacus and a small group of fellow gladiators seized weapons, escaped from their training school, and fled to the wild slopes of Mount Vesuvius nearby, where they established themselves as a robber band. Initially, they were only a few dozen strong, but they were such talented fighters and so desperate that they easily fought off the Roman guard troops sent to deal with them. And this success brought other runaway gladiators and renegade enslaved people to join them. Soon their band numbered hundreds, then thousands, and they began to pose a serious threat to the Roman authorities, especially as they found a resourceful and effective leader in Spartacus. Romans' initial attempts to deal with this situation were ineffectual. A senior magistrate named C. Claudius Glaber, a praetor, was detailed to hem in and capture Spartacus's band on Mount Vesuvius, showing that the Romans were taking the situation very seriously. But Glaber failed. A second praetor, P. Verinius, arrived with troops to deal with the runaways, but was defeated in battle. And when yet a third praetor, L. Cosinius, came to his aid, the outcome was the same, and Cosinius himself fell in battle. Following these extraordinary achievements, Spartacus's notoriety and the slave insurrection he spearheaded escalated rapidly. Spartacus's forces drew in thousands of enslaved individuals, as well as some destitute and discontented free men. At the peak of the uprising, Spartacus's contingent reportedly exceeded 70,000 combatants, along with numerous women and children. The Roman authorities were evidently ill-equipped for this occurrence, which fundamentally challenged the Roman system in unprecedented ways, even through the social and civil wars. As with many significant challenges Rome encountered during this era, the origins of this rebellion can be traced back to the Hannibalic War. During that conflict, much of the Italian countryside was ravaged, tens of thousands of individuals were killed or displaced, and in the aftermath, a substantial transformation commenced in the foundational socio-economic framework of Roman Italy. Until this period, the Italian economy was primarily characterized by small-scale agriculture and artisan manufacturing. Following the imperial expansion in the decades succeeding the Hannibalic War, substantial financial resources and enslaved individuals flowed into Rome and Italy, consolidating extensive slave-operated latifundia, agribusinesses, across the Italian countryside. In contrast, large slave-operated manufactories became the norm for manufacturing. Although we lack reliable data to ascertain precise figures, it is reasonable to assume that the number of enslaved individuals reached hundreds of thousands. For instance, Aemilius Paulus's punitive campaign in Epirus in 167 reportedly resulted in the acquisition of over 150,000 enslaved individuals for the Italian market. Dislocated from their homes and previous lives, carried off to a foreign land, forced into servitude, and put to tedious labor under often harsh conditions in the service of rich absentee owners, whose only concern was very clearly to extract profit. The anger and bitterness of these enslaved people can easily be imagined. Since free men acting as overseers had to be paid, diminishing the profits to be made, the gangs of enslaved people working on the land or in manufacturing workshops were often inadequately supervised, and to keep them cowed and submissive all the time, they were subjected to harsh restraints and cruel discipline. However, many rural enslaved individuals, especially those employed as cowboys on extensive cattle ranches in southern Italy, had considerable freedom to roam during their working hours. They could not easily escape since they had no money and nowhere to go, and the punishments inflicted on runaways were exceptionally cruel. Brutal floggings and brandings, often on the face. But they were in a position to cause a tremendous deal of trouble, if the right circumstances should ever arise. 2 significant slave revolts in Sicily during the late 130s and just before 100 should have alerted the Roman authorities to the potential unrest in Italy, given the unchecked increase in the enslaved population, the severe conditions, and the resulting frequent despair among many enslaved individuals, as well as the discontent among impoverished rural citizens. Nevertheless, as was customary, no substantial attention was directed towards this looming threat until it manifested actively. Implementing preventive or ameliorative measures would have necessitated reform, which the Roman elite staunchly resisted. In early 72, Spartacus triumphed over yet another praetor, Tyrant and Manlius. Confronted with a substantial and escalating insurrection, the Senate dispatched both consuls of the year, the most authoritative magistrates in the Roman state, to quell it. However, the 2 consuls, L. Gellius Poplicola and Sinin Cornelius Lentulus Clodianus, fared no better than the praetors who had previously attempted to subdue Spartacus and his forces. The consuls suffered humiliating defeats, both individually and collectively. At this juncture, the Senate had to acknowledge that they were facing a crisis surpassing the capabilities of the average annual Roman magistrate, who attained his position through lineage and connections rather than genuine talent or competence. Repeatedly, in this era, the Roman ruling elite had to reappraise the fundamental truth that lineage from a renowned and ancient family does not equate to effective governance or military leadership. Moreover, beyond the socio-economic factors I have delineated, and the profound discontent among enslaved people and the destitute, Spartacus's insurrection thrived, largely due to the sheer ineptitude of the officials dispatched by Rome to confront it. The Roman system's appointment of such ineffectual individuals to positions of authority is a significant indictment. Once a leader with authentic experience and capability was entrusted with the responsibility to address such crises, they were swiftly resolved by the resources at the disposal of the Roman state. And Spartacus's rebellion was no exception. In contemporary discourse, Spartacus has been idealized as a romantic hero by Marxists, who erroneously regard him as the inaugural true proletarian revolutionary, a characterization unsupported by historical evidence. Furthermore, this portrayal has been perpetuated by a renowned yet historically inaccurate film directed by Stanley Kubrick. The ancient records provide no indication that Spartacus espoused any revolutionary ideologies. He and his followers sought personal freedom, retribution against their oppressors, and material gain through looting. While these motivations are natural and comprehensible, ascribing aspirations beyond these fundamental human instincts is misguided. After the failure of the consuls, the Senate selected the ex-praetor M. Licinius Crassus to take over command of Italy with the authority to raise forces and do whatever was necessary to end the rebellion. Like Pompeius, Crassus had proved himself as an officer during Sulla's civil war, particularly distinguishing himself at the Battle of the Colline Gate, where he commanded one wing of Sulla's army and saved Sulla from defeat. Again, like Pompeius, though to a lesser degree his talent as a general lay largely in the field of organization. Since the end of the Civil War, Crassus had exercised his organizational talents mostly privately, building up a stupendous fortune in real estate and finance, and becoming the richest man in Rome. He had, for example, organized a private fire brigade and trained crews of construction workers. When he heard that a building in Rome was on fire, he would arrange to buy it for next to nothing, have his fire brigade put out the fire, and send in his construction crews to repair and rebuild. Since Rome, expanding hugely and without any central organization or oversight since the early 2nd century, was a city of largely jerry-built wooden construction. Fires were frequent, and Crassus soon became the largest landlord in Rome. He could utilize his inventive organizational skills for military purposes once more. Crassus raised and trained an effective and superior army in the second half of 72, and, by the end of the year, had maneuvered Spartacus's followers into the toe of the Italian peninsula, where he blockaded them and prepared to starve them into surrender. In early 71, Spartacus broke free from the blockade and headed north through Italy, prompting the Senate to send urgent messages to Pompeius, who was returning to Italy with his army after reorganizing Spain, urging him to come to their aid. That was not really necessary, however. Crassus pursued Spartacus's fleeing army, caught up and forced it to fight, inflicting a crushing defeat that effectively ended the rebellion. Spartacus himself reportedly died in this battle, fighting heroically to the last. Some 5,000 men managed to escape from the disaster and fled northwards, but they were unlucky enough to fall in with Pompeius's advancing army and were slaughtered. That enabled Pompeius, to Crassus's chagrin, to claim some credit for helping to finish off this greatest of all ancient slave rebellions. Crassus drove home very brutally to Italy's slave population the lesson that it would not pay to rebel in the future. 6,000 captive enslaved people, we are told, were crucified along the Via Appia, lining this major highway between Rome and Capua, with a truly gruesome spectacle. 49. Unsurprisingly, the Roman authorities, satisfied with the suppression of the rebellion, did not address the root causes of the Great Revolt until decades later, during Caesar's dictatorship. A different and unpalatable fact preoccupied the Senate. 2 victorious armies, loyal to 2 overbearing and uncontrollable personalities, now ruled Italy. The question of the moment was what Pompeius and Crassus wanted and/or would do. Both wanted a triumph and the consulship for the year 70. Though Pompeius had still held no elective office that would qualify him to hold the proper imperium to be eligible for a triumph, he could not be denied 1 for his Spanish victories, any more than he had been denied 1 for his African victory by Sulla. However, Crassus, having defeated mere enslaved people, had to settle for a lesser honor known as an ovation. As to the consulship, though Pompeius had held none of the preliminary qualifying magistracies and was technically not yet old enough, he could not be denied that either, and Crassus was eminently qualified by offices held, achievements, and age. Both men were elected consul for the year 70 as colleagues and entered their year of office with a joint program of reform, having been persuaded to cooperate, although they frankly loathed each other. The issues for reform were essentially those around which controversy had swirled in Rome over the previous decades. The powers of the tribunate, the citizenship of the Italians, the composition of the juries of the question, land allotment, and, in addition, the citizen rights of those on the losing side in Lepidus's rebellion. As consuls, Pompeius and Crassus sponsored a law restoring the full powers of the tribunes, thereby overturning one of the crucial props of the Sullan system. Regarding the Italians' citizenship, which was another important issue during Sulla's time, they pushed for censorship to be brought back. Only by holding a census could the new Italian citizens who had not been registered in 86 get registered in tribes and centuries and fully activate their citizenship. The inadequate consuls of 72, Gellius Poplicola and Lentulus Clodianus, were, oddly, elected censors and enrolled over 900,000 citizens, 500,000 more than in 86. Many Italians continued missing from the census rolls, but this census was a major step forward in their full enfranchisement. A praetor, Caesar's cousin L. Aurelius Cotta, sponsored a law revising the makeup of the juries. The staffing of these juries had been a political football struggle over by the senators and the equestrians since the time of C. Gracchus. Cotter's law finally settled the matter. He divided the juries between the two sides and said that in the future, juries would be made up of 1/3 of senators, 1/3 of equestrians, and 1/3 of men from a property class just below the equestrians, who were called tribune ferrari. With these three reforms, the Roman governing system reverted to pre-Sullan times. As we have seen, Sulla had never succeeded in restoring senatorial control over the military. Now that the tribunes' powers were fully restored, more Italians had the right to vote, and the jury courts were no longer controlled by senators. There was nothing uniquely Sullan left. Sulla's last reforms had been mainly practical and administrative. It is worth pausing to reflect on the fact that it should have been precisely Pompeius and Crassus, two men who had been prominent supporters of Sulla in and immediately after the Civil War, who presided over this dismantling of the key elements of the Sullan system. These two were no doubt primarily political mavericks rather than Sullans or Optimates, pursuing their own interests rather than any party line. But they certainly were not in any pure or simple sense reformists or popular. We see here the broad dissatisfaction Sulla's attempt to turn back the clock had aroused. As was usual with the professionalized proletarian armies of this time, loyal to their commanding officers, Pompeius's soldiers expected to receive land allotments to retire to as a reward for their military service. Armed with the newly restored tribunician powers, a tribune named Plautius carried a land allotment law that was no doubt intended to serve Pompeius's veterans, and perhaps some of Metellus Pius's and Crassus's too, although it is not clear whether and to what degree the law was really put into effect. 53. Pompeius was soon to embark on new campaigns, and may have recruited many of his Spanish veterans again into active service, postponing their final reward for some years. Plautius also carried a law restoring citizenship rights to the surviving followers of Lepidus and Sertorius. Though we know that Caesar was in Rome and politically active at this time, it is only in connection with this last measure that we hear anything of him. He spoke, we are told, in favor of the law, referring specifically to the obligation he owed to do all he could for his brother-in-law, L. Cornelius Cinna, son of the famous Cinna, who was one of those affected. 54. In this way, Caesar advertised two themes that would recur repeatedly in his career: his determination to do all he could for those bound to him by ties of loyalty, kinship, or obligation, and his connection to Cinna and his faction and policies. Another notable event of the year 70 was Cicero's successful prosecution of Caius Verus for extortion during his governorship of Sicily. Throughout the 70s, young Monsieur Tullius Cicero gradually built up a reputation as a brilliantly persuasive orator and the most outstanding advocate in the law courts after the legendary Q. Hortensius. Cicero always appeared for the defense. As a new man, he was eager to put as many Roman nobles as possible under an obligation and unwilling to give offense by prosecuting. With his growing reputation for oratorical brilliance, he won the quaestorship of 75, which he served in Sicily, and in 70, he successfully stood for the plebeian aedileship of 69. He was ready to make his mark and become the king of the courts. To do that, he needed a showy prosecution in which he might defeat Hortensius. Verus was the perfect target. He did not come from a noble clan. His misrule of Sicily was notorious, and Cicero could claim his duty to stand by the Sicilians, one of whose patrons he was since his quaestorship there, in mitigation of the invidious role of prosecutor. The prosecution was a triumph for Cicero. As leading defense counsel, Hortensius was left with nothing to say by Cicero's brilliant tactics and exposition of the evidence against Verus. 55. Verus fled into voluntary exile in anticipation of being found guilty. Cicero was acknowledged as the undisputed best orator and leading advocate in Rome, and he was henceforth able to return to his norm of defending Roman governors and officials, and finding excuses for their crimes and misrule. After their year of office as consuls, Pompeius and Crassus both declined to take up provincial governorships. Both men, no doubt, considered themselves rather too important to be concerned with the petty business of overseeing a single, peaceful province of the Roman Empire. And neither needed the money that a provincial governor could expect to acquire through his office. Crassus remained in Rome, building connections among the senatorial and equestrian elites, and overseeing his vast empire-wide business interests. Pompeius was looking for a rather more significant command than mere governorship of a province. Pompeius's desire for power and glory remained unsatisfied, and he saw a promising opportunity in the east, where the Mithridatic War continued to rage. Despite his brilliant military successes, Lucullus's operations had begun to bog down, as he had failed to win the affection or loyalty of his troops, alienated the influential class of publicans by criticizing and putting an end to their depredations in Asia Minor, and was not accorded anything like steadfast support by the Senate. 71, the war appeared to be concluded, with only mopping up operations remaining. Lucullus requested the Senate to appoint the customary 10 senatorial commissioners to assist in administrating the territories impacted by or acquired during the conflict. His command over the province of Asia concluded at the onset of 69 as part of this administrative process. However, the belief that the war was over proved to be premature. Lucullus recognized that the war could not be finished while Mithridates remained large. The king had previously demonstrated a remarkable, almost phoenix-like capacity for resurgence from apparent defeat. When Lucullus forced him to flee from his kingdom of Pontus, Mithridates sought refuge with Tigranes of Armenia, another ascendant king in Eastern Asia Minor. Tigranes expanded Armenia into a significant and seemingly formidable kingdom during the 80s and 70s, primarily at the expense of the remnants of Seleucid authority, incorporating regions of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Phoenicia into his original kingdom. He established a grand capital named Tigranokerta in his honor. Mithridates had previously allied with Tigranes, marrying one of his daughters to him. When Lucullus, in the late 70s, demanded Tigranes surrender Mithridates to Rome, Mithridates convinced his son-in-law that Rome posed a threat to Armenian power as much as to Pontic, leading Tigranes to reject Lucullus's demands and uphold his alliance with Mithridates. This decision proved disastrous for Tigranes. In 69, Lucullus invaded Armenia, dealt a devastating defeat to Tigranes at Tigranokerta, and captured the vast new city, forcing Tigranes and Mithridates to flee. This marked the zenith of Lucullus's achievements. He did not succeed in capturing Tigranes or Mithridates, despite engaging in negotiations with the Parthians and various Syrian and Armenian vassal princes throughout the fall and winter. In 68, he intended to launch an offensive against the Parthians for a decisive victory. However, the Senate, envious of any individual maintaining prolonged power or garnering excessive acclaim, stripped him of the province of Cilicia. Consequently, his troops stationed in Pontus declined to march eastward to support his planned invasion. Lucullus was compelled to conduct military operations in northern Armenia to consolidate his position. Yet, he remained resolute in his ambition to invade the Parthian Empire. Although his authority and influence had diminished, he demonstrated his capability by securing a victory at the Arsanias, and subsequently led his army south to winter in Nisibis, northern Mesopotamia, poised to advance southeast in the spring. Regardless, his burgeoning reputation in Rome enabled Caesar to successfully campaign for the position of curule aedile in 65. Despite being less esteemed than the praetorship, the curule aedileship served as a more reliable predictor of a politician's prospects for attaining the consulship. Following Sulla's reforms, 8 praetors were elected each year, whereas only 4 aediles were appointed, of which merely 2 were the more prestigious curule aediles, the other 2 being plebeian aediles. a role inaccessible to patricians. The number of consuls elected annually also stood at 2. Thus, a candidate who secured the coveted curule aedileship could aspire to a future consulship. Naturally, much would hinge on his performance as aedile. The main reason the curule aedileship was so coveted was that besides various administrative and essentially policing functions, it organized 2 of the most popular of the annual Roman festivals. A politician could win immense popularity by lavishing his funds on exhibitions and games during these festivals. Once again, despite his modest fortune and heavy indebtedness, Caesar spent lavishly, reputedly putting all previous aediles in the shade with the magnificence of his preparations for the games. Expensive and beautiful materials of every sort for the shows he put on, theatrical performances, wild beast hunts and public banquets, were exhibited to the public weeks in advance of the festivals in temporary colonnades set up in the Forum, in the Comitium, and on the Capitol. The cost of this lavish expenditure was shared by Caesar's colleague in the aedileship, M. Calpurnius Bibulus. But somehow, all the credit and the resulting popularity seemed to go to Caesar alone, much to Bibulus's dismay. This began a bitter hostility between these 2 men that would last their lives. Caesar was typically dissatisfied with the official spectacles mandated by his position. He promoted his lineage, affiliations, and political ideology through 2 extravagant events. Firstly, he commemorated his father's death, approximately 20 years posthumous, by organizing a grand gladiatorial exhibition. Such spectacles were customary at prominent Roman funerals, though rarely conducted decades later, and Caesar's event surpassed all prior funeral combats, as reported. Plutarch notes that he showcased no fewer than 320 pairs of gladiators engaged in single combats, while Suetonius indicates that this number was less than he had originally planned due to last-minute restrictions imposed by his Senate adversaries. The other striking action Caesar took in 65, once again, emphasized his connection to the legendary Marius. One night, Caesar had the triumphal monuments commemorating Marius's victories over Jugurtha and the Cimbri and Teutones, which had been destroyed during the Civil War and set up again on the Capitol. This was clearly a carefully planned action. The monuments must have been secretly reconstructed during the preceding months. And it created a sensation when Romans awoke to see those monuments once more resplendent in the city's heart. We hear thousands of old Marian veterans wept openly at the sight of their revered chiefs' memorials, and loudly praise Caesar for restoring the legendary general's honors. Not everyone was pleased, however. The urban populace cheered, but the optimate nobility in the Senate, led by the senior ex-consul Q. Lutatius Catulus, whose own father had been assassinated on Marius's orders, protested vociferously at a Senate meeting at which Catulus went so far as to accuse Caesar of plotting to overthrow the state. Caesar effectively defended himself, arguing that it was reasonable to forget past hostilities and honor Marius's real benefits to the state, so the Senate let his action stand. 23. However, by doing this, Caesar gained the bitter and permanent hostility of Catulus and his Optimate associates, firmly establishing himself as the leader of the former supporters of Marius and Cinna and their policies. During his aedileship, Caesar became a leading figure in Roman politics whose views were heard on every important public matter. Crassus and Catulus had been elected censors for 65, and Crassus tried to use the censorship in novel ways. He attempted to register the Transpodane as citizens, but his colleague prevented him from doing so. That Caesar would have supported Crassus in this is clear from his agitation on behalf of the Transpodane 3 years previously. Further, Crassus proposed to annex Egypt, which a previous king had purportedly left to the Roman people in his will. And according to Suetonius, Caesar was also involved. Indeed, it was supposedly Caesar who would have commanded the operation. 25. Again, the proposal founded on optimum resistance, bolstered by a speech opposing the idea delivered by Cicero. These are the first indications of friendship and political cooperation between Caesar and the immensely wealthy Crassus, a friendship that was later important to Caesar. Ultimately, the hostility between Crassus and Catullus grew so bitter that they were forced to resign from the censorship, with nothing accomplished. Another significant event of this year was the trial of Catilina for extortion during his governorship of Africa in 67-66. Despite his disreputable reputation and substantial evidence against him, Catilina was acquitted. The then consul Torquatus served as his defense counsel, and numerous ex-consuls testified as character witnesses. Cicero even contemplated defending Catilina. As Cicero later acknowledged in the 50s, Catilina possessed remarkable charm and numerous admirable qualities, although these attributes were ultimately eclipsed by his negative traits. It is crucial to note that if the purported conspiracy of late 66 had been authentic, Catilina would not have garnered such support. The year 64, when Caesar's distant cousin L. Julius Caesar was consul, was fairly quiet in Rome. The most important event seems to have been the election for the consuls of 63. Two leading candidates for this consulship were Cicero and Catilina, of whom the latter enjoyed the support of Crassus and Caesar. L. Sergius Catilina came from an ancient patrician clan, prominent in the early days of the Republic, but which had fallen into obscurity since the 380s. During the Hannibalic War, one C. Sergius Plautus began to restore the clan's status by achieving a reputation as a fierce warrior and officer, eventually rising to the praetorship in 200. Several other Sergi held magistracies throughout the 2nd century, but none advanced to the praetorship, and Catilina harbored a burning ambition to restore his clan's consular standing. Monsieur Tullius Cicero, by contrast, came from a family wholly new to Roman politics. He was born in the municipality of Arpinum, one of the last Italian towns to receive Roman citizenship before the Social War in 188. He belonged to the class of wealthy local notables, the so-called domi nobles, who formed the backbone of the equestrian order and were beginning to press for high office in Rome in this period. Another case would be the later Emperor Augustus's father, C. Octavius of Velitrae, who was praetor at Rome in 61. With no senatorial ancestry, Cicero had to make his own way in Roman politics, encouraged by the glorious career of his townsman and distant relative Marius, that other famous son of Arpinum. It would be hard to imagine two more different men than Cicero and Catilina in almost every respect. Catilina had made his name as a military man, an officer of daring and ruthlessness in the army of Sulla during the Civil War. He was in many respects the quintessential dissolute aristocrat, arrogant, supercilious, self-assured, charming, reckless, somewhat depraved in his personal life, although not all stories concerning this should be trusted. Both greedy for money and profligate in spending it, he clearly fascinated much of the wilder element of Rome's gilded youth of the 60s, and in those to whom his character appealed, and there were many, he was capable of arousing fanatical loyalty. 27. Cicero's talents, much greater and of more durable effect than Catilina's, lay in quite different directions. Extraordinarily intelligent, Cicero, in his youth, attracted the interest of Rome's brightest legal minds and orators, notwithstanding his non-noble origins. His talents were not suited to military life. He was diligent, intellectually inventive, and bold, but inclined to personal timidity unless greatly roused. A brilliant speaker who could sway an audience almost at will, but did not arouse enduring loyalty, except in a small circle of close friends. Knowing that the nobles inevitably saw him as an outsider, he often lacked assurance, even though he clearly perceived that he was the intellectual and moral superior of all but the few Roman nobles. That lack of perfect self-assurance and a sense of superiority made him often vain and boastful, which has unfairly harmed his reputation through the ages, for he was undoubtedly one of the greatest men Rome ever produced. Of his contemporaries, only Caesar could rival Cicero for the range of his intellectual gifts and his impact on Roman society and culture. These two very different men, Catilina and Cicero, were destined to come into sharper and sharper conflict during the years 64 and 63, until one was driven from Rome and killed, and the other acknowledged as one of Rome's preeminent politicians. The roots of the conflict lay in their rivalry in the consular elections of 64, and their very different temperaments and policies. One of the most popular candidates was C. Antonius Hybrida, who demonstrated the field's weakness. C. Antonius was third-rate in every way: incompetent, corrupt, dissolute, brutal, timid, a habitual drunkard. In short, a man whose many character flaws had led to him being expelled from the Senate at the census of 70, as unworthy to sit in that council. The only thing he had to recommend him for the consulship was the fame of his outstanding father, the elder M. Antonius. It is an indictment of the Roman electoral system of this time that such a man could be a strong candidate. Despite several other candidates with renowned noble names, none stood out for anything other than sheer mediocrity and indolence. Cicero and Catilina were clearly the best two candidates, and it might have seemed sensible for them to reach an electoral pact to secure their consulships. Such a pact was actually contemplated by Cicero, but in the end, he could not bring himself to make it. Catilina's character and ideas were just too alien to him. 29. In the event, Catilina and C. Antonius made an electoral pact together to win the consulships for the two of them and exclude Cicero. Reports indicate that Caesar supported Catilina in her candidacy. During this year, Caesar was serving as iudex, judge, in charge of one of Rome's permanent criminal courts, the Quaestio de Sicarios, murder court, essentially, appointed to this post by the Senate, an indication of the considerable respect he enjoyed despite his popularis leanings. In a further display of his popular political stance, Caesar encouraged people to bring charges against those who'd killed Roman citizens during the Sullan proscriptions, as evidenced by their receiving bounties for having done so. In this way, Caesar challenged the legitimacy of Sulla's measures as a dictator. But when Catilina himself, a notorious bounty hunter during the proscriptions, was charged before him, Caesar desisted. 30. This is the best evidence for Caesar's support of Catilina at this time, but it seems probable that he viewed Catilina as a strong candidate for the consulship, who was likely, as consul, to follow policies more popularly than not. Caesar's backing was already considered well worth having. His immense popularity among the Roman populace was bought at the cost of enormous indebtedness and the definite alienation of the Optimates. But he could undoubtedly influence Roman voters. Cicero was well aware that the electoral compact between Catilina and Antonius, with the backing of the immensely wealthy Marcus Crassus and Caesar, represented a serious threat to his chances of winning the consulship. Therefore, a few days before the election, he took the occasion of a senatorial debate about electoral corruption to deliver a powerful speech in the Senate, in toga candida, denouncing his two rivals. Cicero alleged that Catilina and Antonius were conspiring to overthrow the existing order, among numerous other aspersions of criminal and immoral behavior. 31. This is the first we hear of what was to become the infamous Catilinarian conspiracy. And it is worth noting that it was raised in an electoral speech, a type of speech in which Roman candidates notoriously enjoyed a wide latitude to defame their opponents. At best, Roman rules regarding libel and slander were exceedingly lax and virtually non-existent when it came to political invective. If Cicero was triumphantly elected consul at the head of the poll, Antonius narrowly squeaked into office in second place, and Catilina was defeated. Thus, the scene was set for the year 63, thanks to Cicero's many references, which is one of the best known and certainly among the more dramatic years in Roman history. Cicero's resolve to achieve a notable year as consul. In retrospect, the sheer volume of Ciceronian writing about his consulship inevitably provides the year's leitmotif. At the time itself, one of the major preoccupations filling people's minds was the looming prospect of Pompeius's victorious return to Rome. His campaign in Asia was clearly winding down, and the question of how he would return and what he would do upon returning was one of the day's issues. One absolutely clear thing was that Pompeius would need a land allotment program to reward his veteran soldiers. It is no coincidence that one of the early events of the year 63 was the precise proposal of a land allotment bill by a tribune named Servilius Rullus. Our knowledge of the proposed law comes mostly from Cicero's speech against Rullus, which opposes it, and there has been a lively scholarly debate as to whether Cicero's speech portrays the law accurately or tendentiously misrepresents its purpose. In any case, Cicero said that the bill was against Pompeius's interests. He called the Commission of 10, which was supposed to be set up for 5 years and have a lot of power to carry out the bill, 10 kings, which was a joke. He also said that the bill's plan to pay for the land grants with money from new conquests was weak, picturing the commission of 10 auctioneers selling Pompeius's military camp from under his feet. Cicero's opposition prevented the bill from ever going to a popular vote. But was it really hostile to Pompeius in intent, as Cicero claimed? As noted, Pompeius was the one commander who would soon need a large land allotment program, and it seems very likely that Rullus's bill was intended to serve Pompeius's needs. That, along with the wide powers to be allocated for 5 years to the bill's 10 commissioners, would explain the opposition to the bill of the optimates. Since the land to be allotted was to be fairly purchased from its owners, issues of land titles did not come into play, as in the case of the Gracchian land bills. By securing his position as the head of the Roman state during his year as consul, Cicero made a deal with C. Antonius to detach him from his alliance with Catilina. Antonius, chronically indebted, needed a rich province to exploit as governor after his year as consul, and one of the 2 provinces set aside for the consuls of 63 was Macedonia. Antonius wanted this province, and Cicero, who neither desired nor intended to leave Rome to govern a province, guaranteed that even if allotted the province of Macedonia, he would cede it to Antonius. 34. That showed a rather cynical disregard for the interests of the wretched Macedonians, destined thus to suffer Antonius's misrule and extortion. But Cicero felt that the circumstances warranted it, for he was convinced, or at any rate claimed to be, that there was a conspiracy afoot to undermine the Roman governing system led by Catilina. This year an air of imminent crisis loomed over Rome and Italy, and not all of it was generated by Cicero's overheated rhetoric or speculations about Pompeius's future course of action. Rome and Italy were in the grip of one of the periodic economic crises, particularly involving credit and indebtedness, that were a feature of this era. 2 elements of this particular crisis, easily classified as rural and urban, were present. The rural side of things was part of the ongoing process of the deracination of the Italian small farming class, a process that had begun during the Hannibalic War. During the mid-60s, the financial difficulties primarily affected the former soldiers of Sulla, who had settled on farming allotments in Etruria and Campania. Our sources speak critically and dismissively of these men, attributing their failure as small farmers to a purported inexperience as farmers, an unwillingness to do hard work, and a love of luxury and profligacy. The moralizing tone of these criticisms is clear, and the explanatory power of such criticisms is belied by the fact that Sulla's veterans had, by 63, been settled on their farms for some 17 or 18 years. Surely, incompetence, laziness, and profligacy should have led to failure much sooner. The explanation for their failure must be sought in the same socio-economic conditions that had made small farming in Italy an increasingly unprofitable enterprise for over 100 years. Italian farmers found it challenging to sell surplus and cash crops for a profit. When the market was dominated by abundant and more cheaply produced crops from the latifundia of the wealthy elite, and by crops imported in bulk from regions like Sicily and Egypt. In addition, the normal fluctuations of agricultural production made it necessary for farmers to borrow in years of shortfall against their profits in years of abundant crops. That worked fine when credit was good, but when a squeeze on credit occurred and interest rates rose, the small farmers could not make the steep interest payments, and their creditors sought to foreclose on their lands. The repercussions of the mid-1960s credit contraction are effectively exemplified in the manifesto disseminated by C. Manlius, a former Sullan centurion representing indebted and dispossessed farmers. Although Cicero and the Optimates dismissed his manifesto, and it has seldom been regarded seriously by contemporary scholars, it warrants examination. He contended that the merciless practices of moneylenders had deprived many of their homes, and that the praetor urbanus had permitted moneylenders to physically apprehend debtors, ostensibly to compel them to labor off their debts. His statements undoubtedly illuminate the detrimental impact of the credit system on the small farming demographic. On the urban side, the abundance of money in Rome, due to the vast influxes of booty and tribute from the empire, made lending and borrowing money simple and attractive. Rich financiers were eager to invest their wealth, while many individuals needed money and were prepared to borrow for their necessities or desires. At the higher end of the socio-political scale, the lifestyle of the senatorial and equestrian elites had been rapidly growing more and more ostentatious and expensive since the early 2nd century. The letters of Cicero are particularly revealing of the perceived need for a leading Roman of this period to own a huge and luxurious urban mansion. Expensive villas scattered around Italy in favored locations as rural retreats. Expensively imported furnishings and decorations for all of these homes. Large staffs of specialized enslaved people to maintain these properties, and so on. In addition, the costs associated with a political career, the only suitable career for a man from a senatorial family, had become astronomical. In addition, a lifestyle of ostentatious display and consumption was required, contingent on the sufficiency of one's resources. Many nobles were consequently massively in debt by the time they embarked on a political career, falling further into debt as they progressed up the political ladder. Caesar exemplifies this phenomenon. As long as a noble's career thrived, creditors would continue to finance him, anticipating that a military command or provincial governorship would eventually yield funds for repayment. Conversely, if a noble's career stagnated, creditors would demand repayment promptly, leaving him without means. External factors, such as pirate incursions or significant wars disrupting trade, could adversely affect the credit market, leading to increased interest rates and potentially disastrous consequences for many debtors. Indebtedness extended beyond the elite, permeating the urban small business sector. Artisans, shopkeepers, retailers, tavern keepers and others, each occasionally resorting to borrowing and similarly impacted by credit constraints and interest rate increases. Catilina was known to be heavily indebted, notwithstanding his ostentatious and expensive lifestyle, and many of the younger men who formed his circle were likewise extravagant and deeply in debt. At this point in time, when the economy wasn't stable because of the piracy of the early 1960s and the chaos of the Mithridatic War, but not yet because of Pompeius's victories and the settlement of the East, it was simple to see that the spending habits of heavily indebted men like Catilina and his fans among Rome's young and wealthy people were reckless and even desperate. This lent colour to Cicero's frequent claims of brewing conspiracy, yet nothing dramatic happened for most of the year 63. In fact, Catilina was focused on running for a second term as consul, and his supporters and creditors were willing to give him some leeway in the hopes that he would win for 62. It is difficult to believe that a plot to overthrow the government was already in the works. Catilina wanted to be the duly elected consul of the Roman res publica, not the head of an insurrectionist regime whose lifespan would inevitably last only as long as it took Pompeius to transport his legions back to Italy. All of this leads to the notion that, whether Cicero believed what he was saying, his hints and statements concerning the supposed conspiracy led by Catilina to overthrow the state were not true until at least some time after the consular elections in July. It may even be supposed that Cicero was intent on manufacturing a conspiracy, a crisis he could heroically resolve, thus winning renown and making his consulship memorable. Cicero himself complained repeatedly that his warnings about the purported conspiracy were not believed, but a remarkable public demonstration engineered almost certainly by Caesar indicated that the opponents of the Optimates were very much expecting a display of official violence. One of the tribunes for the year, a Piscine identified as Titus Labienus, filed a murder case against an elderly senator named C. Rabirius, who claimed to have been the individual accountable for Saturninus's demise some 30 years prior. Labienus, however, did not present his case before the Quaestio Divi, or the Quaestio de Sicariis et Veneficis, which are the tribunals for public violence or homicide, as we would articulate in contemporary terms. Instead, he employed an antique technique from the inception of Rome that was either authentic or derived from antiquarian research. Labienus's law mandated the appointment of 2 judges, known as Dumviri Perduelionis, to determine Rabirius's innocence or guilt, with the individuals designated disclosing the orchestrators of this sham trial: Caesar himself and his cousin L. Gaius Julius Caesar. Labienus sustained a strong alliance with Caesar as circumstances developed, and L. Caesar always adhered to his cousin's guidance throughout his career. The 2 Caesars proclaimed Rabirius guilty, thereby indicating a case to address, prompting Rabirius to appeal to the populace, which resulted in a formal trial before the Comitia Centriata, with Labienus serving as the prosecutor. Most of our understanding of this trial derives from Cicero's defense speech, which was notably biased. Although Rabirius was indeed part of the mob that assaulted Saturninus and his allies in the Senate House, there were substantial grounds to question whether he had actually inflicted the fatal blow. Why pursue prosecution against him after so many years? The trial was evidently designed to convey a message, as scholars have long acknowledged. Nonetheless, the message was not, as many contend, to criticize the Senatus Consultum Ultimum per se. In essence, Saturninus was not executed under the auspices of that emergency decree. Rather, he was killed, as previously noted, after the emergency had concluded, following his and his supporters' disarmament and surrender, after they had been assured protection from summary execution and detained to await trial. The trial of Rabirius served as a cautionary measure for individuals authorized by the Senate to employ official force during a Senatus Consultum Ultimum, emphasizing the necessity of exercising such power judiciously, and only when absolutely essential. This suggests that Caesar and his associates foresaw a potential catastrophe to provoke the Senate's emergency proclamation. The trial of Rabirius was not conducted. To maintain the proceedings' authenticity and antiquity, Praetor Metellus Sylla halted the trial by lowering the flag on Janiculum Hill. In antiquity, this signified that an Etruscan army was advancing to assault Rome, necessitating the cessation of all governmental activities. The senatorial intervention on behalf of Rabirius resulted in the cessation of the matter. The warning had been issued. Advancement emerged for Caesar in 63, following the death of the Pontifex Maximus, the de facto leader of Rome's public ecclesiastical affairs. This was Sulla's former ally, Q. Metellus Pius, consul in 80 BCE. Historically, the individual selected to lead the pontifical college was an elder statesman and among the most senior members of the college. Although Caesar had held the position of pontifex since 73, he would not typically have been a viable contender for Pontifex Maximus at this juncture. Conversely, Caesar recognized an opportunity and persuaded Labienus to reinstate a legislation from 104. According to this legislation, state priests would be selected by an assembly of 17 out of 35 tribes, chosen by lot, rather than being co-opted as per Sulla's decree. The proposal was enacted, and Caesar swiftly leveraged the resulting popularity to declare his candidacy for the position of Pontifex Maximus. He confronted two formidable adversaries, P. Servilius Vatia, the consul of 79, and Q. Lutatius Catulus, the consul of 78, possessed considerably greater experience than Caesar. Nevertheless, Caesar was prepared to contest his popularity, and with his characteristic confidence and resolve, he was willing to risk his career on the result. Despite being one of the most substantial debtors in Rome, he procured significant additional funds to invest in this election, encumbering himself with such extensive debt that a defeat would result in inevitable financial and professional devastation. Upon departing his residence on the morning of the election, he reportedly informed his mother, as he said her farewell, that he would either return as Pontifex Maximus or not at all, implying that a loss would necessitate his exile due to insurmountable debts. Nevertheless, he was not the sole individual to possess confidence in his appeal to the Roman electors. Catulus was reportedly so apprehensive about the result, dreading the humiliation of being vanquished by a significantly younger adversary, that he proposed a substantial sum of money for Caesar to withdraw. Caesar dismissed the proposal, resulting in the anticipated outcome. He secured the election by a substantial margin, garnering more votes in his opponent's tribes than they achieved. Caesar's life experienced numerous transformations upon his appointment as Pontifex Maximus. As the holder of Rome's most significant and powerful priesthood, he was one of the state's foremost figures. The position included an official house, the Domus Publica, located on the Via Sacra in the Forum Romanum, adjacent to the Temple of Vesta, and the house of the Vestal Virgins, for whom he would oversee. Caesar willingly relinquished his humble family residence in the Subura and relocated to the Domus Publica, residing there in opulent fashion at the political epicenter of Rome. His triumph in this election attests to his remarkable popularity among the Roman populace. It's clear that only Pompeius surpassed him. Caesar consistently endeavored to foster his popularity by extravagant spending and his endorsement or rejection of public programs and projects. 3 additional laws proposed by tribunes this year are significant. It was intended to reinstate the privilege to hold office for the sons of individuals condemned under Sulla. This would have been a beneficial burying the hatchet initiative, which Caesar naturally endorsed. Another proposal provided substantial debt relief to alleviate the previously mentioned credit crunch and foreclosure issues. Considering the recognized threat of potential insurrection by individuals burdened by debt and exorbitant interest rates, implementing a debt relief initiative seemed prudent. Nevertheless, the Optimates rejected both measures, and Consul Cicero aligned with the Optimates, ultimately nullifying both proposals. To regain some favor with the populace, Cicero endorsed the third proposal, introduced by tribunes Labienus and Ampius Balbus, and approved by Caesar, granting Pompeius the privilege of donning triumphal garments during public games to recognize his victories. It is regrettably characteristic of Cicero that, in his desire to appease the affluent and the Optimates, he would resist substantial reforms intended to address public issues or injustices, while seeking to gain favor with the populace and Pompeius, by endorsing a proposal designed solely to exploit Pompeius's popularity and cater to his vanity. The summer election of magistrates in 62 represented a significant advancement in Caesar's career, constituting a calamity for Catilina. Caesar was easily elected praetor, and his prospects for a future consulship were evidently quite promising. Catilina was once more unsuccessful in securing the consulship, defeated by D. Junius Silanus and L. Licinius Murena. Cicero, the presiding consul, had armed guards present during the election, citing a conspiracy by Catilina to usurp power, which may have influenced Catilina's defeat. The corruption evident during this election was so infamous that the morally stringent and principled young Mr. Porcius Cato had previously announced his intention to prosecute any winning candidates. He permitted familial allegiance to obscure his feeling of obligation for Silanus, his brother-in-law. However, he did pursue prosecution against Murena, much to Cicero's dismay. Cicero's defense oration for Murena exhibited a proficient application of specialized arguments. Cicero believed that the peril for the failed candidate Catilina and his group of desperate debtors lay in the political imprudence of attempting to disrupt the electoral results. Deposing Murena, if convicted, might advantage Catilina as one of the vanquished contenders. As a result, he ridiculed Cato's untimely moral rigidity in his speech. And in private, he was even more caustic, expressing in a letter to his friend Atticus that Cato spoke as though he resided in Plato's ideal republic rather than in Romulus's sewer. Ultimately, this electoral defeat signified the conclusion of Catilina's prospects as a mainstream politician. Upon recognizing that he would never attain a consulship, his creditors retracted their support and began to seek repayment. Due to his inability to settle his debts, he contemplated methods to evade repayment. The tribunicial bill proposing debt relief was unsuccessful. It was evident that only extra-legal measures would likely provide assistance in the near term, as the Senate was certain to obstruct any additional legal efforts to obtain debt relief. At this juncture, we can regard the concept of a Catilinarian conspiracy with seriousness. The conspiracy comprised two components, one centered in Rome and the other in the Italian countryside. During Catilina's time in Rome, a contingent of senators and magistrates, mainly of inferior rank, was accompanied by a substantial number of reckless and severely indebted young aristocrats. The most prominent members of the senatorial group were P. Cornelius Lentulus Sura and C. Cornelius Cethegus. The individual sprang from an affluent noble lineage and served as consul in 71, but was banished from the Senate by the censors in 70 and was required to restore his previous status by securing re-election to several magistracies. By the age of 63, he had ascended to the praetorship once more. Yet he must have seen that his chances of attaining the consulship were again bleak. Nevertheless, he possessed connections. In addition to his formidable clan and family, he was wed to Julia, Caesar's cousin and the sister of L. Caesar, the consul of 64, was the stepfather of the renowned Marcus Antonius through her. Cethegus was a member of a lower branch of the influential Cornelius clan. However, he exhibited the most vigor and audacity among the conspirators following Catilina, so appearing to have assumed a significant role despite his status as a junior senator. The conspiracy in Rome likely involved numerous individuals to differing extents. Nevertheless, the uneven nature of the evidence complicates the confirmation of the precise number or composition. The organization was sufficiently big and undisciplined to generate multiple leaks. Cicero frequently claimed to possess information from insiders within the conspiracy. Subsequent allegations indicated the potential involvement of Crassus and/or Caesar, a highly improbable assertion given to various considerations. Neither Crassus nor Caesar were predisposed to submit to an individual like Catilina, and Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome and its principal creditor, would have had no inclination to engage in a conspiracy designed to eradicate debt. Both men were affluent and had too much at stake to engage in a conspiracy that could only thrive for the little period required for Pompeius to return to Italy from the east. Pompeius would not permit anyone to dominate Rome without resistance, and considering Pompeius's significant superiority in force, The result of such a confrontation was inevitable. Conversely, it is largely undisputed that, like Cicero, both Crassus and Caesar possessed connections within the conspiracy, as Cicero openly acknowledged receiving intelligence from them. A paper delivered to Cicero by Crassus on October 21st convinced the Senate of the conspiracy's authenticity, prompting the passage of the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, which empowered Cicero to employ any requisite force to safeguard the state. In the Italian countryside, particularly in Etruria, many indebted and displaced individuals harbored grievances against the prevailing system and the affluent elite, as previously noted. Catilina initiated communication with C. Manlius, the commander of a faction of sullen warriors in Etruria, who had been unsuccessful as small-scale agrarians. As stated in Manlius's manifesto, these individuals primarily desired alleviation from their persistent debts and the associated hardships. They perceived violence as their sole recourse when the Senate and other institutions disregarded their circumstances. The intention is to organize a collaborative demonstration in Rome and Etruria on 27 October. In Etruria, a contingent of approximately 10,000 men commanded by Manlius would instigate a rebellion and prepare to advance on Rome. At the same time, in Rome, an insurrection would allegedly be triggered by igniting fires in multiple locations to generate chaos, followed by an assault on Cicero and several prominent senators. Cicero's diligent oversight and armed sentinels thwarted the rally in Rome, despite it never being a substantial scheme. Manlius and his troops appeared armed near Faesulae, but were promptly encircled by forces led by proconsul Marcius Rex, who was in Italy, anticipating a triumph. During this period, Catilina publicly appeared and participated in Senate meetings in Rome, apparently without any difficulties. With the full power of his language in the first Catilinarian speech at a Senate meeting on 7th November, Cicero ultimately precipitated a crisis by compelling Catilina to depart Rome and ally with Manlius and his forces in open insurrection. Nevertheless, the conspiracy exhibited an unusual lack of activity and silence until early December, prompting inquiries regarding its planning and advancement depth. This description of the renowned Catilinarian conspiracy is notably more concise and ambiguous than most historical narratives, and for good cause. Cicero's remarks in Catilinam and Sallust's account of the Bellum Catilinae, our primary sources for the plot, exhibit evident bias, rendering it unwise to rely on their specifics, as they frequently contradict one another. Subsequent authors were influenced by partisan reasons as significantly as Cicero and Sallust, and/or were reliant on the works of the latter two. Two elements are distinctly evident in this plot. In late November, Catilina's associates in Rome, spearheaded by the praetor Lentulus Sura, attempted to broker an accord with emissaries from the Gallic tribe, the Allobroges, to incite a diversionary insurrection in Gaul. 5 principal conspirators appended their seals to a document outlining this agreement, which was unequivocally traitorous. The Allobrogian envoys, astute in their actions, disclosed the conspiracy to Cicero through their Roman sponsor, enabling Cicero to apprehend the conspirators and submit them with evidence of their culpability to the Senate on 3rd December. Secondly, Manlius and Catilina orchestrated a military rebellion in Etruria. Ironically, Consul Antonius, Catilina's previous electoral associate, was tasked with addressing this uprising, while the actual organization of an army and its leadership in combat was executed by Antonius's seasoned legate, Marcus Petreius. Beyond these challenging facts, all other aspects should be viewed skeptically, due to the numerous and biased partisan distortions previously noted. The nefarious conspirators in Rome were addressed at a significant Senate assembly in the Temple of Concord on 5th December, an event meticulously chronicled by Sallust in one of the most renowned excerpts of Roman historiography. It's noted that between 3 and 5 of December, adversaries of Crassus and Caesar, particularly Catullus and C. Calpurnius Piso, exerted desperate attempts to get Cicero to incriminate Crassus and/or Caesar in the plan with the Allobroges to eliminate them. Cicero declined, although he subsequently claims that Crassus and Caesar were in some manner implicated in Catilina's conspiracy, particularly in his Memoir de Concilis Sui, which was conveniently released only after his death. Perhaps cognizant of these attempts to associate him, Crassus abstained from the Senate meeting on 5th of December, whereas Caesar, exhibiting his characteristic composure, was not only present, but also significantly contributed to the debate. Sallust depicts the consul Cicero as presiding over the Senate meeting with composure and objectivity, giving unequivocal evidence of the conspirators' culpability and seeking the Senate's counsel on their treatment. Junius Silanus, the consul designate for 62, was the first to address the assembly, advocating for the ultimate penalty, which unequivocally signified execution. The consular senators reached a consensus. Nevertheless, Caesar, the praetor designate, was among the initial speakers, while Cato, the junior senator and only tribune designate, exerted considerable influence over the discussion. Their perspectives were fundamentally contradictory, and every evidence indicates that their persuasive rhetoric prevailed during the proceedings. Sallust's narrative is evidently constructed as a showcase illustrating the antagonism between these two individuals, whose conflicting policies significantly contributed to the civil war that culminated in the demise of the Republican Republic in Rome. Caesar articulated a reasoned case for moderation, highlighting the folly of drastic actions driven by emotion and the absence of necessity in executing irrevocable choices. The conspirators shall be incarcerated under the strictest surveillance. Once the crisis has subsided, the Senate may, with greater composure, decide whether to condemn these individuals to life imprisonment, as Caesar suggested, or to impose an alternative punishment, including capital punishment. Cato fervently championed the death sentence and triumphed in the case. Although M. Mauer is too young and inexperienced to participate meaningfully in Rome's politics and public discourse at this time, Porcius Cato compensated for his lack of seniority with his formidable persona, steadfast convictions, fervor, and resolute determination. For the subsequent 15 years, he was to assume a prominent position in Rome's political sphere as the recognized leader of the Optimate faction. Following Sulla's retirement, the Optimates were directed by Metellus Pius and Lutatius Catulus, assisted by relatively younger figures such as the orator Hortensius and the consul of 67, C. Calpurnius Piso. Metellus Pius had died. Nevertheless, Catulus was aged and had little time remaining. He died in 61. And the subsequent generation of Optimates, like as Hortensius and Piso, lacked the vigor and charisma necessary for leadership. Cato assumed the leadership position. He was a guy of absolute conviction. He was unequivocal in his understanding of what was right, devoid of question or hesitation in any circumstance. Cato, influenced by Stoic philosophy and an idealized perception of his great-grandfather Cato the Censor, whom he aspired to imitate, effectively became a symbol of Roman morality to his peers. Cicero may jest about Cato's stringent moral integrity, or at times find it exasperating, yet, akin to most Romans, he was profoundly influenced. This moral integrity garnered Cato the esteem of all conservative Romans and positioned him as their leader. As a junior senator in the late 50s and early 60s, his public opinion was accorded the respect typically reserved for esteemed former consuls. By the late 50s, despite never achieving the consulship, he was indisputably the most significant figure in Rome after the illustrious military leaders Pompeius and Caesar. Cato, a conservative Stoic, believed that the Roman governance had reached an optimal state during his time, asserting that the system itself was devoid of flaws and required no improvement. He possessed the intelligence to recognize the numerous flaws of Roman politics and society, However, he contended that the issue was not institutional, but rather moral. If Roman authorities and citizens were to re-embrace the moral perspective and behavioral standards of his great-grandfather's time, all would be fine. Cato exemplified a standard, anticipating that others would replicate his conduct. That perspective was naive, and even contemporaries like as Cicero recognized its naivety. The residents of what Cicero termed Romulus's sewer were unlikely to conform to Cato's idealized conception of prisca virtues, ancient virtue. However, Cato's example persisted as a formidable influence. He was prepared to do whatever necessary actions. He asserted that if Rome's conventional system was incompatible with imperial governance, the Romans should relinquish their empire rather than their traditional system. Such an occurrence seems implausible. Nonetheless, the foundational conviction in Roman traditions motivated individuals to adhere to Cato. It is paradoxical that Cato's unwavering conviction of right and wrong ultimately propelled the state towards civil war and the system towards disintegration. He ultimately obliterated everything he sought to preserve. He has consistently been an iconic figure, the epitome of the virtuous politician. In the discourse over the Catilinarian conspirators, Cato's steadfast conviction swayed the Senate, signifying the initial of numerous confrontations with Caesar. He despised Caesar, not alone for political motives, perceiving him as the epitome of what he deemed flawed in contemporary Roman politics and culture, but also for personal grievances. He loathed that Caesar was engaged in a scandalous romance with his, Cato's, cherished half-sister Servilia. In this singular incident, Caesar reciprocated the disdain. Cato was characteristically composed, amiable, slow to take umbrage, and prompt to pardon. Cato was a man entirely resistant to argument, or allure, firmly convinced of his own righteousness and the fallibility of Caesar, an attitude that Caesar found intolerable. Naturally, Caesar was acutely aware of Cato's misjudgment and his own correctness. Nonetheless, Caesar was compelled to exit the Senate session, under Cicero's safeguard, to avert potential danger from the anti-Catilina camp, while Cato emerged victorious. The conspirators were taken to the Roman state jail beneath Capitol Hill and executed. Cicero was acclaimed as the rescuer of Rome and bestowed with the honorific title Pater Patriae, Father of the Fatherland. Catilina and Manlius, with their diminutive and inadequately prepared contingent, were encircled by the forces of Antonius and Petreius and engaged in combat in February of the subsequent year. Sallust recognized their heroic and commendable efforts in battle, although their unavoidable defeat concluded this exaggerated episode. Cicero experienced a notable consulship and established himself as a prominent figure in Rome. Yet he wasn't fated to retain that status without disruption. As Caesar had cautioned, numerous Romans could neither forget nor forgive that he had executed Roman people without trial, regardless of the justification. On the final day of the year, Cicero endeavored to conclude his consulship with an oration to the populace, detailing and justifying his deeds and accomplishments, when the tribune Q. Metellus Nepos exercised his veto, allowing Cicero solely to affirm that he had upheld the laws of Rome during his consulship. The inaugural day of 62 coincided with the commencement of Caesar's praetorship, which he commemorated with a personal political display. In 83, the temple of Jupiter Optimus atop the Capitol was consumed by fire, and in 78, the duty and privilege of supervising its reconstruction were entrusted to question Lutatius Catulus. 15 years later, the temple remained unfinished, prompting Caesar to suggest that the responsibility be removed from Catulus, who had implicitly demonstrated a lack of dedication to completing the project, and transferred through a popular election to another individual, possibly Pompeius. Caesar permitted Catulus to defend his record on the temple's construction, but prohibited him from ascending the speaker's platform, requiring him to address the audience from ground level. This definitely exacerbated the older man's shame. The objective was undoubtedly partially to avenge Catullus's efforts to associate Caesar with the Catilinarian crisis, although also underscored the complacency and ineffectiveness of the Optimate elite. As Catullus's supporters amassed in significant numbers to support him, Caesar disregarded the matter, content that he'd conveyed his message. As praetor, Caesar supervised one of the permanent questiones, law courts, established by Sulla, but accomplished nothing significant in that capacity. He encountered 3 significant occurrences at his praetorship's commencement, midpoint, and conclusion. In 62, Metellus Nepos, a tribune, opened the year with audacious ideas advantageous to Pompeius. Metellus Nepos was the brother-in-law of Pompeius, as Pompeius's wife Mucia was Metellus's half-sister, and he had been a member of Pompeius's staff in the East since 67. In early January, he introduced a bill advocating for the summoning of Pompeius and his forces from the East to address Catilina's armed rebellion in Italy. Given the diminutive size, inadequate armament, and encirclement of Catilina's forces by stronger troops, Pompeius's involvement was largely unnecessary, revealing that the legislation was mainly a pretext for his armed return to Italy. Furthermore, it appears that Metellus Nepos intended to propose legislation. Pompeius sought to stand for the consulship of 61 while absent. Without this legislation, he would not qualify for a second consulship until 59, adhering to the 10-year break since his initial consulship in 70, and would be required to present himself as a candidate in person. Cato, a tribune, strongly opposed any further rights or privileges for Pompeius, and declared his intention to veto the biljao owning Pompeius to Italy. Caesar supported Metellus and accompanied him to the tribunal on the day of the vote on the law. Metellus, foreseeing resistance and potential bloodshed, had deployed an armed guard comprising gladiators in front of the tribunal. Nonetheless, Cato and his associate Q. Minucius Thermus asserted themselves and ascended the tribunal, positioning themselves between Metellus and Caesar. Upon Metellus's command for the herald to announce the bill, Cato exercised his veto. Metellus subsequently seized the bill and read it aloud. However, Cato abruptly confiscated the document. Despite Metellus continuing to recite it from memory, Thermus intervened by covering his mouth to silence him. Metellus's armed guards interfered forcefully, dispersing Cato's supporters. However, demonstrating characteristic bravery and stubbornness, Cato remained resolute amidst a barrage of strikes until some of his supporters, motivated by his example, returned, resulting in a chaotic melee. Ultimately, Consul Murena intervened and escorted Cato to safety. However, the turmoil had escalated to a degree that Metellus could not conduct a vote. The Senate responded to the violence by enacting the Senatus Consultum Ultimum, urging the consuls to protect the state by any means necessary, and suspending Metellus and Caesar from their positions for inciting violence. Exhibiting characteristic composure, Caesar delivered a speech defending Metellus and himself, which endured until Suetonius, while he continued fulfilling his duties as praetor despite the Senate's resolution. Metellus Nepos, however, absconded from Rome to ally with Pompeius in Asia, possibly intending to provide Pompeius with a pretext for military intervention in Rome on behalf of a wronged tribune. When Caesar recognized that the consuls were ready to confront him with force, he acquiesced to the unavoidable. He dismissed his lictors and removed his ceremonial purple-edged toga before returning to his residence. 2 days later, a throng gathered outside his residence, advocating for him and proposing to reinstate him to his position by force. The Senate was promptly convened to discuss the matter, but they were astonished that Caesar had amicably engaged the mob and convinced them to disperse. The impressed senators officially reinstated Caesar to his role as praetor, concluding this incident with significant commendation for Caesar. Notwithstanding the defeat and demise of Catilina and his forces in early February, Proceedings continued in Rome on the conspiracy to identify and penalizes were provided to informants who may disclose those involved in the conspiracy, and two specific informants, Quintus Curius and Lucius Vettius, sought to accuse Caesar. Vettius implicated Caesar in a roster of co-conspirators sent to Judge Novius Niger, who was overseeing the court of inquiry, and he claimed to possess a handwritten letter from Caesar to Catilina that demonstrated Caesar's involvement. During a Senate meeting, Curius affirmed Caesar's involvement, claiming that Catilina had disclosed this information. Once more, Caesar's response demonstrated his characteristic composure and decisiveness. In the Senate, he staunchly refuted Curius's accusation and summoned Cicero to attest that he, Caesar, had disclosed intelligence, revealing the conspiracy. He thereby prevented Curius from obtaining the informer's prize. He confronted Vettius more aggressively, sending his attendants to apprehend, assault, incarcerate, and obliterate his possessions. Moreover, he dispatched his lictors to apprehend and incarcerate Novius Niger for the audacity of allowing a magistrate with superior imperium to be prosecuted in his presence. This was indeed authoritative. However, it garnered widespread approbation as the appropriate conduct of a magistrate with imperium in safeguarding the dignity conferred upon him by the Roman populace. Near the conclusion of his praetorship, Caesar, without any culpability, became entangled in a disreputable scandal. Annually, the women of Rome commemorated a distinct religious festival in reverence of a deity called Bona Dea, good goddess. The ceremonies were exceedingly clandestine, and no men were allowed to observe or approach them. The festival took place in the residence of a senior magistrate, a consul or praetor, designated by the Senate, and in 62, Caesar's residence was selected. All males were required to vacate the premises on the day of the ceremonies. In fact, even male animals were expelled, transforming the house into a refuge for females. Pompeia, the wife of the selected magistrate Caesar, presided over the nocturnal rites. On this occasion, a young patrician aristocrat identified as P. Clodius Pulcher infiltrated Caesar's residence disguised as a woman during the night of the event. It is claimed that he was involved in an affair with Pompeia, who orchestrated the admission of one of her servant girls to facilitate their secret meetings. Clodius, evidently intrigued by the rites, did not remain discreetly in the designated room to meet Pompeia. Instead, he roamed the house and was found by a young woman who informed Caesar's mother, Aurelia. Aurelia promptly secured the home and initiated a search, which revealed Clodius concealed in a maid's quarters. They expelled Clodius and promptly notified the authorities on the profanation of the Bona Dea rites, inciting a remarkable scandal. Clodius was an extraordinary figure destined to gain notoriety over the subsequent decade by a succession of violent and scandalous deeds. A descendant of one of Rome's most esteemed and influential patrician families, the Claudii, Clodius had already demonstrated his eccentricity by opting for the more plebeian spelling of his surname with a O, Clodius, instead of Claudius. Although not exceptionally affluent, Clodius was able to maintain an opulent lifestyle with the support of his three sisters, all of whom had entered into advantageous marriages, with at least two rumored to have engaged in incestuous relationships. He deemed nothing too outrageous and executed all actions with haughty arrogance, presuming that a Claudius was fundamentally without reproach. Nonetheless, Clodius may have exceeded his limits in this circumstance. The Senate demanded a comprehensive investigation into this sacrilege and the prosecution of the culpable individual. Despite Clodius surrounding himself with an armed entourage and exploiting public animosity towards the Senate, he ultimately failed to avert the prosecution. Upon discovering the controversy, Caesar promptly sent a divorce notice to Pompeia. Despite his own reputation for engaging with married women, he was unwilling to be publicly humiliated as a cuckold. He declined to testify against the influential and prominent young Clodius, asserting that he had no knowledge of any relationship between Clodius and Pompeia, and could not directly observe any misconduct by Clodius. When questioned about the rationale behind his divorce from Pompeia, he notably said that his wife must be beyond reproach. Employing every imaginable stalling strategy, Clodius postponed any action until well into the year 61. When he could no longer defer action, he succeeded in having a tribune, Fufius Callinus, initiate a special prosecution under conditions more favorable to him than those approved by the Senate and directed by the consul Pupius Piso. Crassus subsequently intervened by supplying monies to bribe the jury, resulting in the infamous injustice of Clodius's acquittal. The most enduring consequence of the incident was a profound animosity between Clodius and Cicero. In his defense, Clodius claimed he was several miles from Rome on the evening of the Bona Dea celebration. However, Cicero dismantled his alibi and revealed him as a deceiver by testifying that he had encountered Clodius in Rome late afternoon. Following his tenure as praetor, Caesar was assigned the governorship of the same province of Further, western Spain, that he previously served as questor. Due to the Clodius affair postponing this assignment until March of 61, he was eager to conclude his matters in Rome and depart for Spain to assume the governorship promptly. However, he encountered a significant issue. Despite his achievements and popularity, his overwhelming indebtedness caused considerable anxiety among his creditors. At this time, Caesar's debts reportedly totaled an astonishing 25 million sesterces. Due to the disparate nations and economies involved, together with issues related to purchasing power, it is challenging to ascertain the contemporary value of this sum. Still, it constituted a substantial debt. His creditors demanded payment guarantees and attempted to prevent his departure from Rome until they were appeased. However, he lacked the financial means to provide any assurance beyond his word. At this juncture, the political alliance and camaraderie he had cultivated with Crassus over the preceding years demonstrated its value. Crassus intervened to resolve or secure the most urgent debts, allegedly amounting to 830 talents. With Crassus's support, Caesar's creditors acquiesced to withdraw their objections, enabling Caesar to expedite his journey to further Spain. As governor, his objective was to elevate his status in Roman politics and to augment his money, achieving success in both endeavors with his characteristic flair. He successfully returned to Rome in the mid-60s as a triumphant general, an accomplished governor with restored financial credibility, and as a leading candidate for the consular elections of 59. The province of Further Spain, approximately corresponding to contemporary Portugal, was, at least from the Roman viewpoint, afflicted by bandits inhabiting the province's northern and interior mountain ranges. The tribes in question would likely have identified themselves as more than mere robbers. Nonetheless, the challenges they posed to Roman rule in the province legitimized Caesar's actions to attack and pacify them in the eyes of Rome. Caesar deployed additional troops to augment the province's standard occupation force. He engaged in a highly successful campaign against the hill tribes during the summer, seizing numerous towns and achieving at least one major victory, which led his troops acclaimed him as Imperator, the honorary title bestowed by Roman armies upon a general who has secured victory. The campaign's success resulted in the procurement of substantial amounts of plunder. Roman regulations permitted significant discretion to the triumphant general in allocating spoils, but it was anticipated that a substantial amount would augment the state coffers. Caesar meticulously mitigated criticism and elevated his reputation by dispatching a substantial monetary contribution to Rome alongside his campaign report. His accomplishments were sufficiently esteemed, prompting the Senate to confer upon him a triumph. Caesar also prioritized his soldiers, granting them a considerable amount as their portion of the spoils. However, He also preserved a substantial amount to aid in the restoration of his finances. Following the campaign, Caesar focused on the judicial and administrative affairs of the more pacified regions of his province. Here he demonstrated vigor, diligence, and efficacy. He endeared himself to the provincials by abolishing a punitive levy levied by the Senate due to the region's backing of Sertorius in the 70s. Like Italy, the province had a financial crisis characterized by credit and debts. Caesar proposed a straightforward yet equitable resolution. He mandated that debtors return their obligations, but to safeguard their assets and means of subsistence, he restricted repayments to a maximum of 2/3 of the debtor's annual income until the debt was settled. Notably, Caesar's tenure in Spain signified the resolution of his substantial debt issues, indicating his potential for considerable financial gain from the region. Certain reports indicate that he employed coercive tactics against affluent provincials and intentionally looted non-threatening areas with the bandits he opposed. These allegations appear to originate solely from malevolent rumors. A valid case would not have dissuaded Caesar's vehement Roman adversaries, Cato and Bibulus, from pursuing prosecution on any credible accusation. No prosecution was publicly addressed or pursued. Yet we must ascertain if his conduct in Spain broadly adhered to established standards and norms. This demonstrates the significant opportunities for lawful enrichment available to the Roman aristocracy administering a province. Alternative methods of acquiring wealth were available besides the spoils from genuine military campaigns. During the governor's provincial visit, numerous localities provided him with subsidies for himself and his entourage, while affluent and influential locals presented him with presents to solicit his favor. Roman practice imposed no explicit restrictions on such grants and gifts, provided that no coercion was employed to extract funds and that the gifts did not constitute bribes to pervert justice or similar offenses. The position was exceedingly uncertain. Nonetheless, the Romans stayed steadfast as long as the provincials were satisfied with their dealings with their ruler. Provincials were incentivized to contribute liberally to gain the favor of a man like Caesar. Powerful, significant, well-connected, and recognized as a devoted and effective patron in Rome. The recurrent assertions in our sources that Caesar utilized overt bribery to achieve electoral victories should be assessed similarly to the allegations of misconduct in his province. In summary, we have neither encountered nor pursued a bribery prosecution against Caesar. What is the reason for this? Caesar possessed formidable adversaries, as I have observed. Why did Catulus, or a representative of Catulus, refrain from prosecuting Caesar for allegedly buying the populace to secure his election as Pontifex Maximus, if his bribery was as conspicuous and infamous as certain accounts indicate? Caesar did not participate in election bribery. The Roman laws regarding ambitus, electoral bribery, forbade some behaviors, including the direct purchase of votes, while permitting financial incentives to sway the electorate. Like contemporary American elections, ancient Roman elections were driven by financial resources, and the stringent legislative limitations on expenditure do not imply that an individual could not properly allocate funds for his electoral campaigns. Caesar expended exorbitant sums on his elections, significantly beyond his financial means, and exceeding the expenditures of most of his contemporaries and adversaries. However, he must have exercised caution in expending his funds by Roman election regulations. Otherwise, his detractors would undoubtedly have pursued many prosecutions against him. Cicero characterized Caesar's return to Italy in mid-60 as exuberant. He received a triumph and had a favorable chance of securing the consulship the subsequent year. In Italy, the political environment had significantly changed since late 62, presenting Caesar with specific challenges and a remarkable opportunity. Pompeius had completed his restructuring of Rome's eastern provinces and client kingdoms following the Mithridatic Wars, and returned to Italy with his army at the end of 62. Upon inspecting his forces in Brundisium, Pompeius dismissed them, assuring their return upon celebrating his triumph. This alleviated concerns among many in Rome and Italy regarding the potential actions of his formidable victorious army. He then journeyed calmly to Rome, celebrated and honored by every community along route, and reached the city's periphery as a triumphant hero, rather than as a new Sulla intent on forcibly seizing power, as many had apprehended. Pompeius was fundamentally a guy who pursued acknowledgement as the preeminent individual of his era from his contemporaries and acclaim from the broader Roman populace, rather than authoritarian authority attained via coercion. Throughout his life, he consistently surmounted every challenge and accomplished his objectives by unwavering dedication, leadership, and organizational acumen. He evidently presumed that his skills and resolve, his unparalleled reputation and accomplishments, and the auctoritas he believed he would acquire, would allow him to obtain his desires from the Roman Senate and assemblies. However, he discovered that governing Rome was significantly more challenging than his military commands when he issued instructions that others were obliged to obey. He faced formidable and resolute adversaries. Lucullus was profoundly annoyed by Pompeius's intervention in seizing the remnants, and consequently all the accolades, of the Mithridatic War after Lucullus had undertaken the arduous task of dismantling Mithridates' authority. He was resolute in his intent to avenge himself against Pompeius. Having deliberately departed Italy during Pompeius's return, Crassus returned, envious of Pompeius's achievements and resolute in his intent to undermine him at every chance. Now at the helm of the Optimates movement, Cato was resolute in his efforts to subjugate Pompeius and compel him to adhere to the collegial oligarchic principles he saw appropriate for a Roman noble. Pompeius articulated three particular needs, in addition to a general aspiration. He sought to commemorate his victories against the pirates and Mithridates, desire land grants as recompense for his soldiers, and have the Senate formally endorse his restructuring of the East. He sought to attain reputation and esteem as Rome's preeminent statesman. The undeniable triumph of his triumphs was celebrated with great pomp in 61. He realized he would need to contend for the other two demands, although soon recognized his lack of knowledge on how to do so. The loving urban populace granted him unchallenged superiority and veneration as Rome's preeminent figure. Upon exploiting the legal privilege permitting him to don triumphant robes at the games, he discovered it rendered him unpopular. He encountered scrutiny and opposition upon expressing his needs or desires to the Senate. Leading armies has been his profession. He had rarely spent time in Rome, participating in the Senate, and was unaccustomed to the senatorial discourse and conflicts, especially in the manner of the resolute Cato. Pompeius, having ensured the election of a prominent ally, Monsieur Pupius Piso, during the consulship of 61, shown ineffectiveness as a champion for Pompeius's interests. Agrarian legislation was postponed until the following year, and when Pompeius submitted his eastern settlement to the Senate declined to ratify it. Influenced by Cato and the resentful Lucullus, they demanded a detailed review. Lucullus possessed a comprehensive understanding of the eastern situation, enabling him to effectively argue for a re-evaluation of Pompeius's actions. Pompeius established the provinces and client kingdoms in the east without the customary Senate Advisory Commission, which served an advantageous purpose. The eastern provinces and client kingdoms required a definitive resolution regarding their status. Lucullus and Cato's emphasis on thoroughly examining Pompeius's activities presumably stemmed more from a desire to combat Pompeius than to address the requirements of the provinces and client nations. Pompeius focused on securing the election of a loyal and competent subordinate as consul for the year 60, who would ensure the passage of his essential reforms. He selected his longtime officer, L. Afranius, a novus homo, who would attribute his election solely to the support of Pompeius and operate according to Pompeius's directives. Notwithstanding his successful election, Afranius proved to be an exceedingly poor selection. He was unquestionably loyal and an effective officer under Pompeius. However, he lacked the acumen to manipulate the Senate to his advantage. Cicero frequently expressed his disdain for Afranius's complete inadequacy and incompetence as consul. Naturally, Cicero aspired to be Pompeius's principal aide and chief advisor. However, Pompeius was disinterested, as Cicero tended to dictate what Pompeius should do rather than counsel him on accomplishing his objectives. The impasse in the latter half of 61 persisted throughout the year 60. The ratification of Pompeius's eastern settlement remained stagnant, and a land allotment measure introduced by the tribune Flavius was obstructed by the resolute resistance of the Optimates. Spearheaded by Cato and the other consul of 60, Q. Metellus Sella. Pompeius had estranged his former allies, the Metelli, by divorcing his wife, Mucia, their half-sister. Cato exulted in his triumph against Pompeius, effectively diminishing his stature and further supplanted Crassus. The tax-farming businesses who contracted to collect tribute from the province of Asia, driven by avarice and hope, significantly overbid for the contract and discovered that the tax revenue was substantially below their expectations, resulting in substantial losses. They approached the Senate for assistance, imploring for the abatement of a significant percentage of the amount they had agreed to pay for the privilege of tax collection. Crassus, a notable financial mogul of the era, expected to leverage his power in the Senate to obtain their relief. Cato vehemently condemned the avarice of the tax farmers, prompting Consul Metellus Sella to exercise his veto against the proposal. At this point, Caesar returned from Spain with two objectives: to conduct the victory the Senate granted and campaign for the consulship in 59. To accomplish both objectives, he would require the Senate's authorization to declare his candidacy for the consulship in absentia, as he was prohibited from crossing the sacred pomerium of the city while serving as a proconsul in command of an army. And he could not hold a triumph if he relinquished his command to enter the city. The Senate has not been averse to granting Caesar this little privilege, but Cato undermined his accomplishments this year by filibustering the motion, compelling Caesar to choose between his triumph and his campaign. Confronted with this necessity, Caesar entered the city and officially declared his candidacy for the consulship, relinquishing his triumph. Despite his provincial command facilitating the settlement of a significant portion of his debt, Caesar still lacked the funds for an extravagant campaign. Furthermore, his formidable adversary Bibulus was a strong contender for the other consulship, and if successful would undoubtedly endeavor to impede Caesar's efforts. As a result, Caesar formed an electoral alliance with the third candidate, a prosperous newcomer named Lucius Lucaeus, who had the backing of Pompeius but was evidently the least formidable of the three contenders. Lucaeus consented to finance a comprehensive joint campaign, anticipating that his capital and Caesar's popularity would secure their election. Conversely, Bibulus also expended considerable resources, with Cato even contributing to his campaign funds, despite his usual disapproval of extravagant electoral expenditures. This was a situation of any means necessary to hinder Caesar, and Cato had further allied himself with Bibulus through marriage, as Bibulus had wed his daughter Portia. Due to his familial lineage and significant popularity, Caesar's election was merely a formality. He was elected at the forefront of the poll, with every century allegedly casting their vote in his favor. Nevertheless, Bibulus became his counterpart. This returns us to the initial premise of this chapter: the inevitability of Caesar's consulship, and the trepidation it instigated among the Optimates, prompting them to designate inconsequential provinces for the future consuls, and to suppress their disdain for extravagant campaigning to secure Caesar an obstructive associate. What qualities in Caesar provoked this dread and animosity? Caesar emerged as one of Rome's 5 most influential politicians throughout the 60s. Pompeius undoubtedly secured first place, since his military accomplishments conferred a distinctive status within the state, and rendered him an idol among the urban populace. Crassus utilized his immense riches to establish an extensive network of connections and duties among senators and equestrians, which he could leverage for his political objectives. Cicero, the preeminent figure in the legal arena, had also emerged as a significant political leader, distinguished by his unparalleled rhetorical skill, widespread popularity and influence among the Italian elite, from whom many junior senators were recruited, and the esteemed status of his consulship. Each of these 3 individuals was a politician advocating for his interests. None spearheaded a political movement or coalition beyond followers, bound to them by personal connections. Pompeius possessed his previous officers and seasoned soldiers, who would support him when summoned due to personal loyalty and reciprocal obligations. Crassus maintained numerous individuals connected to him by diverse financial ties and duties, while Cicero had those indebted to him for his advocacy or influenced by his eloquence on certain matters. Cicero envisioned orchestrating a formidable coalition of all virtuous individuals from all of Italy to advance the state's paramount interests. But such alliance lacked substance, and the state's best interests were, in fact, delineated by what would advantage Cicero and his affluent elite counterparts. Pompeius and Crassus would undoubtedly perceive themselves as driven by the welfare of the Republic regarding significant policy matters. Nevertheless, akin to Cicero, their interpretation of that welfare was predominantly filtered through the lens of their own interests and aspirations. Our sources, particularly contemporary ones like Cicero and Sallust, indicate 2 predominant political ideologies or groups throughout this period. These, in conjunction with exemplary leaders such as the 3 previously mentioned, Nanastasian the political landscape of the era in various manners. The terms employed for these factions were optimates and populares. These did not constitute political parties in any contemporary sense. No official membership existed, no established policy platform, and at best merely a broad consensus regarding the stance on the Roman governing system, and subsequently on appropriate policies concerning contemporary challenges. The distinction between both political perspectives might be articulated by asserting that one possesses a static vision of the Roman state, while the other adopts a dynamic perspective. The optimates contended that the Roman governance system was nearly ideal in its current state and required no substantial modifications or reforms. Their objective was to maintain the status quo, with the traditional noble class firmly in control in a strictly collegial fashion. The populares contended that the Roman governance system necessitated significant and continual adjustment to address the evolving demands of the day. Identifying new leaders beyond the conventional nobility and new citizens among Latinized allies was particularly crucial. Establishing new supervisory and regulatory structures was essential to prevent Roman magistrates from overstepping their bounds in interactions with allies and subject provincials. Roman politicians may alter their allegiance to these movements, aligning as populares at one phase of their careers, or on specific subjects, and as optimates at another phase, or on different issues. Nevertheless, several men resolutely maintained a singular perspective, constituting the essential factions that supported these movements. By the conclusion of the 1960s, 2 prominent political leaders directed and dominated these 2 concepts and/or movements. These leaders vied with Pompeius, Crassus, and Cicero for dominance in the Roman state, with their objectives and supporters rooted in a cause greater and more enduring than individual interests and affiliations. These leaders influenced political dynamics. I am, of course, referring to Caesar and Cato. By 60 AD, Cato had established himself as the optimate's preeminent leader, epitomizing this political faction's core principles. The primary circle of optimates surrounding him was limited: his son-in-law Bibulus, his brother-in-law L. Domitius Ahenobarbus, and his nephew Marcus. Junius Brutus and his loyal adherent and emulator, L. Favonius, possessed significant authority and could typically rely on the inconsistent and tepid support of numerous senators, particularly those from the ancient Roman aristocracy. Cato and his fellow optimates advocated for their interests and traditions, their supremacy as the unquestioned rulers of the Mediterranean realm. Regardless of Cato's disdain for the morality and character of the majority of the nobility of his era, despite the nobles' minimal inclination to emulate Cato's unwavering integrity, Cato steadfastly maintained that the original nobilitas was the sole appropriate governing authority for Rome and her empire. The aristocrats esteemed Cato's integrity, values, commitment to tradition, and leadership qualities. Caesar dedicated the 60s to solidifying his identity as a popularis, positioning himself as the political and spiritual successor of Marius and Cinna, openly aligning with their legacy and assuming leadership of their vanquished cause and policies. From his quaestorship in 69, marked by his eulogies for his Aunt Julia and wife Cornelia, through his advocacy for the citizenship of the Transpadani in 68 and 66, his restoration of Marius's monuments in 65, his support for the rights of the sons of the proscribed in 63, and his general endorsement of measures to alleviate debt, redistribute land, curtail the Senate's extreme powers, and enhance integrity and efficiency in governance. Caesar maintained a consistent political trajectory that engendered animosity from the optimates and adoration from the populace, establishing him as the singular Roman politician with an unassailable popularis perspective on any issue, thereby positioning him as the unequivocal leader of the popularis movement. This elucidates the apprehension and profound animosity that compelled the optimates to take measures to curtail the effectiveness of his impending consulship and obstruct him from assuming any significant command thereafter. In this endeavor, however, the optimates misjudged the individual they were contending with. By the conclusion of 60, Cato's unwavering commitment to his principles had obstructed and incensed three of Rome's most formidable political figures. Caesar, one of the trio, recognized this opportunity. If three formidable leaders could consolidate, they could control Rome. The issue was that the other antagonistic and irate leaders, Pompeius and Crassus, profoundly detested one another, and as ardent competitors had developed a pattern of obstructing one other to the best of their abilities. That may have appeared to be an insurmountable impediment to Caesar's ambition to establish a formidable coalition. Yet he remained composed, utilizing his nearly demonic appeal, enduring amicable contacts with both men, and his abilities in patient, reasoned persuasion. He convinced Pompeius and Crassus of the advantages of collaborating with one another and himself. As consul, he pledged to guarantee Pompeius his veterans' land allocations, endorse the Eastern settlement, secure tax farming corporate payment remission for Crassus, and collaboratively dictate Roman policy and electoral outcomes. He pursued a formidable and enduring provincial command, allowing him to engage in significant military campaigns. Caesar recognized from his experience under Sulla's regime that the popularis movement required a formidable military force to dismantle the sullen optimate system and facilitate establishing a popularis system conducive to reform and expanding the Roman citizenry and governing elite. He aspired to establish such a force if granted the appropriate provincial leadership. The rationale behind Pompeius and Crassus, the preeminent political leaders and benefactors of the day, choosing to ally with Caesar instead of merely employing him as an instrument, can be attributed to his role as the head of a significant political movement. While there were few significant nobles aligned with the popularis cause, it is accurate to state that among the Italian Domi nobles, who constituted a substantial portion of the Senate and the majority of the equestrian class, as well as among the urban and rural proletariats, The cause of Marius and Cinna retained considerable popularity for evident reasons. Caesar contributed significant strength to the alliance. Hence, in addition to his role as consul, he was able to assume political initiative. Despite efforts to involve Cicero in the coalition, which were based on his conservatism and inflated self-esteem, Caesar could commence his consulship with confidence, anticipating significant accomplishments